Who they think they better than? Ain't no comparison to the so-called black or African American. You can drop the African, keep the American. When we say Aborigine and make their world in, I'm going in the same dirt my ancestors buried in. I come from a god and a goddess, so what that make me? Not even Basquiat can trace me. Not even Van Gogh can paint me. The MC in me is the God MC, equals the God in me. I'm focused in, let my mind be free. You too blind to see. The Jews I give is real, it's been real. These ain't shots, they missiles. All you gonna hear is the whistle. Lyrically, this an execution. My verses start revolutions from my people seeking restitution. Since the beginning, fuck evolution. Or maybe my reality is all a dream. I put it together like I was sowing seams. So it seems this is that audio dopamine. Go against the regime, we put you where nobody can hear you scream. And sing you to meet your Elohim. My nigga, this is savage mode. It's something that you can't decode. It started with a spark and I'ma let it explode. I was given the cheat codes that'll let me dump and reload and go through them waves like a fucking torpedo. You dealt the cards of life, I just cut them diamonds with the ace of spades. Y'all scatter like roaches when they facing raid, or vampires when they facing blade. I'm trying to get next to Shireen like I'm getting played. You still stuck as a mental slave. You still stuck in that mental cage. While I'm making easy money, pipping holes in style. This my coming to age. Crowd roaring when I'm coming on stage. And when I'm done, they gonna be cheering my name. Drake Cobbs, and nah, I ain't quit my day job. I spit bars. I really rap on my day off. That's real shit. Just give you some tools you can build with. Aim high even if you still miss. Just keep going. It's a climb to the top. And I'ma keep flowing. Down Lake Shore, I'm Chicagoan. Yeah. You niggas is playing checkers, we playing chess. And nigga, this is checkmate. Dre be the big dog and you just a little bait. You out of Africa and we ain't got the same traits. I'm a God being and we ain't got the same fate. My granny died February 18th and I was born on the same date. The chosen one, the ancestors' chosen son. They gave me the golden gun. One shot, that's a hole in one. From the pyramid of the sun to Poverty Point. I don't think you niggas is getting the point. We still here. Who said they made the Aboriginals disappear? Your information's lagging in the rear. All you do is teach fear. We copper-colored with woolly hair. Am I speaking clear? So fuck the nonsense. When I rap, I touch your consciousness. From within is where you get your self-confidence. Let's bring it back to dominance. Ain't no confining us. Gonna bring that wild Indian out of us. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. We still here.
Back at it again, y'all. We got a very, very special edition today. One of the legends is in the house tonight. We got none other than the legendary MC Light. Get it.
Oh, yeah. dopest female that you've heard thus far. And I do get better, the voice gets wetter, nobody gets hurt. Do my thing with the MC light, swing the dopeness, alright, I guarantee to light. Until the hip-hop maniac, the uptown brainiac, in full effect, MC light is bad. And better than before, as if that was possible. My competition, you'll find them in the hospital, visiting time, I think it's on a Sunday. But notice, they only give one day to shine. The rest of the week is mine. And I'll blind you with the science that the others have yet to find. So come along and I lead you the right way. Just clap your hands to the words I say. Come on, ho! Somebody say ho! Say go this way. Come on, go this way. Here for me and my DJ K-Rock, let me hear it scratch. Now it's time to kick around out the legend. You're the receiver, eager as a beaver. Time to convert the non-believer. That I'm a road runner, leaving you to dust. I can't adjust the times, and at times I might just get quicker. Then the ticker of your pacemaker, more tenor than low, the harder than a door breaker. So don't ever second guess me. And if you're wondering who could the best be, think a second and recollect the worst whipping you ever had yet. And I bet that I did it. My fingerprint is still on you. How many times I gotta warn you about the light? It'll blind your sight, but the rhythm will still got somebody say ho. Say ho. I say oh yeah. Come on, oh yeah. This is how we do it. Taking your way back to the essence. It's hip hop at its finest. I'm rhyming and designing, also creating the dope death rhyme that is always being taken by a sucker MC that wants to be like me. No trait of originality, but yo, I am not one to down another. So like I said before, just go for your sucker. Gonna take a time, drop a dope line, or maybe even two for you and your crew, so you can start shaking and moving all around to the light, the MC and the king of chill sound. New and improved like a freshly cut down. Perfect timing like a dim and shine. Or better yet, a ruby somewhat like a sapphire. This jam you are forced to admire. Stop! Look, listen. Stop! Yeah. Let's go. Let's go. Nice to be out here on the front porch. You know, this is what we call a respect for the craft and a love for the art that brings us together to rock right here. This is a new song. It's called King King. My sister Queen Latifah's on the hook. She helped her sister out while we show much respect to the kings in the area. Listen, I see you here doing your thing, King. Yeah, I see you here doing your thing, King. Listen, I see you here doing your thing, King. Love that girl, bought her a ring, King. Love's never just a rinky-dink thing. Proud of you, got the bling-bling for the queen. Fans happy and they just wanna sing. You ready to spin your whole chain? Your whole check, nothing less to be given. Years later you prison to elevate your position. You a groom now, and your homies can't believe that you was out there. Feverish, you're loving leeches, but you always have your heart open for the future. Learn about what it takes to make it through the season. It's your crown, hold it, even if it all falls down. Show it, you know the world is watching now. I know you get tired of keeping it all together. We need you, it's your crown, hold it, even if it all falls down. Show it, you know the world is watching now. I know you get tired of keeping it all together. We need to say if you hear it enough, you'll believe it. King be it, king live it, king receive it. Straighten up your crown, king. Let no one knock you off your square. And the joy that you bring, let your light shine bright. Illuminate the night. People looking in, they assume that you like me. Get the beauty and hype because the beauty's your type. It's cool to be choosy about your soon-to-be wife. So never let them hating spectators underrate you and tell you that your nature is less than stellar. Tell them good God made you, and you You were made to create but a creator. And loving on your woman is something to be proud of. When you tell her that you love her, say it louder. King Vision, no Oprah, no small frame can hold ya. Made to be King God soldier. Hold it, even though it all falls down. Show it, you know the world is watching now. I know you get tired of keeping it all together. We need you, it's your crown. Hold it, even though it all falls down. Show it, you know the world is watching now. I know you get tired of keeping it all together, but we need you. We need you. You know we need you. We need you. You know we need you. It's your crown, hold it, even though it all falls down. Show it, you know the world is watching now. I know you get tired of keeping it all together, but we need you. It's your crown, hold it, even though it all falls down. Show it, you know the world is watching now. I know you get tired of keeping it all together, but we need you. Hey, we need you. Fellas, we need you. King, yeah, we need you. Yeah, we need you. As a rock, ain't nothing like a woman. Yeah. One of one. Give me some drums. Yeah, give me some drums like this. Yeah. Self-destruction. You're headed for self-destruction. Self-destruction. You're headed for self-destruction. Now, in 1989, a brother named KRS-One has a crew still to this day called Boogie Down Productions, but he lost his buddy, Scott LaRock, a mentor. We all have mentors, people we respect, people that we go to for advice, people that we know love us, so they put into us. And so that's who Scott LaRock was to KRS-One. So when he lost him to undue violence, he decided not only to celebrate his life, but to get a bunch of us together and try to inspire the people in the community to choose conflict resolution in a manner that you can walk away in disagreement, but walk away and not be left on the pavement. And so it was called self-destruction. Listen, self-destruction. You're heading for self-destruction. Self-destruction. You're heading for self-destruction. You're heading for self-destruction. Self-destruction. Uno, dos, tres, cuatro. Funky fresh dress to impress, ready to party. Money in your pocket, dying to move your body. Get inside, you pay the whole $10. Scotch tape with a razor blade taped to your collar. Guns in the crack and the knives alone. MC Lighters on the microphone. About rushing and pushing and snatching and taxing. I cram to understand why brothers don't be maxing. It's only one disco, those close one more. You ain't guard the door, so what you got a gun for? Do you rob the rich and give to the poor, yo? Come on, let's school them some more, a little. Self-destruction. You're heading for self-destruction. One more time. Self-destruction. You're heading for self-destruction. Woo! All right, front porch. I see y'all bringing the heat. I was trying to stay out the... yeah. You know what I'm talking about. One of one, new album coming. New album here. King, Woman, and Thank You. And thank you is something. From the gutter, born to a single mother, an anomaly. She prayed that there could never bring harm to me. The key to thank you in the whole writing process was just allowing myself to be used and letting God move through me. So all the prayers my mama quoted really didn't go unnoticed. God heard, and then he spoke this: drop everything and get devoted, or what you gain, you will blow it. You'll never reap what you sow. unless in fact you'll be demoted. You are the light because I made you. So never be afraid to. Check out the song. It's called Thank You. Yeah. We going back in time? All right. When you say you love me, it doesn't matter. It goes into my head as just chit chatter. You may think it's egotistical or just worry free, but what you say, I take another seriously. And even if I did, I wouldn't tell you so. I let you pretend to read me, and then you know that I hate when one attempts to analyze. In fact, I despise those that even try to look into my eyes to see that I am thinking. As you miss hope, you gotta sing it. I tell them you like I told all of them. What you say to me is still paper thin. Yes. Hip hop in the hip hop on the front porch. What's next? Listen. I'm not the type of girl to try to play a man out. I take the money in the game, then break the hell out. And that's not my strategy, not the game I play. I admit I play a game, but it's not that way. Truly, when I get involved, I give it my heart. I mean, my mama, so my body, I mean every part. But if it doesn't work out, it just doesn't. It wasn't meant to be, you know. It just was, so I cheated on you like I cheated on them. And what you say to me is still paper thin. In one ear and right out the other. Heard this mumble jumbo. I don't pay attention, I don't care.
These all the apparitions, she crazy.
How sucking you missed, I put feels aside, I know who I am. My name is Light, is your name saying, cause if it is, step off the grab the coat and get lost, and rap stuff, might go back, catch the road and hit the road. Don't you come back, no. I hit the road. I hit the road, Jack. Don't you come back no more. Hit the road, Jack. And don't you come back. Hit the road, Jack. And don't you come back. 93. Gotta watch out. Gotta get her up. I gotta watch out. Gotta watch out. I need it and I want it so. I need a roughneck. I need to do with that attitude. Only need his fingers with his food. God can I sagging. Tempo's dragging. Frontin' in this ride with his homeboys bragging. Line about the light. How we knocked the boots last night. But he's a roughneck, so that's alright. Triple O balls, he under the hood. Making noise with the boys up to no good. See low, over down low. Cops come around, so roughneck front like he gotta go. He will grin with a mouth full of gold teeth. Starting beat is how he spends for me. Acting like he don't care, but all I gotta do is beat around 1-1 and he'll be here. Right by my side with his roughneck tactic. Roughneck attitude, the roughneck bastard. I gotta watch out. Come on, I gotta watch out.
Got water. Open the bar.
I gotta watch out. I need it in the morning, so I gotta get it up, man. I gotta watch out. I gotta watch out. I gotta watch out. I need it in the morning, so I need a roughneck. I need a man that's quick and swift to put out the swift to get stiff. Lots of shorts, so everything is pretty long. But it ain't gotta be large, bitch, huh? Pump it in and out, and then here we go. You know exactly how I want to throw when I slow. Never questioning, can it get buck wild? You gotta smack a little, swallow it up. Drink a beer, sitting in his chair, hands in his pants, fiddling with his. He's a rude boy, a ragamuff, ready to bag another brother that he raised. Cause if it ain't rough, it ain't right. And if he ain't right, I love my roughneck and ain't nothing going down or going up if my roughneck ain't in town. I gotta watch out. I gotta watch out. I gotta watch out. I need it in the morning, so I gotta get a roughneck. I gotta watch out. I gotta watch out. I gotta watch out. I need it in the morning, so I gotta get a roughneck. God bless the porch. Thank you.
Yes, peace and love, everyone. Hey, y'all. I didn't mean to give y'all that long, that long opening, but I mean, I really had enjoyed MC Light's Nucci's front porch, and I was like, yo, I think y'all would really enjoy it as well. And just shout out to the progenitors of hip hop, so-called Black Americans. Hip hop is born and bred right here on our soil in our New York, New Jersey streets. Okay. Let's not ever get it twisted. Hip hop wasn't started by a Jamaican. Hip hop wasn't started by no Latinos, nobody. That's 100% us, original, true to us. So shout out to MC Light, one of the original women of hip hop. not one of the original women, but one of the few original women, because it's obviously a lot of women that doesn't get talked about in that underground early hip hop scene in the 70s and the 80s. And, you know, we always got to give these people their due and their flowers. And I love MC Light. I love her message, and I hope you guys receive something from that as well. I just wanted to get us, you know, started on a good, interactive, energetic foot versus, you know, I mean, I love my American Indian music, but of course, hip hop is American Indian music. Let's get into it, okay? Shout out to my beautiful chat. I hope y'all are doing well. Y'all see the title and what time it is. Let me get my phone real quick. Y'all, I'm simultaneously getting breakfast together too, so don't mind me. I'm moving back and forth, but, you know, just to make sure nothing burns. But anyway, shout out to y'all. I love y'all so much. Who's in my chat real quick? Yeah, I gotta go all the way back up to the top. Hey, Engine number 9, Big Dog Philly OG, Ghetto Child Clinic, Copper Goddess, my sister. What's up, Ted AC King, Stranger Danger? Focus Mind, y'all need a y'all. Grand Rising Wild Savage, thank you for coming to the party. Always win, salute to you. Akamak, what's going on, Michael Akamak Hers? Peace and love. What's going on, Juice? My baby. Who else I see in here that I didn't get a chance to shout out? I did shout out Big Dog Philly OG. Enox, what's going on, Enox 0407, the American Indian. Peace and love to you, family. Copper Miss Parker, little sexy. Hey, girl. American Lotus, yes. What's going on, big fella? How you doing? Thank you for coming in the chat this morning. Wilmore Reed, peace to you. A9424. I don't know what I was about to say. But peace and love to you. Your name close to Enox a little bit, just with the A. Indigenous Minds, hey boo. My baby, how you been? Goddess Citrion Atlantean, peace and love, sister. Nate Aboriginal Bad Light Israel. Child, see, I do this shit every time with your name. Nate Bagout, Aboriginal Israelite Peace Family. And since you in here, yes, my toe was broken, my pinky. So definitely was broken. I ended up finding out. And so it's cool. I got to wear a little shoe thing for a few weeks, but I'm sure to be fine after that. So it sucks because now I can't be cute like I want to be. Of course, my brother Open the Knowledge. Y'all please like, share, subscribe to my channel and his channel, to all the Aborigines, Indigenous Indians in the community that's doing their thing. You know what I'm saying? Support who you resonate with. You know what I'm saying? George Witcher, give me a second, y'all, because I'm going to get my information up on the screen. I just want to, oh my God, bullshit going on already. This is why I don't like sitting in the living room. The Enemy's Public, peace and love. Like I be trying to sit in the living room, y'all, have like a serene environment, you know, peaceful. But sure, you can't have that around here. Oh, don't be sorry for me, Nate. I stubbed my toe out here bullshitting like it was sweet. So that's kind of what happened in the end. May you please play a dedication vibration? Oh no, I certainly will. Copper Miss Parker, I am so sorry about your son, baby. Hold up. Oh my goodness, definitely. Let me see what I can get. If not, we could just sit here and be silent for like 30 seconds. Silence, child. We could sit here and be quiet for like 30 seconds as well. Let me see if I can find something that'll work. I'm so sorry, Copper Miss Parker. Everybody in the chat, y'all show Miss Copper, Miss Parker some love. You know what I'm saying? You never want to ever be in a position where you have to be the one to bury your kids. You know what I mean? I have a daughter myself, and like I know how I am just off her hurting herself, off of her being sick. I feel sick, literally. So I know when you lose a baby, I know that feeling is maximized, and I am just so sorry. So I can't really, let me see. Let me, serene music. Copper Goddess asked for something very specific. Yeah, everybody please show Copper Miss Parker some love in this chat real quick. I'm not doing nothing until everybody show Copper Miss Parker some love. We lost another one of our Black boys, our American Indian boys, young men. All right, y'all. So real quick, I'm just gonna do a quick. I can't really find nothing that would go with it, but y'all give y'all love to Copper Miss Parker, please. Please send it out to her, and I send my prayers and my love out to you and your entire family. Gosh, and everybody that lost someone this year. You know, whether it be cousin, friend, grandma, whatever. My condolences to everyone who lost someone who are still dealing with that loss. You know what I mean? Because death is one thing that's guaranteed in our lives. That's the only thing that's going to come that we know for sure. And that's why we have to spend our days living them the best way that we can. We just have to. Because we never know when it's our time next. We just don't know. So that's why this mission that we on right now is so important. Rest in peace to Richard Neal Bay as well. You know, like you just never know. 1 minute we here, the next minute we're not. So just real quick. Oh, you got something for me? Copper Goddess, you already know I can't highlight. You guys send it to my email. So y'all know what the topic is today. But first, before I get into the topic, I know you're not sis. You guys send it in my email though. Yeah, I would love to play See You Again by Wiz Khalifa. I gotta find a channel that got it where they won't try to strike me for playing certain music. I only play Nucci Front Porch because he never strike my channel. But everybody, just real quick, wherever you are, I would love it if we could just take 30 seconds to just sit in silence and we can remember Copper Goddess's son. And we remember all the people that we lost this year in 2024, knowing that we're right on the cusp of going into a new year. So we're going to start that moment of silence right now. All right, family. So y'all see today's topic on the docket. I just wanted to really touch on this subject because I know how much this particular topic has affected so many of us in the community, brown or light skinned, right? So we know that, and I'm sorry I don't have it on the direct screen, but we know that colorism is the discrimination based on skin tone within a racial or ethnic group. We know that it has deep historical roots that are intertwined with the legacy of slavery and colonialism. The narrative that colorism stems solely from the exploitation faced by enslaved women at the hands of European colonizers is an oversimplification of a complex issue. So what I mean by that, family, is that the notion that the only reason why we have mixed colored folks is due to rape or things like that is just it's a complex issue, and it's being overly compensated, right? And we're being told that that's why some of our people in our families may have lighter skin because of rape and things like that. But in light of the news, not news, but in light of knowing that white slavery coexisted with black slavery, we have to try to unpack this a different way. So historical evidence suggests that both white and black individuals worked alongside each other on plantations, leading to interactions that transcended the binary of oppressor and oppressed. This shared experience of labor and survival could have fostered a range of relationships, including consensual ones, thereby contributing to the racially mixed heritage often seen in our communities today. Understanding colorism requires us to explore the nuanced dynamics and acknowledge that its origins are not solely rooted in the actions of oppressors, but also in the complex social interactions and relationships that develop amongst people themselves. By examining the historical context of colorism, we can better understand its impact on contemporary society and the ongoing struggles for equity and acceptance within our respected communities of color. Okay. So I just wanted to throw that up there real quick. Give y'all that quick little intro, and then we can start. Let me see where I would like to start. All right. Let's open this up, guys, and we're going to start. All right, let's start here. Shout out to the family. I hope y'all having a good grand rising. I don't, yeah, maybe.
Is a perfect segue to this. Can y'all see this? What's that say? Brainwash. Say it again. Brainwash. One more again. Brainwash. Please welcome the author, Tom Burrell.
True to any kind of brainwashing, the brainwashed becomes a part of the brainwashing team. The abused become a part of the abusers. And that's where we are.
This is the famous Cotton Club from the Harlem Renaissance. It has a historic note in the Harlem Renaissance, one of the few remaining buildings from that period. It still has a very active clientele and series of events.
Black magazine. There is no one on the face of the earth who has been more guilty historically in denigrating the blackness of black people than the Ebonies, than the Jets, than the long list of so-called black publications.
sell it back to Queen Bess. It's a national Belgravian treasure. She's due to arrive here today for a series of private audiences in Gotham City. If she returns to Belgravia without it, her people will be up in arms.
Black is Beautiful came out of the Black Power movement.
Right on, brother.
But it quickly permeated the American.
So remember, y'all, most of these movements came about with time, different eras in time. When we get this Black is Beautiful movement, this is coming during the Black Power era. So we have to think about the generations in which not only was times changing, but our identities were also changing, and how we viewed ourselves was also changing. And I just find it very interesting, all of it. Let's keep going. We're not going to stay too. I'm gonna show some different things.
In cultural mainstream. By 1969, there were Black characters on 21 primetime TV shows.
Dance for Mr. Jones. Show him how good you can dance. Jelly dance is real good, Mr. Jones.
Who's Pinky?
You crazy.
If I ever hear of you selling so much as a cough drop, I'm coming down on you so hard.
Dahmer adopts the Soul Sisters' answer to James Bond and the most exciting new star in years. 6'2" of dynamite, and it's all stacked.
Not you this time, huh, baby?
Come on, get away.
Hey, what did I do? I mean, just what did I do? Travis.
Look out, get down. The Darktown Strutters are riding to town. They're fast as a jet, sharp as Gillette, and what you see is what you get.
It's what you get.
Miss Black America, Shirley Washington, Trina Parks.
Get Christy Love. Get Christy Love. If it's trouble, she's your girl. Get Christy Love. Get Christy Love. Get Christy Love.
Ma, you made sure I had something borrowed, something blue, something new, but you forgot something old.
Oh, no, I didn't. I've been waiting a long time to give you this.
Oh, Ma. I'm going to give it right back after the wedding.
Oh, no, you won't. It's yours for keeps.
Oh, Ma, this is something you've always treasured.
You know, I can hardly wait to see the look on their faces when we tell them.
Oh, Lionel, I can't remember when I've been this excited.
Yeah, me neither. Except for one night about 10 years ago.
Oh, you mean when you met me?
Your storytelling lady with a real bedtime story. It's called 3 in the Attic. Now, doesn't that sound like a very interesting story? It's all about this very nice boy and these 3 very girls. Sleeping bag over there. It's a natural stud's paradise over here. I'll be seeing you by and by.
One look at her convinced him that black is beautiful. Two turned on today kids in love. Brenda Sykes.
Oh, James.
See, honey, we can't stop crazy thoughts from popping into our heads. Nobody can. What matters is not what passes across our minds. It's how we live our lives together. Baby, we've been doing that pretty good.
Damn good.
I beg your pardon. I'll come back later.
When Foxy Brown comes to town,
Yes.
all the brothers gather round, 'cause she can really shake 'em down.
Foxy lady, foxy lady.
Pam Grier, that one chick hit squad who creamed you as coffee, is back to do a job on the mob. As Foxy Brown, meet Sugar Hill. No place. Not a place, but a brand new face.
My friends call me Sugar.
The foxiest,
Looking for anything special?
sexiest, deadliest chick in town.
TNT Jackson, black bombshell with a short fuse.
The name is Diana Jackson. TNT to you.
TNT Jackson. She'll put you in traction.
Once her cheerleading stint was over, Pam happily returned to her science studies at school. But her mother was worried that Pam's awkwardness about her looks was becoming a serious problem.
My grandmother had this theory because all of the children, all the kids, siblings, my cousins, first cousins, second cousins, we had such a mixture of other races. And in our society, we had these stigmas where African American people who were light-skinned were treated better. She didn't want us to have those insensitivities that society had. So I didn't have a sense of beauty because she didn't say, "Oh, you're so beautiful," or she never, and she wouldn't allow us to say that. And so my mom had me enter the Miss Colorado Universe beauty pageant, and help. Maybe she thought it would help me break out of this backwardsness about my look.
Well, here's the clothes I didn't feel like getting.
Not a bad trade for the bed I didn't feel like making.
You mind stepping off the hair? I don't feel like sweeping.
You know, I wish Leonard was here for Honesty Day.
Me too. I want to know what happened in Cleveland.
All right. What's happening, Frederick?
Go home, Mama. Go home.
His mama?
Oh, no, she's my mother. He just calls her Mama.
I'm leaving.
No, don't try to stop me. No, you kids should be alone. I understand. You don't need nobody older hanging around.
This is our nation's capital. That's where our representatives work each day to prove that all men are created equal. This is also our nation's capital. That's my wife, Olivia. She's still as pretty as the day I took off. Never found a woman that could equal her, and God knows I tried.
Hello, Earl.
Hi, Winona.
It certainly is a splendid day, isn't it?
Splendid.
Splendid.
Delighted to see you.
Delighted.
How do you like my place?
It looks like a barber shop.
Oh, Cindy Finch, this is my mother, Mrs. Curtis.
Hello, Cindy.
Hello, Mrs. Curtis.
And that's Earl.
Earl?
Hi.
Earl. Earl Chambers?
Yeah, baby, I think so.
Well, don't you remember me? We went to grammar school together.
Hey, Cindy, look. You came to my house to invite me out. So what's this game you playing with my buddy?
You're right, Cliff. Two's company and three's a crowd. Let's go, Earl.
Oh, Mom, I'll take you to the movie next week. All right? Whew.
That's fame. Oh, I did.
I got to understudy the healthiest ingenue that ever joined equity. Anyway, did you see Bruno Martelli? Because his father said he was here. You want to become a dancer? You're going to have to work. Work your little tights off.
And our new Miss America is Vanessa Williams, Miss New York.
No. Ah. Vanessa Williams was a beauty. Hold up. Wait a minute. I have to talk about Vanessa Williams for a second. She is such a beauty. And I feel awful about what happened to her particular situation. And I think that just goes to show it don't matter how light you are, you know, they're not willing to sweep something like that under the rug when it comes to people like us. Like, I don't think that, I don't know, I see multi-generation mulatto saying a lot in the chat. But anywho, yeah, I have a little reading that I'm going to do probably more toward the end. Anyway, what was I saying about what multi-generation mulatto was conveying right here? He said, telling mulattoes that we must identify as Black or that we're trying to be white causes confusion in our youth. We have to teach mulatto youth that it's not just okay to be mulatto. It's great. See, I think that to even make someone feel like they're a quote mulatto or they're a quote colored, the separation and the divisiveness is the problem. And like I said in the beginning, you know, with things coming out about slavery in America, starting with white people from Britain who were sentenced over here into these great 13 colonies, we have to take into consideration some consensual acts that might have occurred or that did occur. And I think it's just, and not even just beyond consensual, because I'll also say too, that as a brown person, a melanated person, we can create any color, eye color, hair color, phenotype, whatever, we can create it. So like there's also that end of it as well. So I think that it just runs, like I said, just the risk of divisiveness and separatism that, I don't really want to, we have to explore, obviously, when we're talking about colorism, but I just think in that way, it shouldn't be looked at like we're different because you're not, right? Maybe you do feel different. Because I know some people who go through it, when they actually have a white parent and a black parent, and then people also say that it's different along the lines of when the mother is a white mother and a black father versus the dynamics of a black mother, white father, right? So it's a lot of nuances there too, because it's just a lot of nuances there. But I also wanted to just highlight us and what has happened throughout the years. We're going to talk about the Blue Vein Society. A lot of different things are going to come up today. But thank you for your question. Reparations for reparations. Yeah, you're not late. You're right on time. And like when we're going through TV and film, we're starting there. We're starting with the impact of TV and film, because obviously when we're talking about visuals, we're talking about what we look at, what we see, what we digest, what we view as beautiful, right? And what images are being put out there to kind of drive that narrative, to kind of drive that idea home, right? In terms of what we actually think about ourselves and what is being projected to us. So, and you got to think about this type of programming that's going on since you're a child. So it's a lot to, not a lot, but it's something to consider. All right, let's keep going. And then I'm going to show some more stuff.
Like a Dior sable, the taste is in the label. So let's taste new tab. Like a Mark Cross case, it shows good taste. So let's taste new tab. Like a sleek design or a Charles Jourdan, tab is a one of a kind.
That's a good question. Why do you accept a lot of things? Why do you accept a lot of things as truth? You know what I mean? Why do we accept the slave narrative as truth without asking for proper evidence or proper validity to confirm that this situation actually occurred within our people, right? Why do we accept being a Christian? Why do we accept Democrats and Republicans? Why do we accept it all? You know? We accept a lot of shit that we shouldn't accept, you know? And a lot of us go on because it's like a lot of us don't want to lose what we feel we got in this world, what we got in this country, what makes people be money, you know, notoriety, respect, influence. A lot of people don't want to lose that or risk losing it, especially at the hands of, you know, speaking on what's right and doing what's right when it's all said and done. Because you can, I don't know, it just seems like people can only do what's right within certain confines. No, I don't mean it's the truth. I'm just saying. But people accept it as truth. You know, you can't really control, you can control the narrative, especially when you program early. So even if it's not true, it's going to take years and years and years for you to come into the understanding that, fuck, this was not the truth. That's why we said it's called brainwashing. That's what they talked about in the beginning. So yeah, you're supposed to technically, air quotes, and I say this loosely, know, but you don't know, because you're going to know whatever is being taught to you. For example, like, depending on what your mother know, your mother is going to pass down to you what her mother taught her. And, you know, this is what we call a cycle, right? And then this is how we get these things called generational curses and other things like that, because a lot of things is a repetitive cycle of what we've already learned and done. And people just pass it down, pass it down, pass it down. So you should know innately that that's not the truth about who you are. You know what I mean? But you have to have someone in your corner that knows and that can discern that and let you know, hey, that's not it. Because otherwise you're going to be, 27, 28, you're going to just now be coming into the truth and just now beginning to understand, because you're only going to understand only but so far in this world, in this realm of what we call propaganda, just schools, television programming, everything that you could think of that steers people. Even think about when we go to work, right? Everybody in the country is up at a certain time and everybody's done by 4 or 5 o'clock. That's programming. So, you know, you just gotta, you know, just look at it a little bit deeper. I understand what you're saying though, 100%. But you got too many people who be whooped up in this matrix and they okay with it. See, I knew I should have went out first and then came back in, but it's cool. Because once I get the panel going, we'll get it going. All right, so give me a second. Let me move on, and let's move on to the let me move on to this because it's only 5 minutes.
Darker skin tones. Colorism is a form of discrimination against darker skin tones. It's an interracial issue that the Black community has debated for centuries. In this episode of Crossing Over Black Greek Life, join me as I explore if colorism has been a problem in these organizations. Have you ever been told you weren't good enough? In a sense, colorism and texturism do that, and it's taught at a young age.
Dealing with discrimination, light-skinned Blacks versus dark-skinned Blacks.
Not only do I have to deal with what goes on, the racism from ignorant people who are of other races, you have to deal with the poor mindsets of people who are African American.
What's good hair, what's bad hair, and why the term good and bad?
Well, the straighter the better, so to say.
Is that what you think?
No, I don't think so personally.
Why not?
But that's what we've been programmed to think.
We've debated these topics for centuries. Who's prettier, who's smarter, who's better? But the bottom line is, it hurts everyone.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind being a color. I feel like I'm tortured in a way because of my daily issues of what I'm going through and what I'm trying to get at in life.
Since I was a girl, I've heard rumors about colorism and texturism seeping its way into Black Greek life. I could never understand if it was fact or fiction. But before I pick apart this debate, I wanted to make sure I understood the origin of colorism. Why do we carry this burden around in the first place? So can you define what colorism is?
Yeah, so colorism is discrimination that occurs based upon one's skin tone, and it happens within a particular racial group. And so colorism can occur across groups, or it can occur within a group. So for example, you could be someone who identifies as Black, and you could discriminate against folks who are darker skinned relative to folks who are lighter skinned.
Does it only exist in communities of color?
So definitely in communities of color. Some might argue that it exists within the dominant racial group in America, which is white people, but it's not something that's necessarily unique to Black people.
So the origin for African Americans is pretty straightforward. It goes all the way back to slavery. Different skin tones started popping up in this time, and it complicated the Black community's relationship with itself, especially.
See, I don't like when they say different races started popping up, because it didn't just start popping up, right? especially with what I said in the beginning. So I hate, this PBS, so you know what they gonna do.
In places like Louisiana, where there was a large mixed-race population. But how does that affect organizations like Black Greek Life? Is there any evidence showing that for Black people, it was difficult to get into schools or, say, fraternities if their skin color wasn't acceptable?
I came across a book that Henry Louis Gates wrote, and the book was published in the mid-1990s, but he was in part reflecting on his experience as a student at Yale University, I believe in the late 1960s. And he talked about going to a party, and when he was heading into the party, there was a paper bag on the door, and if you were darker than the paper bag, you couldn't go to the party.
Here's where it gets kind of murky. There are several accounts of people saying they've experienced exactly what Lori is describing. Audrey Kerr, a professor who specializes in functional intersectionality, says sororities at Howard University use things like the paper bag test to determine admission. Those stories are even used in the plot of the Spike Lee movie School Days. But on the other side of that debate, some say there wasn't much evidence to support these claims at all.
One of the major criticisms that Black fraternities and sororities have faced over time is elitism. And a lot of that was manifested in the stories about the brown paper bag test, meaning people were denied membership in organizations if their skin was darker than a brown paper bag. There are anecdotal stories about this happening and people have written about it, but there's really some conflict in terms of the research.
Colorism and elitism are complicated topics, so I thought I'd meet with our expert in person for this one.
As somebody who's been to a lot of archives and looked at archival footage, I've seen people much darker than me in those groups in the 1930s and 40s. So I think in pockets that happened, but in terms of that being a unilateral motive for those organizations, I mean, I could think about members of Alpha Phi Alpha that are really dark. And that was at the very beginning.
But for those organizations that did have those issues, I mean, were they primarily in the South? Were they in the North?
Yeah, it's a range of places. I mean, I've heard stories about some of the colorism at a place like Howard, where that would happen. That's DC, and people decide whether DC is the South or not. They go back and forth. So just in different places. But you didn't have as much of that later on, because when the HBCUs in the South became accredited in the 1940s and 1950s, they were really just trying to add members.
Just limited to a couple places.
Yeah, it's just, I think, just very limited. Like I said, I personally think a lot has been made of that. Probably too much has been made of it.
Because I think that was a main plot in School Days.
Yeah, that was one of the issues in terms of colorism. And so, like I said, there was issues different places. But it could have been an issue who got certain roles in the church. I mean, colorism played a role a lot of places in how people moved in society. They were able to do certain things. They saw that.
So that's it. Both points exist somewhere within the truth. But isn't it a relief to know that we've grown past paper bag tests and skin color admissions? I'm relieved. And I'm also hopeful. And I think you should be too. This episode is part of
some people who have had
some historians say a new race of people were born when the Europeans and the Africans produced an offspring. That offspring, of course, was then colonialized and bounded in a community. And so those of us who were darker could not enter sometimes.
There was a certain strain amongst folks who did look like me of saying, well, those light-skinned Negroes really don't want to be with us, so why would we want to be with them?
But that's the historical precedent for some of that resentment that goes the other way. It is natural that darker-skinned Black people would feel the resentments that some of them feel towards lighter-skinned Black people 100 years ago or 150 years ago, it was the result of the fact that legally, lighter-skinned people tended to be the free people of color here in the...
It's self-hatred. I know dark-skinned motherfuckers that be like, fuck that. I'm not coming out till it's night in the summertime. Like, they seriously won't come out. And I don't want to get no blacker. Are you fucking kidding me? You know what I mean? I wish I had that much melanin, motherfucker. What's wrong with you? But it's because we've been brainwashed. We've been all fucked up to think that darker is bad.
Oh man, I was muted.
Colorism. Colorism.
Colorism.
Colorism is probably how you're viewed in regards to skin tone and your race. It's being judged at first sight without actually going in depth of who the person is or who they are.
Honestly, colorism to me, I mean, well, it might as well be racism, because it's almost as if you're being put against each other by your own people. Like, people will say, light skins can't do this, or dark skins can't do this, or brown skins are this, or dark skins are that. And it just doesn't make sense to me, because it's like, we already deal with racism. So why should we have to go through the same thing in our own community? You feel me? It's like we endure so much already. So it's like we're already alone in this society. So why do we have to go through it in our own community as well? It's stupid to me, honestly.
To me is the debate between light skin and dark skin, the different pigmentation stereotypes that we have.
Colorism to me is a division between the same race based off the pigmentation of your skin tone. I feel like it started back in the 1800s when the white man kind of separated us to be like a house nigga or a field nigga. The field nigga was more of a darker tone. The house nigga basically got.
But see, this is an example of the brainwashing. Now let's move along. Because I got a couple more. I thought this was interesting.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Impressive Channel. I caught an episode of We Are the Campbells on TV One. If you don't know, We Are the Campbells is a reality show about the gospel singer Erica Campbell and her family. And there were some pretty interesting topics that came up on one of the episodes. And one of the topics were about colorism. Erica's daughter, Krista, said that she noticed that guys don't talk to her because she's overweight and also because she's dark-skinned. And I made a post about this on my Instagram page. If you don't follow my Instagram, please follow it. Also in the episode, Erica Campbell's husband, Warren Campbell, made some pretty interesting statements. If you don't know who Warren Campbell is, he is a well-known producer and songwriter, and he also owns a record label called My Block. And he works under Sony, I believe. And he tries to break in new artists in the industry. Now, he revealed that it's harder to break dark-skinned artists. He has a sister named Joyce Starr who he has been trying to break in the industry. However, label executives, top executives, refuse to invest in her or take her seriously because she's dark-skinned.
As a matter of fact, I remember talking to one executive and I never told her this. He basically said she was too dark. Like, she is talented, she is so... The executive, the main guy, the chairman was a white guy. He was like, yeah, I don't know. If I can be honest, color plays a factor.
And colorism is not even the only thing. Racism is a big deal in the music industry as well, because Warren Campbell told his sister Joy that record executives want her sound, but they don't want her to be black. They rather have a white girl sing black music.
Keep it 100. I've had some pushback even with trying to do things with you. I had executives tell me like, yeah, she's straight, but she's a little too dark skinned, we think. Yeah. Then they went as far as to say, bring me a white person that sings like that, sings that music. Oh, I'll sign that tomorrow.
This right here is some hard truth. And I know there's a lot of people out there who are not in the dark about this. They know that colorism is a huge factor in the music industry, especially among women. Jermaine Dupri, who was the owner of So Def Records, he has worked with a lot of other label executives, and he knows the conversations that go on. And he even revealed that colorism is a real thing.
Those are the quiet conversations that's out here. You know what I mean? Like, the dark-skinned female singer still is having a hard time in the music business.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? That's still out here. You know, it's not the thing that people jump across the table immediately when they see a dark-skinned girl. When I had Dondria, it was like, she can sing, but, you know.
I love Dondria
for 10 years.
And Matthew Knowles, who is Beyonce's father, revealed the same thing. He was managing Destiny's Child's career, and he noticed how big colorism and racism is in the music industry.
Go back 15 years. And from a colorism perspective, show me at pop radio the number of Black women that were of high complexion and the number of Black women that were of dark complexion that got airplay. Black women that have been successful with airplay were all of light complexion.
You know, normally I don't talk about colorism on my channel because I personally feel like it causes unnecessary dissension among Black people. And you get into these whole debates where you have people of light complexion and dark complexion fighting against each other. And really, we should come together and fight against the system, okay? The music industry is one of those systems that we need to start petitioning for change, because you have 3 Black men who have worked in executive levels saying how difficult it is to push dark-skinned and Black artists, female artists specifically. This issue should not be ignored anymore. It has to be put on blast, because if label executives are discriminating against Black women, dark-skinned Black women at that should be put on blast. What also should be put on blast is the fact that these label executives do not invest as much money in Black artists as they do in their white artists. That's another thing that needs to be put on blast. And this is not me ranting about the music artists that are successful in the music industry, because they're talented, they work hard, they do what they have to do, so they deserve to be where they are. So this is not me discrediting any artist in the music industry. I'm specifically talking about these label executives, these people who run the music industry. I'm specifically talking about them.
When I got to Sony as a manager and executive, I was asked to manage an all-girl group that was white, an all-boy group that was white. So I know this for a fact, that their budgets were different, their recording budgets were different, their marketing budgets were different, their advances were different than those in the urban division.
We don't have any Black superstars. And I want to specifically talk about Black female artists, because there are more Black male artists than there are Black female artists that are being pushed. These are facts. Where are the Black female superstars? I'm talking to these label execs now. Where are they? Because in the 90s, you had a plethora of Black female superstars with all different complexions, all different sounds. They were selling platinum records because the people loved them and they loved their music. But why is it that there are no longer any more Black female superstars? I'll tell you why. It's because a lot of these white label executives do not want to invest in Black talent. They don't want to invest in Black artists that look a certain way, Black artists that are not marketable enough. These are facts. And Black artists that make certain music. Hip hop is the only thing that they're focusing on because it's now mainstream music. But what about other genres of music like R&B? Why is it that R&B is dead? Is it because no one cares about R&B? That's not true. LMA has an R&B song called Boot Up that has been on repeat,
It
and
is
it
old,
made it to
y'all.
the top 10 on the Billboard charts, and it sold 1 million units. But her label executives took a year to push this song. Now why? If you know that the people love the music, why would you take so long to push it? You know, honestly, it boils down to not having enough Black outlets and Black people in executive positions, because when Black people were in these executive positions, they were the ones really making moves and pushing out a lot of these Black artists, especially in the 90s. In the 90s, you had the heavy hitters like P. Diddy, you had Jermaine Dupri, you had L.A. Reid and Babyface, and also you had numerous producers and numerous talent scouts who were looking out for some of these Black artists, and they were creating stars. But you no longer have that now. And when you don't have Black people in these positions to look out for other Black artists, a lot of these Black artists just go under the radar. P. Diddy just revealed in a recent interview that you have these record label companies that are making so much money off of our culture, our art form, but they are not investing or believing in us. For the billions of dollars that these Black executives have been able to make them, there's still hesitation to put them in the top level positions. They'll go and they'll recruit.
He really had a lot of nerve, though.
Cats from overseas. It makes sense to give executives of color a chance and embrace the evolution instead of it being that we can only make it to president or senior VP. There's no Black CEO of a major record company. That's just as bad as the fact that there are no Black majority owners in the NFL. That's what really motivates me. So those were P. Diddy's comments, but you know what? I feel like at this point, I agree with Damon Dash when he says that Black people really need to start taking control of our own. We need to have more digital platforms, more streaming services, and more record labels. And there are different platforms in the industry. You do have Quality Control, which is a record label and a management group that have artists like the Migos, Lil Yachty, and Cardi B. Also, you have Top Dog Entertainment that have artists like Kendrick Lamar and SZA. You have Chance the Rapper doing things independently. So there are people who are making these moves, but we need more of that if we really want to produce Black stars and give Black artists a fighting chance in the music industry, particularly dark-skinned women, because they do get treated unfairly. Anyway, tell me what you all think about this down below. Please like, comment.
I think what was most interesting about this entire video was Matthew Knowles, because, you know, him having, you know, the driving success and such in one of the major, you know, girl groups I know of my childhood, you know, between TLC and then, you know, when that dwindled off, Destiny's Child, you know, like they both kind of coexisted, but, you know, they were one of the biggest girl groups of all time. And, you know, it's very interesting that he made that statement, you know, because I mean, obviously his history with him being a darker skinned man, you know, I think he has indigenous roots as well. Matthew Knowles in Alabama, where he's from. And, you know, seeing Kelly Rowland, you know, just as beautiful, just as talented, you know, and you could just see that she didn't get her just due in the music industry like Beyonce has. And, you know, I do find that very interesting how when we see a certain complexion, we have a certain attitude about it or toward it. You know, it's sad that we all can't be embraced or won't be, you know, and who determines that? All right, I think I got like one more and then I want to pull up the reading, and yeah, that I thought was interesting, because the reading that I have, it talks about not just quote African Americans. I hate when they write their literature that way. But it also talks about the Latino community, and I think what's the other community? The Asian community as well, you know, who experience these things. And it's just a very interesting take.
Please like, share, and subscribe to the channel. Colorism. the Blue Vein Society, and the paper bag test.
Too good. Damn.
Colorism in the United States was introduced in the 18th century. Enslavers differentiated between domestic servants who worked closer to white people as more desirable than the people who worked in the fields and were furthest away from the house. They were often more partial to light-skinned enslaved people because they often were family members. Enslavers frequently forced enslaved women into sex, and the light-skinned children of enslaved people were the telltale signs of these sexual assaults. While enslaved,
You see the brainwashing? Everybody think that the only reason people was light-skinned is because they was raped. Lord, forgive me, YouTube. So that, and I think that's that's just awful.
enslavers didn't officially recognize their mixed-race children. They gave them privileges that were denied to dark-skinned enslaved people. Accordingly, light skin came to be viewed as an asset in the community of enslaved people. The hierarchy was white, light, dark, and then animal. After emancipation in 1865, colorism increased. White communities tried to keep black people, both light and dark, away from them, and light people tried to keep dark people away from them. In the 19th century, the Blue Vein Society came into existence. The Blue Vein Society refers to the historical phenomena among some African Americans in which the lighter-skinned individuals occupied positions of privilege, while darker-skinned blacks ranked lower on the social scale. There was more than one Blue Vein Society, and each excluded anyone whose skin was too dark to see the blue of their veins through it. It was a type of organization that aimed to identify who was white enough. Mulattoes and quadroons established many exclusive blue vein social clubs or societies. They were formed by upwardly mobile African Americans whose skin was light enough to allow them to pass as white. The blue vein test was one of several that some light-skinned African Americans used to distance themselves from those who were darker. The paper bag test was another test in which one's skin color was compared to a paper bag. Only those who were the same color as the bag or lighter could gain membership into whatever group they were trying to join. Why use the bag as a gauge? Because the paper bag color was believed to be midway between white and black hues. The brown paper bag test was used by African American fraternities, sororities, churches, and social clubs throughout the 20th century. Exclusion of any type is ugly, but there seems to be something especially hypocritical about African American churches not allowing dark-skinned African Americans as members. This was the same discrimination used by white churches.
Can you believe that? It's like now we have to start pondering the question, a lot of different questions. When we hear this, it's like it's shameful to know that they would see themselves as someone different because they were lighter. Because I gotta show something else first. I'm gonna let this finish.
That forbade African Americans of all hues from attendance. Colorism didn't disappear after the institution of slavery ended in the U.S. In Black America, those with light skin received employment opportunities off-limit to darker-skinned Black Americans. This is why upper-class families in Black society were largely light-skinned. Soon, light skin and privilege were linked in the Black community. Upper-crust Black Americans routinely administered the brown paper bag test to determine if fellow Black people were light enough to be included in social circles. A light complexion was once an admission qualification for college enrollment. It is probably no coincidence that light-skinned Blacks emerged as leaders in the Black community. To white power brokers, they were less threatening. In America, these variations in complexions produced an unspoken hierarchy. Black people with lighter complexions ended up being granted some of the rights of the master class. To obtain a fairer complexion, many applied bleaching creams. Bleaching and skin lightening creams were a large part of the black cosmetics industry.
But you can't say that every mulatto has a white mixture. And everyone that they called mulatto was mixed with a white person. You can't say that, because we do, even when we see today. So you're saying that I think what you're basically implying is that any lighter skinned person that we see is because of a white mixture. Because me as a brown skinned person could have that same recessive gene. I could be brown and have white in my ancestry. So you can't say that. You see what I'm saying? That's why it's so confusing. You can't say that. So so to me, in the end, it's still being racist, right? It's still being discriminatory. And it's not right. Because I don't think anyone has ever denied, just due to our history, especially me. I'm one of the ones, people like Enos already know. Enos don't like when I even talk about it. You know what I mean? So it's just like we can't say that one way. We have to. I'm just saying that we should just be open to everything. To everything. No, I hear what you're saying, Mulatto. I'm reading what you're typing. I understand, but you ain't say that at first.
Some of these creams can be dangerous, containing harsh and cancer-causing ingredients. Although some elements of colorism still linger today.
So reparations for repatriation, what I'm saying is that me as a brown-skinned woman can definitely have ancestors who are white, but I am brown, right? That doesn't mean, so that makes me less of a mulatto because I'm brown? Or is it because they are light that they are being considered these quote mulattoes, right? And what I meant by generationally is that, through time. Oh, you can't see these people comments? Oh, peace and love. Sovereign indigenous. You can't see you can't see multi-generation mulatto comments. There you go. Y'all can't see it. Did he block y'all? He ain't blocked. So, I mean, unless y'all blocked, unless he blocked. Hey, mulatto, who you got blocked? So anyway, y'all, that's why I was saying, like, you just can't, you can't say that. Somebody might have got him. Oh, there you go. He right there. I don't know how y'all can't see him, because I ain't got him blocked, as y'all can see. Yeah, no one can see your comments, multi-generational. Just just for the FYI, I can see him, but they can't. So anyway, y'all, but that's why I'm saying what I'm saying, right? Like, so we can't say certain things because it's like it's once again putting people in a box, and it's an unfair box. You know what I'm saying? We can't continue to carry that on. That's why I said what I said, because me being as brown as I am, that don't mean like I don't have an ancestor who married somebody that was white at some point, but I'm brown. That doesn't matter. It's just another way to divide and fucking conquer. That's it, and that's all. Peace and love. What's up, Frank Nitty, Big Dog? I hope y'all understand what I'm trying to say. I hope I'm not confusing y'all. Like, for the Blue Vein Society to act that way is crazy work. Like, y'all saying because somebody is dark skinned that there's no way that they have other racial mixtures. That's insane. Have y'all ever seen hey Ryan, what's that movie that you love so much, Ryan? About the girl with the dress and she wears the glasses, Ryan? What's that movie called? And they have the powers. But the girl, she didn't get the powers. Y'all know what I'm talking about? You don't remember, Ryan? What's that movie? But anyway, that movie, y'all know what I'm talking about. She wear the glasses. And God, what is the name of that movie? But anyway, it's a cartoon, Ryan. Yeah, Encanto. Thank you, Amerigal. Encanto. So let's talk about Encanto for example. They had so many. Oh my God. You do talk about Bruno, Ryan. She talk about, I don't watch it that much. I'm like, girl, you do talk about Bruno. Don't play that. Oh, okay. So you don't talk about Bruno. No, you never gonna talk about it? Okay. So anyway, y'all. Encanto, for example, y'all seen that family. From the darkest of dark to the lightest of light. We have to stop. We have to stop. We have to know that these things exist. And it's not always, because in some cases it is, but in most cases it's not. But like I said, in a lot of cases it also is, because I can't discount it now, knowing how predominant white slavery was in America. So we have to stop. You know what I mean? Like, just because somebody, it doesn't. Yeah, exactly. My baby has 2 brown parents, and it's like, yep, exactly. 2 dark skinned people could have a very light skinned baby with blonde hair and all kinds of stuff. So yeah, we have to stop. We can produce any color, anything like that. So I just think to base it solely on just your light, and so that's the only way that we know that there's some mixture there. And they could be light with absolutely no mixture. So it just has to stop. It has to stop. All right. So I just wanted to respond to that, because people, I get why a person of a lighter tone would think the way that they think in regard to that. Hi, daughter of the sea. Bluck, 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 bluck. Hey, Dots. Jeremy Royster. Hey, y'all. Jeremiah. Motherfucking fist, Jeremiah. Beating them up. So anyway, yeah, y'all, that's why I said we gotta stop, because we don't, it's a complicated business. It's colorism, but we can see the impact even in the chat, y'all. So when we're talking about the impact, like reparations, us asked, that's a very good example of it, because we have this idea and this notion of lookership. Like, we could look at someone and tell someone who the fuck they is. And sometimes, in most cases, with the jacked up history, they don't even know. I love Moana too. Moana 2 just came out too, y'all. I gotta take my daughter to see it. But I like that movie, Moana. But I think Encanto was one of my favorite ones, because I love that Disney, whoever these people that did Encanto, I like that they showed that they were all family, but they had dark chocolate and they had light mocha and light in coffee, baby, like cream coffee. They had everything. They had all complexions. And that's what I love, because that's what's real. That's what's real. And I think that we don't think that that's a possible thing, but it is. I just showed y'all what happened with the girl and her DNA test. And her DNA connected her back to all her black family members, because her grandmother had 15 siblings they all was black. The grandmother was just light skinned and went on ahead and passed. And a lot of people did that at that time too, y'all. African slave ancestry. Yeah, you got to be more open-minded, because you're connecting Africanness to darkness, and you can't do that. That's racist, because there's also a lot of white people, lighter skinned people in the continent of Africa as well. So to say that only being dark is equated to being African is kind of hypocrisy, because it's many complexions and it's many tones, and we can't discount that. We have to stop that. So I understand that you believe in DNA and all that. That's cool. And yeah, and like I said, even with your writing, it's an example of the impact. Y'all just look at the chat, and it's not to put any of y'all on blast. It's just to know that something deep has happened to us, and we all have our interpretation of it. And I respect all interpretations of it. You see what I'm saying? Like, I try to be open to that, because we all have our different opinions and perspectives. And we also have our life stories and life journeys that also shapes and encapsulate what we think. So we have to, I try to keep that in mind when I talk to people, because, we have to understand that we all want people, but we're all different. And we all have different backgrounds. We all have different, of things that make us us and that make us who we are. What the hell? Hey, Ryan, don't be buying nothing on that computer. Yes, you did. What you just buy?
I got off of the thing that I clicked on. I did.
Go ahead, Ryan, because you clearly just bought something, but I'm going to keep it cute. I'm going to take my card off of there because I'm tired of this mess. Whatever. Anyway, y'all, I'm sorry, because everything ain't pop up on the phone. I'm like, what's she done bought now? Keep spending mommy coins. You got something. They said you just bought 100,000 Roblox. Go ahead, shut your door. You all right? You bought something, because Microsoft Online just came up here, Ryan. Oh, you know it did. I don't want to hear no oh. Okay, I'm gonna leave you alone. If we're good, because the followers don't need to know what time it is over here, because I'm trying to keep it cute. Shh. I know. We'll save it for later. And I'm gonna show you. So anyway, y'all, I love my baby. You know what I mean? Like, that's my girl. She's a good girl too. But they love their little games, and they love to boost their little stuff. Anyway, so back to what I was saying. That's why I'm saying we can't say certain things, and we got to be careful with what we say, because we just don't know what our backgrounds truly are encapsulated of. And when you really look into your background, you be like, God damn. And we know that a lot went on this land with the original stock. The original stock is who? The Negroes. The real Indians, not these fake Mongoloids. That's not who they are. And this is why we have these issues now. And then they'll make up preposterous stories around the slave trade and saying, oh, yeah, there's lighter skinned people because people were getting raped by the slave master da 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 da. You know, that stuff got to stop.
Most African Americans, especially African American women, embrace their skin tones, whatever they may be, realizing that all Black is beautiful.
Until next time, please like.
Good. All right, so boom. And I do think I have one more piece, because I found so much stuff on this. So, because people really looked into this subject matter, because I do think it's important that we talk about it, because it does have us with a distorted view. We have a distorted view, family. Come on, that was horrible, okay? All right. Okay, so boom.
Center, offering short-term.
Today's time, the hue of one's skin is still making a difference. Beyonce's skin lightened in ads for makeup marketed primarily to white women. O.J. Simpson's skin darkened on the cover of Time magazine to make him look more sinister. But here's the rub. Not only is there skin tone discrimination from outside the African American community, but inside as well. It's called intraracial discrimination. And here to talk about it are Regina Malveaux, Executive Director of the YWCA Southampton Rhodes, Eleanor Earle, Assistant Professor and Cinema Studies Coordinator at Hampton University, Cassandra Newby-Alexander, History Professor at Norfolk State University, and Will Leviste, journalist, author, and roundtable pundit for Another View. Welcome to the program, everyone. Now, I have to tell you, this topic, when I talked to friends and told them that we were going to do this, one of the overwhelming reactions I got was, we're airing our dirty laundry. Why are you doing this? Are we airing our dirty laundry, Will?
Actually, no. Because one of the things that I think is important to understand is that all of the different groups have these kinds of issues. For example, you got Asian Indian community, skin whitening creams, very popular. You look at the Asian community where you have an Asian eyelid surgery that is done. You look at the fact that tanning salons, multi-billion-dollar industry. Why? Because people don't want to look pale. So it's an issue that exists across all the communities, but in our community, Black community, because of the unique slave experience and things that have happened, there are some deep psychological
brainwashing people. Keep it in mind when y'all listen to these folks, because no matter what, when we're talking, that's why I wanted to show y'all different videos around colorism, because the thing that always connects it is this notion that it goes back to slavery. That's just it. And that's the impact. It's going back to slavery. We know that slavery did not just start in with us as these, quote, Negroes, coloreds, Blacks, African Americans in this country. We know that there is a whole nother side to slavery that's being covered up with these notions of indentured servants or whatever they want to say. Okay? And this has created this entire idea around how we look at ourselves and how we look at our complexions and how we judge one another according to those things. All around this stupid ass shit.
things that are going on as well. So is it airing dirty laundry first? A lot of other communities deal with it, but if we want to really address the problem and move on, you have to be able to deal with it.
But Regina, people have said to me, nobody's dealing with that anymore. What are you talking about? There is no issue between dark-skinned people and light-skinned people.
I think you responded to a Facebook post I did one day where I very personally was responding to a comment. And as you know, I work with the YWCA Southampton Roads, where our mission is eliminating racism and empowering women. So we continue dialogue around race quite often. And I can tell you that it's a very real issue. And, you know, my friends who range the spectrum of hues within the African American community, all of us have, as you mentioned, sort of deep psychological there is a deep psychological aspect of how we interact with one another, and how we need to learn to interact differently and more lovingly with one another.
Cassandra, let's talk about some of the history first. How did we get here in terms of this? Look at the rainbow we have here on the set. How did we get here?
And actually looking at the rainbow tells you exactly how we got here. The transatlantic slave trade, really, the contact, the trade contact between Africa and between Europe. This started a lot of intermixtures because the societies had, as they migrated.
Do you hear what she's saying? Bullshit. Do y'all hear this? The transatlantic slave trade. Which one is it? Get on my nerves, bro. But this is the brainwashing that it took so long for all of us in the chat, everybody that's listening, to come out of, right? We worked so hard on our membrane to understand that this is not the facts. But like when they listed their schools, and so I wanted y'all to hear what schools they went to or teach at: Norfolk State University, Hampton University, and a couple other universities I had heard, and one of them being a representative of the actual television show that's being shown here. But that's what they do. They predicate it all back to that shit. And it does, and it is psychological warfare, man. Crazy work.
Out, they isolated themselves except for groups of people who were their neighbors. One way you always control people, and we know that in the Middle East, this issue of color goes back to the ancient period. People who read even in the Bible, Songs of Solomon, there's a comment about, and it's a negative comment about a dark color, that you're still beautiful even though you're very dark. We know that there's been a lot of color consciousness for a very long time in human societies, among some human societies, I should preface that. And we know that they've used these kinds of things, hair color, skin color, the shape of the nose or the lips, as a way of defining either superiority or inferiority. And they're usually random. It's usually based on whoever has the power to then make this designation. So historically, that's been the case. And then through the transatlantic slave trade, there was the justification that was given. And more so in America than in any other country, primarily because America like to say that it was standing for freedom. It was standing for opportunity. Long before Ellis Island was created and the Statue of Liberty was placed there, long before then, there were these ideas, and these ideas, of course, accompanied racial ideas. We know during the Enlightenment period of the 17th and 18th centuries that these concepts of, you know, what constitutes a human being that's superior versus a human being that's not,
and it also
those
had
characteristics.
To do, too, it also got down to a point where the community in power also established who was, what beauty was. And
Absolutely.
Eleanor, I know we've seen that a lot, particularly in films.
Most definitely. The images that are portrayed in film and also in television reinforce the stereotypes that are associated with skin tone and skin color that have come through the centuries that are being mentioned here today. And one of the things that I'm very interested in, and some of the people with whom I work, like Monty Ross, who formerly of 40 Acres and a Mule Filmworks, is how we as African Americans can work more behind the scenes and be the persons to help greenlight.
And then y'all, the first thing y'all gonna say about her is what? Yeah, she look African too, because she dark. But that's what they're going to always start with, that transatlantic slave trade. It's going to always, and this is what I mean. They're going to they've predicated our history upon false history. And this is what has to be washed over. And this is what has to be corrected. Okay? Because this has defined an entire existence, an entire being, an entire people. And we can continue to allow it. So y'all know what I'm saying. And this is why I brought out that white slavery again, because I just wanted people to understand what has happened. And that's why me and Supreme Chief Holiday was also saying the same thing, that they rewrite history. They go back and they write history. They go back and, so that they can make themselves look good in history and make it look like we were some type of inferior, just beings that were allowing these things to happen.
Projects that will provide more balance, if you will, of the images and all that we see. For instance, the film School Days dealt with the issue of what we did with colorism and racial prejudice or color prejudice within our own community, with some very pivotal scenes.
As a matter of fact, I think we have a scene from School Days that we can show right now.
Crazy sounds in here.
So that was the whole thing about where they were looking at the dark-skinned girls versus light-skinned girls. I guess the question is, you get it from the outside. We talked about some examples in the open where, changing Beyonce's skin tone. There are all kinds of examples of it from the outside community. But within our own community, you were sharing some experiences I don't know that you've had as a dark-skinned woman.
Yes.
You did a play.
I did, actually. In 1999, I performed a play at the Edinburgh Fringe Festival in Scotland. The title is Who Told You Black Was Beautiful? And the reason that I wrote this play is because growing up here in Virginia, a lot of emphasis was placed upon my darker hue within my family circle, not my immediate nuclear family, but say within aunts and uncles and things like that. And there was a difference, most definitely, in how I was treated at times based upon skin color. Things were actually said to me, and even in school, with other kids and all. And so throughout life, there was definitely growing up, I had some issues with being able to accept and love my skin tone. However, the good news is that I had very loving parents who constantly told me how beautiful I was and all. And I went on to college at UVA, and that was actually where, oddly enough, a place where you wouldn't think perhaps that I would have become really empowered about being dark-skinned and beautiful. But I did. I met people there who looked like me, actually, and who had made it to this great institution of higher learning. I'm like, well, you're smart and you're beautiful. And I started watching how positive they were about their looks and appearance. And I started experimenting with colors and all. That was another thing. I've been told you can only wear navy blue, brown, or tan. Don't ever wear vibrant colors. And I started experimenting there and ended up enjoying it. So,
I want to play a clip very quickly, and I want to come back to this discussion. But there's a documentary that's coming out called Dark Girls, and I'd like to show you a short clip from that, and we'll talk about it on the other side.
Show me the smart child. And why is she the smart child?
Because she is white.
Okay. Show me the dumb child. And why is she the dumb child?
Because she plays.
Well, show me the ugly child. And why is she the ugly child?
Because she plays.
Show me the good-looking child. And why is she the good-looking child?
Because she likes skating.
My mother and her friend, and she's bragging on me. She said, my daughter is beautiful. She's got great eyelashes. She's got the cheekbones. She's got great lips. And then she's going on and she adds, could you imagine if she had any lightness in her skin at all? She'd be gorgeous. And just that last little part, just all that pride that I had about her, you know, having her brag on me, just dissipated. Just dissipated. And I think that that moment is when I really became aware.
A friend of mine had recently had a baby. And so, you know, it was my first time seeing a baby, and the baby was beautiful. And she said, "Girl, I'm so glad she didn't come out dark." And when she said it, it felt like a dagger, like someone took a dagger and stuck it in my heart, because I was used to expecting hearing things like that from other races. But this was someone that I considered to be my sister.
There are places I've gone that there are just a lot of whites, and they would tell me, "You have such beautiful skin. Is that your hair? Did you dye? Is that your natural color?" And you know, it's really questionable to me. Why is it that they think that I'm so beautiful and my own people don't see any beauty in me at all?
This game, you're not ready for it.
I tell you, the first time I saw the clip from that, it just took my breath away. You know, I mean, let me ask the two of you first. I mean, can you relate to what they're talking about?
Well,
yeah, I believe
you know,
it.
as a black male,
Yeah.
and you know, black of the berry, sweet of the juice, you know, just to lighten up the mood a little bit.
Let
So,
them ladies in there smile.
I actually can remember my sister. I have 3 sisters, one that I was raised with, going through a lot of that in the 70s, of being told that
You got an
she's not
interesting
pretty
last
and
name,
so
LaVeist.
forth, and those kinds of things. I remember that vividly. And having a daughter who is a lighter complexion, because my wife is she's actually a little lighter than my wife. I told my daughter a lot that you are pretty on the inside. You're pretty on the inside. And when these issues of black and white and light skin would come up, I would always emphasize to her that it's about who you are on the outside. And just recently, she went to the prom. I mean, on the inside, yeah. And just recently, she went to a prom with a young man, fine young man, very dark skinned. And he often gets teased about being dark and so forth. And she said to me, you know, it's just really a shame that people do that, and we're still doing that, because I believe people with dark skin, you know, are beautiful.
Yes.
And that really made me feel proud, because when I would tell her that, I was thinking about my sister and what she had gone through and how she had to overcome and get to a point of loving herself. And so it's heartbreaking to see that this is still going on in this day and time, after, you know, we went through a whole period in the 70s where black is beautiful, and it's as if that whole context, that whole time is just doesn't even exist for the younger
Let me ask you
generation.
this, because being a light-skinned person, I mean, can you relate to what they were talking about?
I can, but in a much different way, because I spent my formative years in Wyoming, where there are very few black people. I was prominent as a black person with a little afro. And so I very much experienced nigger this, nigger that, and very intense racial bigotry. So I absolutely relate and didn't feel light skin. I just felt black. And I remember being in my father's dark skin. And I remember being in probably...
See, and there we go. You know what I'm saying? And people who may be looked at as light skinned, they just feel like they are just black. They just see, that's why it gotta stop. It gotta stop. Stop using looker shit and determining people's race, identity, or ethnicity. Just stop it.
The 2nd or 3rd grade and being angry with my dad for making me racial bigotry. So I absolutely relate and didn't feel light skin. I just felt black. And I remember being in my father's dark skin. And I remember being in probably the 2nd or 3rd grade and being angry with my dad for making me black. because it was my day-to-day experience in elementary school was so painful. But then I will tell you, I think that I chose historically Black institutions to study at, both in high school and in college, because I only felt connected to and fully accepted by the African American community. And I will tell you that one of the most heartbreaking things for me was to come to my community and then experience that from the flip side, where there would be some sisters who would not accept me as Black. And so one of the things I remember having a very vivid pivotal point at about 15 years old and deciding, it just is so unfortunate that we as a people share this history of oppression, yet we are intentionally choosing to discriminate within our race, and then just making sort of a decision that day that I'm okay with me, and I know who I am, and I'm going to embrace other people who embrace me.
Cassandra, how do you react to the thought that people say light-skinned people had received more privilege, got more of the breaks,
Heard it all my life. I've heard that all my life. Of course, I've also heard that because of my family, that, I get all these breaks because of that, not because of any hard work, not because of any talents or abilities that I've had. And I was brought up understanding that was jealousy, that was envy. It was everything other than something's the matter with me. And so my parents instilled in me that who I am, who someone is on the inside, is the most important thing. In my family, especially my mother's side, because people were light-skinned for generations. They were free Blacks in North Carolina as far back as I can go. And in North Carolina, they made people who owned property who were free Blacks, they made them marry other free Blacks or Indians who were off the reservation and classified as mulattoes.
Hold up, what the fuck she just say? And they were off the reservation and classified as mulattoes. How many of our people did that happen to?
Thing other than something's the matter with me. And so my parents instilled in me that who I am, who someone is on the inside, is the most important thing. In my family, especially my mother's side, because people were light-skinned for generations. They were free Blacks in North Carolina.
And I think people got this idea that being light-skinned and being Indian and all of this means something. No, being Indian means just being Indian. That's not a light or a dark thing.
As far back as I can go. And in North Carolina, they made people who owned property who were free Blacks, they made them marry other free Blacks or Indians
or
who
Indians
were off the reservation and class.
Other free Blacks or Indians. Very interesting choice of words here.
They were free Blacks in North Carolina as far back as I can go. And in North Carolina, they made people who owned property who were free Blacks, they made them marry other free Blacks or Indians who were off the reservation and classified as mulattoes.
Boom! Look. She just so eloquently dropped that gem in there about her family. I love how she dropped that in there because it's nothing but the truth. It is nothing but the truth. Let me just rewind it back one more time. Y'all heard exactly what she said. And we also know that mulatto was not the only classification that people were reclassified as. But we all know that that's a lot of us see that mulatto heavy in our lineage. A lot of us see it. And those were who? Let me just go back to her saying that one more time. This ain't no secret. We the only ones that ain't recognized it.
In North Carolina, as far back as I can go. And in North Carolina, they made people who owned property who were free Blacks, they made them marry other free Blacks or Indians who were off the reservation and classified as mulattoes. They made them marry within that group if they wanted to keep their property. And so growing up,
So how many times have we talked about this being about property and people being able to keep their land, and why people didn't go to the reservations, why we didn't, why we remained and are still here? Yeah, I'm not coming to play with these folks no more. That's why I said I was waiting for it, because I knew that the gym was coming. We just had to wait, because we need to really understand what's going on here. Let me just rewind it back one more time for the echo chamber, for people living in them echo chambers who act like they don't get what we're saying when we're talking about this reclassification issue.
They made people who own property who were free blacks, they made them marry other free blacks or Indians who were off the reservation and classified as mulattoes. They made them marry within that group if they wanted to keep their property. And so growing up on that side of the family, people were happy when you married someone who's darker skinned, because everyone would say, thank God you're bringing color back into the family. So it was
Thank God you married somebody dark skinned, because you finally bringing color back into the family. Very interesting. Man, y'all be surprised. This was into her point of view specifically. One more time, y'all. I'm sorry, because she dropped it on them.
when you married someone who's darker skinned, because everyone would say who own property who are free blacks. And so my parents instilled in me that who I am, who someone is on the inside, is the most important thing. In my family, especially my mother's side, because people were light skinned for generations. They were free blacks in North Carolina as far back as I can go. And in North Carolina, they made people who owned property who were free blacks, they made them marry other free blacks or Indians who were off the reservation and classified as mulattoes. They made them marry within that group if they wanted to keep their property.
So remember, y'all heard what she said, and we know that this was going on everywhere, respectively, and within our colonies, and before and after. Okay, this is how we lost a lot of our lands too. And this is also a part of how we were able to keep them, by not going on the reservation and staying right here. But things, you know, within our history that happened later on obviously caused us to lose everything, but that's a whole nother thing.
And so growing up on that side of the family, people were happy when you married someone who's darker skinned, because everyone would say, thank God you're bringing color back into the family. So it was a very different environment for me. And I really embraced my blackness. I embraced my African heritage.
All right, she lost me right there. She lost me right there. You lost me with the Africanness, sister. Okay. So boom, this is like the last little bit that I had. Oh God. Sounds like trouble. Hold up, y'all. Give me 1 second. Yeah, she lost me with that bullshit. I ain't even about to go on about all that. Y'all already know. I'm not even about to play with Shawty today.
Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. No, always keep it thousand. Slow mo. Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. No,
your point.
Yeah, so I really hope y'all was able to get the gist of what I was trying to convey today through my videos and through these videos. Shout out to all those content creators that put out that work, and I was excited to show it on my channel and just to highlight some of those things in regard to colorism and the brainwashing that it has done to all of us. And like I said, everything that's in connection with us as these quote African Americans, these quote blacks, these Negroes, these colors, is this story of slavery that we can't seem to disconnect from and get away from. And they will always connect anything that happens in our history back to this pivotal, what they would call a pivotal point in history, right? Or a pivotal point in our history, which is not even really true. So we just have to keep that in mind. I'm gonna go ahead and open up the panel at this time. If anybody would love to come through. Hey, Cosmic Cow. Shout out to my man's Cosmic Cow. Rodney Williams. Hey, Jaja. How you doing, Tay-Bay? Engine number 9. Peace to you, family. Jeremiah. So I'm going to just, open up the panel if anyone wants to come up and discuss anything that was, talked about. If not, shoot, we'll keep it moving. And either I'll stay with y'all or we'll get into something else. See, I'm not a marathon streamer, okay? Because I be having stuff to do. Yeah, see, everybody don't have it. And that's okay. And some do. And some do. It doesn't take away from your original stock. That's all y'all really need to understand, is that no matter what happened, like whoever mixed with that Indian, it doesn't make you less of an Indian. Whatever that white ancestor was that mixed in with that Indian, it doesn't change your original stock, family. I just want y'all to understand and know, because I think it's more prevalent in our history than what we would like to talk about. That's all. And I know people see it because I told y'all already that my 5th great grandmother is on the census, as she's married to my 5th great grandfather, who is in fact an Indian on record. Okay. And she is on the census as a quote white woman. But then 10 years later on the census, she's a mulatto. So I'm not sure what her true race is, because these are the types of things that was going on in Virginia. This is the type of racial reclassification BS that was happening in that state at that time, and in a lot of other places too. So I kind of want to go back to what that lady said one more time, though, about how they were reclassified, how people in her family were reclassified to mulattoes because they were living off the reservation. Just like if you were darker, you were called a Negro or colored. It's not really the reclassification. It affected you, bro. It didn't matter if you were dark or light. The point of them doing the reclassification was to take you away from being an Indian, being the true people, being who you truly are. Like, they act like it's impossible that it's dark-skinned Indians out there. That's crazy. It's a bunch of them walking around. They calling them African Americans.
And classified as mulattoes, they made them marrying. In my family, especially my mother's side, because people were light skinned for generations. They were free blacks in North Carolina as far back as I can go. And in North Carolina, they made people who owned property who were free blacks, they made them marry other free blacks or Indians who were off the reservation and classified as mulattoes. They made them marry within that group if they wanted to keep their property. And so growing up with...
If they wanted to keep their property. So, like this is just another step to encourage everybody to look into your families, you know what I'm saying, and see what was going on. And that's all you got to do. Like sometimes you're going to uncover some shit that you don't want to uncover, man, some hard truths, some stuff you may not want to accept, but it's the reality, man. So I'm gonna drop it one more time. You know what I'm saying? If I don't get nobody to join, I'm gonna go ahead and close out because I did want to do the reading, but I'm not gonna do it because I'm getting kind of tired. But hey, sister, peace and love, the copper goddess.
Blissfulness, how are you, Cherise?
I am wonderful. I am wonderful.
Give thanks for Knowledge Born, this great rising that we are experiencing together. And I learned a lot of things from the footage that you showed. And I'm glad that we're doing things to see different perspectives, because some of these older videos, like Enoch said, now that our lenses are unfogged, we can see the agenda. We can see the propaganda now. And it's just refreshing. And absolutely, it's just phenomenal to be an American Indian. That's all I can say. We the reason for the season. I don't care what nobody say. We are the subject at hand. And the more of us that wake up and realize it and do your genealogy and get that enlightenment from your ancestors, you will open up spirits you will open up spirits of your family members, and they'll whisper to you in the night your history. I'm telling you, y'all, it's a serious thing. And I just wanted to come up here and give you some cyber love, my dearest, and all my peoples. Hope everybody's having a good one.
Thank you, sis. Because it's important. You know what I'm saying? Like I really be wanting to get into the concepts of this, because I think a lot of us don't really understand how true genetics work, right? And how different things happen within our lines, within our history, that I would say is almost undergirded by a slave narrative, by the idea that we were these inferior people in history. So, it's just a good look. And I'm glad that you gave your beautiful words, and I always appreciate it. And I'm just glad you hit the panel. Okay.
That's my honor.
Rod Will, hello.
What's up? How y'all doing?
Doing
Peace
good.
peace to the channel. Peace to the chat.
Peace.
Do you have any commentary about the topic?
Yes, how they took our identity part of it and they used colorism, different institutions to do so. And the main one I'm looking at is like World War II. And when they took our trades over international into the Germans, and how Henry Ford financed Hitler, and all that goes along with that. And our identities and our industries were distributed through international commerce. Like the Germans got our cars, they sold it to the Japanese. This is how international trade work and how we connected to all that. I don't know if that was on topic, but I felt that was pretty much why they did the colorism, the color laws, Jim Crow laws, when they invaded our industries down in the South, and started Wall Street with Reconstruction and the antebellum, and how what's his name, Andrew Jackson, how the antebellum and Andrew Jackson kind of in the French kind of jumped that colorism stuff off.
Okay. So y'all can see the screen here. This little reading is it's the persistent problem of colorism, skin tone, status, and inequality. So I don't disagree with you that a lot of this does have something to do with status, and obviously skin tone played a major part as well. And just the separation of those things has played a role in our everyday societies. I mean, maybe not as much now as it was back then, but definitely I would still say in today's times, it's more of a, I don't want to say secretism type of thing, but it's more so just something that's not put on display, but we can see it clearly, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
My biggest deal is we're not commissioning our securities from this international commerce. We're not reaping the benefits of our ancestral land and the commodities and the intellectual properties. We allow an international companies distribute our securities from our trust funds that's tied to the land. And we don't understand it. And since we don't understand that, they taking advantage of us.
Totally. I mean, that's why they did it in the first place, right? To take over a land that doesn't belong to them, to take over and to do whatever it is that they wish to do on land that clearly belonged to our ancestors and our people. So, we just have to keep that in context too with a lot of things. A lot of this stuff, some of them, they had our people's help. They had our people's help with a lot of this. And some of it was outright stolen. Most of it.
So we talking about head rights and spouses. Like they can marry in and become the head of household and dictate the commerce once that point take place. And put us under guardianship and put us under wards and misappropriate our funds. Until we take a certain position, take authority, and the way we take authority is through a notary, put them on notice, to the notary public, and authorize certain documents, telling them who you really are, versus them guessing on who you are.
Yeah, I think people, we always, we talk about these things. I think that, the paperwork side of it got to be handled on another way, like in terms of getting people on board. Like it got to be like ways people got to see remedy from that. People got to see that type of thing actually works and that these things are actually plausible and doable. Like I need to see somebody who actually went down there and changed their identity and they didn't run into any hiccups along the way. Like people want to see reprieve from those types of things. Like, you know, you could tell us all day, but like, did you do it? You know what I'm saying?
What are you talking about changing identities? What are
Yes.
you referring?
Yes. When you say
That's what you think I'm talking about?
When you say it, well, to me, yes, because when you're saying you have to go and tell them who you are, that's an identity change process. Because what identity is most people in now? A Black identity or quote African American identity. So that does take paperwork. That is a process. Am I tripping?
Yeah, but you talking about a relationship with the government and your funds, right? So
What
you
I'm
don't
saying
want to be
is that it's
considered black.
either way. So if they are in control of the funds, aren't those the people that you would have to talk to?
Yeah, the IRS.
Mm-hmm. Whoever, you know, I'm just
Yeah,
saying, like,
but
I mean, we shouldn't have to go through these necessities, but we have to, is what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that there's nothing to be done without some type of due process in the matter. That's all I'm saying.
yeah, but you want to talk to your money, and it's a Social Security and IRS. So you want to at least tell them you're an Indian. If you don't know what type of Indian, you just say I'm Indian versus being black.
No, totally. I don't disagree with that. I think that because we are Indians and it's facts, we have community attachment. We are Indians. So that's that on that. We are a community and we are attached to it. Point blank, period.
Yeah, see, you're gonna see things different from being black and being an Indian. And if if you still applying as being black and you want the results of an Indian, I doubt if you're gonna be able to see that.
Okay.
I mean, just start there. That's what all I'm saying.
Okay.
But yeah, you can, that's it. I just wanted to base on what I'm really
I'm back, sis. My
referring
bad.
to.
I had a phone call. My bad. Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay, sister.
I'm sorry.
I know how it be. Shoot.
Yeah.
I be having
Hey, I was listening, trying to listen anyway. So I'm talking my ear off. But yeah. So where do we start? Like that, I think that's going back to what she was saying. Like she these people that say, we have to change our identity and get our paperwork together and things like that. Where do we start after we do that, or where do we start from there? When we get our identity paperwork that they've offered us, I got a couple of links and I didn't printed out the paperwork and sent it to designated places, right?
Mhm.
But we're still dealing with these same entities that are crooked. So I'm hoping that Chevron doctrine that is eliminating all these three-letter businesses that have been
Agencies.
taking over our records that are crooked. I'm hoping that has something to do with us progressing in our identity and land theft classes.
I believe we should start at ancestry.com, but I got all the information I need from there, and all they asking you to do is apply and claim it.
Yeah, we know. We a lot of us have done that. Like when I did my ancestry.com, and as I'm doing it, I'm printing out like land allotment records, birth certificates, marriage certificates, census. I'm doing all of that. And once you collect all those things and keep safe them, I agree that those are things that we're gonna need when it comes time to getting established as American Indians. You know what I'm saying?
So, but how do you certify those documents? Well, how you make those documents official before you can receive benefits from those documents?
Well, I did it the ghetto way because I used to write lyrics. Well, I still do, but I used to write them professionally. And back in the day, you know, if you gave somebody your works, you just mail it back to yourself, certify it at the post office, and certify it and send it back to yourself, and certify where you sent it to, and have the receipt. So I don't know. These are the things that I'm doing it the ways that I'm getting in my own. I don't know the legal way. I'm just going by what my own ways. So, you know, I'm not
So
one of those people that know that's what I think that's what Sharice was trying to get you. Like, there's designated people that already know these things that could just like do this for the people as a whole, right? Because we are a whole doing this. Peace to you, Cosmo.
I disagree. As a whole, as an individual, you got to do it for your family. But I would say
Yeah, I
get
agree
a
with I know that
SS.
part. I'm saying after we do it for our families, there's what's the next step?
Do Indian tribal government enterprise. Man, that's the third step. I ain't got to establish on how you do the first step is create you got to get a SS4 form and fill it out. And that's how you create your estate. Then you put everything in a trust, and that's it's an EIN, so that's business credit, and use your EIN to maintain that your family estate that's sitting in that trust that you created, so you can will it to your children.
All right, peace, Cosmon. Do you have a comment on what Mr. Rod is speaking on?
I didn't catch everything the brother was saying. I was stopping in because I wanted to tell you that this was a fire show and that the topic is hitting right on point. I think we do suffer from colorism as a people, and I think it holds us back in a way. Colorism allows you fitting into that box, allows them to take a part of you away just because of the skin color. Well, you can't be this if you're this skin color, and you gotta be this if you're that skin color. And it's through that misnomering that many American Indians, because they had lighter copper tone skin colors, were labeled mulattoes.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I think it's a issue that was put on us that we end up learning. Because in America, the nigga come in every color. Every color. You dig what I'm talking about? So we got to remember that there is no phenotype, hair type, modal skin type, height, or anything of epigenetic that the Negro of America doesn't come in. Right?
That's right.
So we gotta so even when you over here in America and they do see pale skin or lighter skinned people, or what they're calling paler or lighter, fairer skinned people, we got to take all that with a grain of salt, because just like they call us black, we are no more black than those Indians with paler skin would have been mulattoes or whites.
Mm-hmm.
They misnomered us as Indian too. So, I think it's through this racial construct of race, and in America, it's a little different because it's either you're white or you're not. Everything else is, in a sense, black. You dig what I'm talking about? Or colorless or pale. I think this is a dope thing, and I think this is something as a people, you got to do it individually. It start individually. You know what I mean? We got to work on this individually, and as a group. You dig what I'm talking about? Just being good to yourself and good to other people. It is its own reward and will pay off in a whole. Right? So that's just putting that stuff in practice into your own life and watching it play out as best as you can. Just keep living. I don't think there's any more press upon the people besides that, other than what the sister was saying. The shout out Copper Goddess. She was laying it out. Do your genealogy, correct your status, start an LLC, fix your credit. You dig what I'm talking about? If everybody is doing that, we're starting businesses. This is how we're able to create a base of funds and a communal understanding. Because if I can always go to my brother who got it, well, then I'm not going nowhere else. You know what I mean? And so once that left hand start washing the right hand, and you know what I mean. But I think it's gonna take a little while because we got to learn to love each other again. But before we learn to love each other again, we're gonna have to learn to trust each other. I'm telling y'all, the only way we're gonna be able to do that is to go into business. While we waste time. And then we got to go into business with each other. And then I suggest, even okay, we know we the Americans, okay, so whatever we end up calling ourselves, or in the end of the day, I'm with it, and I care less, right? But even before I would even say we would put any type of tribal government, because I'm saying the next great evolution is man has no government. We watching the old die out right now.
The old guard is falling. Yes, I agree.
He's dying out.
There's always gonna have to be a governmental structure somewhere, or it's gonna be
governmental. Can it be operational or a business? It doesn't have to necessarily be governmental. And thinking about this, and thinking about that, you're right. It can set up in a governmental structure, but it's no big U's and little me's. It can't be in this society, not in the new one. The guy who does eye surgery and brain surgery is just as important, or is no more important than the man who fixes your plumbing and your sewage. Right? Until we get that understood.
Community, we had all kind of people in our community. It got gentrified and segregated. We was next to everybody.
Yeah, but was and is two different things. You dig what I'm talking about? So I think it's time for us to, I would say, even before we put the structure of how the politicism of it will settle itself out through business organization. But before we even do that, because if we still gonna be dealing with America and we ain't going nowhere, right? A nation, in a sense, in a nation, I say the very first thing we put together is a political party and a lobbying system.
Good point.
Anything.
Bad point.
That's a great point, actually.
I agree with that, Cosmo.
There's already a governmental structure already in place. All we gotta do is utilize it.
When you got good people to work it, don't it, Rod Will?
Excuse me?
I said it worked when you got good people to work it, correct?
That's what I'm believing to be so.
That's right.
We ain't got the good people to even take any responsibility.
That's right.
And I will say this:
you can't even self-govern.
As far as the political party part, you're 100% correct, and I actually advocated for this on my page. But as far as the lobbyists, now I admit I know that some of you may have ideological disagreements with the ADOS and the Foundational Black Americans and CJAC, etc. But there are a number of lobbying groups and lobbyists that are affiliated with descendants of United States slaves initiatives So we definitely already have lobbyists, but you're right. If you're speaking about advocating specifically for the U.S. indigenous aboriginals, then really anyone listening, you could call your local congressional representatives on your own behalf. You could call your local senators. You could call your city council and lobby for initiatives that you want to see implemented and legislation that you want to see implemented in the U.S. or in your local municipalities. Really, I encourage you all to do so on your own behalf.
Yep.
I disagree.
I came up to all right, go ahead, King. I'm listening to your disagreement.
I'm in the understanding that all that our ancestors did is sitting in will and probate records. So regardless what we do, if we don't take the proper channels to secure it, it's all going to go to will and probate. So we're stuck at the point, well, how can we get what we already got that's sitting in will and probate versus trying to reestablish something that we already established like 150 years ago?
Well, brother, wouldn't it take lobbying to get the wills acknowledged? Or am I wrong on that?
You're wrong. You just got to learn how the certification of these documents work and learn how to certify, which is applying yourself and claiming.
With who, brother? Who would you go to first?
The IRS, with the IRS and the U.S. Treasury.
And that's my point, brother. That, exactly. He's saying that the IRS and the Treasury will have to acknowledge the wills, correct?
No, you'll have to get what you find off Ancestry.com certified, then put it in a trust fund, and the U.S. Treasury is responsible for that security.
I agree. That means that they will have to acknowledge it, though, brother.
Yeah, you got to go through the certification process. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so we're in agreement. But actually, what I came up to address, and it'll be brief.
But where would the lobbies come in on that process? Where would the lobby?
Well, lobbying is just going after people who agree with our ideology,
collecting like-minded people and getting on one accord.
You're right, and pushing them through because they're going to push our issue through. Right? We got.
So that would be more on the black status versus your Indian status, and once you go through the.
No, that's
not true. It wouldn't matter what we called ourselves. We would.
There's funds already allocated for Indians.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, irregardless to what we call ourselves, right? We would have a focus and would, for like, let's just say the NRA, right? They back people who back their ideology in their 10-point NRA manifesto. And they go out and they put money behind these people, and these people, this is how they fund their way into office. And once these people get into office, because of the declarations and things we've made between each other, because you just don't give a person money and hope he goes and does what he's supposed to do. No, you do deals and set up situations with different people, and then you rub and hobnob and get into higher places. You dig what I'm talking about? And you rub and grease elbows. This is how you get things.
What's a higher place than an Indian status?
White in America.
So if you don't have no white status records in your ancestry?
I do.
I would have gave you a different answer though. You said what's a higher status than Indian in the U.S.? Unfortunately, the protected status that illegal aliens are receiving right now. I would make that argument.
They say niggas is a protected class anyway under FEMA already. Never.
But I haven't seen that materialize though. I haven't seen African Americans or Aboriginal Americans being protected status. I haven't seen that materialized in real life. I'll give you an example. When you look at the sanctuary cities that illegal aliens receive de facto immunity, or in other words, they are not held legally liable for committing a federal violation. In these same exact cities, Aboriginal Americans or Black Americans, whatever term you prefer, we are being mass incarcerated in these same exact municipalities. So these sanctuary cities are really Jim Crow 2.0 cities. Literally, there's a set of laws that we are held legally liable if we violate, and these same set of laws do not apply to illegal aliens. So, and I think that was a deflection when you asked what's the
Is
highest
that
status
a
than Indians in the
status
U.S.
or
You got 35
is
days
that a
to implement
status
this law.
correction problem, or is that like once you're an Indian, you're out of certain jurisdictions? You're under like a federal protected
You just said it.
U.S.
No,
Marshal
no. If that's my
and
point.
go
If
up
you
into
are
the National Guard type shit
and
status.
you literally just said it, brother. These Native American tribal nations, these Native American citizens of these particular tribes, if
Keyword
they violate
native.
federal, hold on, brother. Let's have the dialogue. If they
Yeah, like
violate federal
keyword
law,
native.
if they violate federal law, they will be held legally liable. I was in the feds with members of the Cherokee tribe, members of the Chickasaw tribe, members of the Lumbee tribe. This is true. So I mean, brother, they are being held legally liable if they violate federal law, whereas illegal aliens are not.
Was
Seriously.
they living on a reservation?
And I'm glad you asked that. One in particular that I know of that I'm remembering right now. Not only did he live on the reservation up there in somewhere in upstate New York. Forgive me for not remembering the particular tribe, but as soon as he drove off the reservation, he was on the way to his mother's house to run an errand for some reason. I don't know what he was going over there for, but federal agents literally arrested him and put him in federal incarceration, brother.
What did he do?
Was he a $5 or was he the official whistle?
Well, number one, I don't know what he did, and if I did, I wouldn't say it on the internet. So I don't know what he allegedly did, but he was an enrolled tribal member of his particular tribe. He lived on the reservation.
All right.
All right. Well,
we're not the same people, bro. We're like in a different type of status if you correct yourself in the proper fashion. You know, it's all up to your expression and your paperwork.
Now, but this begs a question. This begs to ask a question.
Go ahead, bro.
Even with the federal status change, right? Status correction change. You're now an American Indian or an American national, whatever it is, right?
Yes, sir.
Would we still suffer from colorism being applied to us because they still look at us as blacks, niggas, coloreds, mulattoes, and whatnot? You dig what I'm talking about? And African Americans, because they would still be practicing lookership, irregardless to our status.
Yeah.
This is why this show was so dope.
Yeah, because you're an actor. You need to be penalized.
Actually, this is what I came up to address, and it'll be brief, really, because I don't want to be long-winded. But the colorism aspect that we see within our community, I have to be honest, this is one of the reasons that I advocate for mulattoes to identify as mulattoes, because we must allow, and when I say blacks, I really don't like that word, but when I say blacks, you all know what I mean. We have to allow blacks, monoracial Aboriginal Americans, we have to allow them to represent themselves, fight for themselves, and have self-determination. It damages the self-esteem of the young black youth when they are subjected to leaders that don't look like them, particularly mulatto leaders. And we tell these young black youth, yeah, these are your leaders. These are your role models. These are the people that are supposed to represent you. No, you can represent yourself as blacks And also, it causes confusion amongst the mulatto youth because when we tell the mulatto youth, you're black, and then the mulatto youth goes into public, into the real world, and they encounter actual black people, and the actual black people tell them, no, you're not one of us, you're not me, you don't even look like me. That causes an identity crisis in the mulatto youth. So we have to allow mulattoes to represent mulattoes and blacks to represent blacks,
The
and we must
mulattoes is not
coalesce.
representing us properly because
Hold
the
on, brother. Let me land my plane.
black
Let me land my
are
plane.
being
Well, I'll
penalized
give you an example. Well, brother, let me land my
unjustly.
plane, and I'll
Unjustly.
pass the mic to you. Let me
Bro,
land my
you
plane,
long
and I'll pass the
on
mic to
that
you.
mulatto shit.
All right, well, go ahead, make your point, King. I'm listening.
The reason we're in a predicament now because the mulattoes sided with white and put the black people in a predicament is very uncomfortable. And you want us to cater to the mulatto version of, and y'all having us suffer. Y'all supposed to be the mediators for us, but y'all
No, we're not. We're not supposed to be the
treasonous.
mediators for yourself. You're supposed to mediate for yourself, brother. You don't. Mulattoes don't owe you nothing. We're not supposed to represent y'all and mediate for y'all.
Right.
You're supposed to
That's what you
mediate for yourselves.
right.
So
Exactly. So I'm saying the opposite. Well, let me articulate the point. It'll be brief. It'll be one sentence. That's actually the point I was just making. It is not the responsibility of mulattoes to represent blacks. Blacks must represent themselves. We as mulattoes must get out the way and represent mulattoes.
That's just awful.
Yeah.
That didn't make no sense.
And
That's
to
yeah,
the brother,
That's the problem right there.
Hey, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go
Let
ahead.
me ask you a question.
Because I was about to get in there. Go ahead, Cosmo.
No, go ahead, Sharice. Go ahead, Sharice.
Let me just say this multi-generational because I know you heard the statement that I made earlier because what you said in the chat, and like I may be a little bit wrong with what I'm about to repeat, but correct me if I am. I saw that you wrote something to the even just to with the effect of what you're saying now is that quote mulattoes should be with quote mulattoes. I think that just opens more room for divide in even more ways than one, right? Because I told you, like me as a brown skinned person, I have ancestors in my line that are considered quote mulattoes through a reclassification process. So now it's me as a brown skinned person, am I a mulatto too? Do I need to separate and call myself a mulatto and separate from what we would call quote blacks when I look the way I do?
Well, let me just say this, and I said this in the chat. They are definitely dark-skinned mulattoes. And the point I was trying to make before the brother cut me off is that
But see,
blacks and my bad. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying because you're acknowledging that there is quote dark-skinned mulattoes, if you will, we know that history doesn't look at it like that. They're going to look at a dark-skinned person as a Negro or colored, and then they're going to call a lighter-skinned person a mulatto. So we know this, right? So it's like we don't know who got English.
Who you are.
Who got what or where it comes from at what point in your ancestry or in your genealogy or in your line that it comes in. Now we do have some of our mixed brothers and sisters who got a white mother and a black father, a parent, but we're talking about people who may have that ancestor way back in their line. I don't think that takes away from being an Indian or being the original people. That doesn't take it away. So that's I'm having a problem with
the
your
point I was
wording.
about to make.
Okay.
That's the point. That's the point I was about to make. We cannot, as mulattoes, continue to identify ourselves by how other people view us. We know what we are. Just like you just said it. The world might see you as black, but you know your family lineage. You know your mixture. And the point I was about to make before the brother cut me off is that blacks and mulattoes must unify and coalesce on issues that we have a common agenda, such as reclaiming our ancestral lands, such as stopping the gentrification of our communities, such as stopping the gun violence in our communities that plagues us both. And another one, stopping the abortion that is literally a genocidal weapon against both blacks and mulattoes. So it's a lot that we have to unify on, but we don't have to pretend to be each other though. That's the point I'm making. I don't have to pretend to be black to unify with black people.
But
And that's
you
all
not.
I'm saying.
It's not pretending when that's who you are. You see, it's like I think that. Are you,
wait a
are you
minute.
a
Wait a
light-skinned
minute.
person, mulatto? I'm sorry. Are you lighter skinned?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead, Cosman.
I see that's the problem right there. We don't know which mulatto he is. He talking about our land. You may not have no land here.
But
You
I
dig
do
what I'm
though,
talking
brother.
about? Because first of all mulattoes are not the same.
I didn't say we were.
Right? So the only ones that we would be more engaged with dealing with would be the Aboriginal to whatever cross with that.
I
You
agree.
dig what I'm talking about? And
I
then
agree.
we would still engage him as an Aboriginal, right? Other than that, if not, right, you can't get no land over here.
Well, actually,
That's just
respectfully, the
simple and
Lumbee
plain
tribe. I give
because
you an example. Let me give you an example. The Lumbee tribe, they are mulattoes and they got land here in North Carolina. So, with all due respect to you, you cannot determine whether or not mulattoes have indigenous land rights in the U.S.
yes, you
Really, we're
can.
fighting for
You
our land
can
and
because
we're
it's by
successfully getting it.
genealogy. That's what proves if you
Exactly.
get land
Exactly. You
here.
just said it. You just
Right,
said it.
right. So
It's determined by genealogy. So they are mulattoes that have Aboriginal American ancestry, and we're fighting for our
and
land
mulattoes who
within the
don't.
U.S.
It's
Yeah,
mulattoes who
that's
don't.
my point. I agree with you.
Right. So that's an issue. First of all, y'all gonna have to get together as mulattoes
We
and
already
deal
got
with
it together,
which
brother.
kind of mulatto y'all are. You dig what
Yes,
I'm talking about?
we know that, brother.
So let me ask you a question. Since we now know that all mulattoes are not the same, what's the difference?
Exactly. Just like all blacks are not the same, there are mulattoes that have Aboriginal American ancestry, and there are mulattoes that don't. For instance, there are mulattoes such as Doja Cat. She is, I think, her father is South African and her mother's Caucasian. She doesn't have any Aboriginal American ancestry.
Yeah,
Then you
but
got pardon me, brother. Then you got mulattoes like Chris Brown, who does have Aboriginal American ancestry. You see the difference?
yes, that's what I'm
Exactly.
saying. There's clearly a difference.
And there's
So
people with that
Exactly.
difference who live on this land. So
right.
that would have to be
Exactly.
differentiated.
Yeah, that would
I think
have to
that's
be
what
Of
Cosmo
differentiated.
is
course.
saying.
And you can't be part of a native tribe. You dig what I'm talking about? And thinking you're gonna get Aboriginal land.
Exactly. Just like all blacks are not the same. Just like all blacks are not Aboriginal American.
Yeah, I mean,
Correct?
you know me.
But that's what we've been trying to separate.
That's what we've been
the
trying to
entire
tell y'all.
time. This is what we've been
Exactly.
trying to tell people. Like, look, yes,
Yeah.
we are Negro, we're black, whatever the fake ass misnomers are, mulatto, all of that shit is misnomer. We come from the soil. This is our land.
Yeah.
Bottom
And we
Well,
ain't
can I
line.
ask you a
fixing
question?
nothing.
What with all due respect, as far as terminology wise,
Mhm.
all right, we have Aboriginal Americans. What term would you all feel comfortable using referring to Aboriginal Americans that have admixture, particularly Caucasian ancestry?
No, they can still be Aboriginal.
Yeah,
This
I
is
don't
this
think
I'm
we
asking a
Indian.
simple question. I'm
separate
asking
that.
a
In
simple question.
legal terms,
We
they
know that they
Indian.
have Aboriginal American ancestry. We know that part. That's a given. I'm asking, what term should we use, or what term do you all feel comfortable using to describe or denote an Aboriginal American that has Caucasian ancestry or any other admixture?
how would you know?
Exactly.
Unless
Well,
you
we
do
know.
I'm
Their
genealogy.
telling
I'm
you,
trying to answer your
migrational
question.
patterns.
you gotta look
Their
at
Okay.
it.
migrational
Exactly.
pattern.
Yeah,
And
exactly. Let me
none of
answer that
that
question. He
matters.
said,
None of
hold
that
on. Can
matters.
None of
someone
that
The
answer the
matters.
question and say,
genealogy matters. He's
The
still an
mother.
Indian.
hold on, you just said it. Do the genealogy. When we trace our genealogy, we see that we have Aboriginal American ancestry and Caucasian ancestry. So I'll
Right.
ask
He's
one
still
more
an
time.
Indian.
We know that we have Aboriginal American ancestry. I'm asking the question because there's a biological difference between a monoracial Aboriginal American and a mixed race person of Aboriginal American descent. So I'm asking a simple question. What is a term that you all would feel comfortable using to refer to an Aboriginal person, pardon me, a person of Aboriginal American descent that has Caucasian ancestry?
Well, if they want to
Can I answer that?
delineate, hold on. If they want to delineate, that's on them.
Checkmate.
just a
And that's the
personal
point.
opinion.
And
Hold
that's the
on,
point
wait,
right there.
bro.
That's why I'm a mulatto,
You
brother.
Can I
asked me.
answer that for
Hold
you,
on.
brother, before you
asked
start
me.
checking me?
I mean,
You
that's
asked
all
me
right.
a
Well, let
question.
the brother
I'm
answer
answering
the
the
question.
question.
Pass
I'm
the mic
asking
to
the
the brother
question.
so he can
He's
answer.
saying, what term would we be comfortable giving? I gave
Yes.
him the term. The
All right,
term
pass
is
the mic to the
still.
other brother.
Hold on, wait a minute.
Hold on,
All right.
Just because you.
Go ahead, Cosman. I'm sorry. I'm telling him to hold on. Go ahead, Cosman.
Yeah, just because you admix doesn't make you not who you are. See, it's nurture over nature. Right? It wouldn't
With all
matter
due
if he was
respect,
a
brother, you're in
pale
denial.
skinned, blue-eyed, blonde-haired nigga that was raised up with the Indians. Guess what? He's still an Indian.
All right, can you pass the mic to the brother? With all due respect, I'm not even trying to cut you off, but I think the brother may have an answer to my question. So,
I
brother,
answered your question. You said
actually,
Hey,
what
bro,
you said was,
can I
hold
get
on,
my turn,
wait,
bro? He said he wasn't satisfied with the
hold
answer.
on,
that.
hold on.
We have enough of the terminology. That's the problem. But go ahead, Cosman.
Let me make it clear because I did answer your question. Now we're gonna go over your question. Your question to me, right, was what name are we comfortable giving to people who have admixture of European and Aboriginal? Correct? That's what you asked me, right?
yes, brother.
Right. The name we are comfortable calling them is Aboriginal.
So you're denying the mixed race reality?
No, it doesn't take away from the original
It
stuff.
doesn't take away from the
So how do we
originality.
What we're
distinguish?
explaining, so it
I'm
doesn't
asking a simple
matter.
question.
Like you can choose. Hold on for a second, because you can choose to say, "Hey, I'm going to be a mulatto." You asked him a specific question of what term we would consider them. They're not different from us because of an admixture. Do you understand that?
And guess what?
Well,
There are
respectfully,
brown
you have
Europeans.
admixture.
No, but do you
Can I answer
understand?
that question?
European doesn't denote
All right,
white
brother.
skin.
Can we have some order? Can we have some decorum, please, brother? Really, you talking over everyone. And I'm not trying.
So
I'm
what
not
I
trying to
was
be
saying
disrespectful or
was,
argumentative.
Go ahead, Raul.
All right, go ahead, brother.
Yeah, go ahead, Rob.
so what I was saying is, there's you, your two parents, your four grandparents, your 8 great grandparents, and 16 great great grandparents. And how that lines up determine what type of mulatto you really are. Octoroon, quadroon, nectroon, whatever that shit, how they do that shit. So it determines on how many different aboriginals you have in your stock.
And
You can
then
have,
what do we do with the people who were fully 100% unadmixed with any type of, and were 100% Aboriginal who were misnomered as mulatto?
you have a lot of more estates versus a person is admixture.
Yeah, they're going to have some issues with this mulatto stuff.
And the one thing,
real issues with that. I'm glad we ain't got to deal with that.
Exactly. This is our problem. And the smartest thing that you said, with all due respect to the brother Cosman, the best thing he said was that mulattoes have a right to self-identify however we wish. We cannot continue to allow non-mulattoes to define us. Just like blacks should not
Who
allow.
does that?
Who's a non-mulatto?
Yeah, we don't do that. We don't define
mulatto
you.
regulating machine.
Them African European mixtures are not mulatto.
Generational. I don't know if you see that or not.
That's wild.
But
Yo.
it's
No, just like what
reinforcing
y'all
this
cut me
idea.
off.
Hold on, baby.
Watch this.
Hold on, baby, for 2 seconds. Because what it's doing, I feel, and this is my opinion, like what you're saying, because I understand what you're saying, but I still feel like at the same time, it's reinforcing age-old ideas about skin tones, complexions, colorism in itself. And to me, what you're showing is the actual impact of it that I feel like I'm trying to get across to people right now, because even preaching the notion of separatism because someone may have a European ancestor in their line is really ridiculous. Because when we look at it, like I said, I understand the people who may have a white mother and a black father. I understand those types of issues. But like when we're talking about a group of people where we know that whether like I said, whether a lot of us Black Americans, so-called Black Americans, like to accept it or not, somewhere or some way, there is maybe one European ancestor that married an Indian in your family. That doesn't take away from your original stock of who you are, because we don't know what's going on as time goes on, as things go down the line. All the complexions change, all of that changes. And just because somebody has one European ancestor or two, that doesn't make you a completely different person. It doesn't make you, I mean, this is my opinion only, because I know that when we go down the lines, even in my family, there's many different colors of people. It's brown as me, darker than me, all of that shit. So it's not fair to say that, because like I said, we still come from that same line of family with that one European that married into my family.
And I don't think it's also fair that they're trying to get land over here, but they're not trying to go get no land from their European ancestors.
Actually, we are, brother. And that's what
you
should ask mulattoes about.
Yeah, but they trying to Elon Musk. Elon Musk is African American.
So do y'all believe
Elon Musk is an African American?
And he's completely white, right? So
yes,
yeah.
So which one is it? Does
multi-generation? I'm sorry, go ahead, Carl. Multi-generation, because I kind of cut multi-generation off, because
I
just wanted to get that out, because it's, to me, I'm not gonna say I respect what you're doing. I'm just gonna say I understand what you're doing. I'm not saying that I agree with it, because like I said, it just drives another wedge, and it just brings all of these things to light that we're talking about since the beginning of time, that this shit is going on.
And may I ask this question? It'll be brief. So are you all suggesting that we abide by the one drop rule that Caucasians forced on us? Because that's what you're saying.
They forced the name mulatto on you too.
It's a rule that we don't have to apply it either way.
Exactly.
That you look at it.
We don't have to apply the one drop rule.
You don't have to look at someone with 1% anything. We don't have to do any of that. We don't have to subscribe to any of that. I think the only thing that we're saying is that, listen, one European in your line 5 generations ago don't make you a European. Don't make you a mulatto.
But it makes you mixed, though.
It
undeniably.
It does. You know how small percent, how much of a small percent of DNA that actually is from you and a 5th generation ancestor? That's probably about 2%.
But can I say this? And it'll be so brief. Let's say you're lactose intolerant and your cup of coffee got 5% cream in it. Is it still black coffee?
Let's
be honest.
I hear
we
you.
had to be honest.
But it's not, you're making it seem
plus genetics don't work like that.
They do though, brother. That's why when we take the genealogy, them European ancestors, they never get erased. Well, brother, please allow me to complete a sentence.
So see,
and I realized that a lot of, well, brother, why are you so triggered by this discussion? Are you mixed race?
I was just
you
saying,
are, brother. I mean, you don't have to decorum to allow me to complete a sentence.
The same way that you don't have to choose, the same way that you don't have to choose the one drop rule.
Exactly.
Because white folks put that on you. It's the same way you don't have to choose mulatto because white folks put that
exactly.
on you.
Actually, the word mulatto, and anyone listening could look this up. You don't have to believe me. The word mulatto etymologically descends from the Arabic word muwalad, which was created by mulattoes. It means a mixed race person. So mulatto is a
source on that.
Well, if I jump down and come back up, can you post it on the screen?
Yeah, whenever you can. No, it's no rush.
Oh, I was about to say I could drop down right now, but the point is the term mulatto was created by mulattoes to describe mulattoes. That's why it's the most accurate term, in my humble opinion, to describe us.
Created by mulattoes. Who was the first mulatto?
Or Mexicans, really Mexicans.
I'm trying to answer the question, brother. I'm trying to answer the question. Just like we cannot say who, just like we cannot say who the first Aboriginal American was, we cannot say who the first mulatto was. I mean, that's a ridiculous question. But the term mulatto traces back to Spain when it was under the Arabic Moorish occupation. And if you don't believe me, anyone can just look it up.
To do with us.
Actually, it does. I have Spanish ancestry. Checkmate. It has something to do with me.
Mulatto
You're not listening.
Oh yeah, that got something to do with you. because you're a
God.
mulatto,
Yes,
right?
exactly. It has something to do with me.
Right.
Yes,
That
I'm
ain't
a
got nothing to
mulatto.
do with the Aboriginal
Exactly.
Americans.
You're not me. Checkmate. That's my point.
Yeah,
Mulattoes had
I
to
mean,
define
you're right.
ourselves,
You're right.
brother.
I'm an Aboriginal.
Exactly,
You're correct.
brother. And
Yeah,
We're
as
not
far as
sure
the
what
mule
you are.
comment,
Do you
please.
know? Do you know
All
what
right, go
you
ahead,
what
brother.
type of mulatto you are?
Yes, I was trying to break it down. It'll be brief. I have Spanish ancestry, Portuguese ancestry, Cherokee ancestry, Cameroonian ancestry, etc., brother. What's your point?
So you're not American at all.
Brother, I said Cherokee. You're not
Yeah,
listening.
Cherokees are not from America, brother.
All right, brother. Where Cherokee from? Please tell
They're
me.
from Siberia.
Ooh.
All right, bro. Well, I'm not American. I'm not American Aboriginal. Is your point?
Yes, not at
According
all.
to you, right?
I'm just saying you named your people.
Yes, some of them.
You said Spain,
Uh huh.
Nigeria, Cherokee, and something else.
And
None
I
of
said
those are
etc. I
Americans,
also said etc., brother. You have to get the earwax out your ear, King. And you're being
etc.
emotional.
What is etc.?
That means I didn't list all the things I'm mixed with,
But do
brother.
you know that some of that
I'm just saying
European blood
everybody you
could be
did
black
name is
blood
not from
too?
America, though.
All right, bro. I mean, and that's what I'm saying. When mulattoes stand in our truth as being mixed race, why does
Right.
it
So I'm
trigger a
just
black man?
I'm
Can
just
I ask
saying,
that
but
question? Why are you triggered, brother? You're
no,
not
I'm
one of
not. I'm
us.
just saying,
Why are
no,
you
no, I
triggered,
want to
brother? You
answer
want
your
me to
question
pretend to be
because
you?
who we
Is
would
that what it
be.
is? Go
No,
ahead.
what I'm saying is
Uh-huh.
we would be going to get reparations from, and we would be upset
Nigga,
with
y'all stole
not
our
the same people
player.
you
Y'all
would
did
be
that
going to get
Drake
reparations.
on us, nigga. Y'all turned the game light. We got to bring it back dark again.
And that's the point.
I think the
Watch
reason
this.
why they call themselves African is because the mulatto who is made from the African is the
I
pale
agree.
skin.
I mean, you could go to Africa today. There's a lot of people, billions that are not pale skin. Checkmate. So what's your point?
But there
When
are
you go to
Hit him with that
Cameroon, let
pretty
me just
boy
use my tribe
effect.
for instance.
There are millions that are.
Y'all hit him with that pretty boy effect.
Let
Took
me.
our women on the other side, nigga.
That's your jealousy talking. That's your jealousy talking. And that's the point. I know that blacks love mulattoes because y'all keep making more mulattoes every day. So I don't have no anti-black sentiment. I love y'all because
But
y'all
do
keep making more of me.
Oh Lord.
It's the truth.
You guys
God,
stop
man.
mulatto.
Colorism, man. Colorism
Yeah,
at its
you
worst.
right on time with the topic. Boy, I tell you. You right on time with the topic because
But see,
I just
that's the thing though.
man.
When he do his genealogy, it's not going to trace to America.
All right, brother. How you know that, brother? How you gonna
Because
tell me who
I'm
I
just
am,
going off
brother?
what
I
you
already
I'm
did
going
my
off what you told
genealogy.
me.
All
I
right,
ain't making
brother.
none of this up. Everybody you named is not from the Americas.
All right, brother. According to you, the Cherokee are not from the Americas, bro. All right.
Facts. Those are absolute facts. They have a
But you from the America, though, right?
Q haplogroup,
Checkmate.
brother.
Hold on, but you're from the America,
You have
right?
they have a Q haplogroup. Checkmate.
But you're from the America, right? Checkmate.
Yes, I have an O haplogroup.
Me too. Checkmate. Hold on. Me too. Checkmate. My blood type is O positive.
No. Just
Checkmate.
because it's O doesn't mean it's O negative.
All right, brother.
The Cherokee don't have O negative blood. They have a Q
But I do, though.
haplogroup.
So what's your point?
They have a
Checkmate.
Q haplogroup.
All right, but I got O. So what's your point?
So
Checkmate.
what? But that
So
doesn't
I
make
got
you
Aboriginal
American.
American ancestry, bro.
Their
You died
Q
on your own source.
haplogroup goes
Checkmate.
back to Siberia, sir. The Altai
All right, but I got
Mountains.
O.
They're
So what's your
Mongolian.
point? But I got O. So what's your
Even
point?
their story tells you their story tells you that they come from the west. They migrated from Siberia. They come from
And
the
anyone
Tibet.
listening? No. Let me checkmate you right quick. Anyone
They're
listening?
Iroquois.
All right. Can I respond to that without being cut off, please? It'll be brief. Anyone listening? The Cherokees have a myth about and I won't even call it a myth. We have a historical account of when we first encountered the Siberians. This historical account is called the Moon-Eyed People. MOON.
No, it's not.
Eyed people, because their eyes are shaped like crescent moons. Anyone listening, just look up the Cherokee Moon-Eyed People account. You will see that when the Aboriginal Cherokees encountered the Mongoloids, yes, it's true that we race mixed with them, but Cherokees definitely have Aboriginal American ancestry. Checkmate.
Now let me debunk what he's talking about because he
All
just
right, go
told
ahead,
y'all
King.
a lie. Hold on. He told y'all that the Moon-eyed people, the Siun-Wundi, right, who are the Moon-eyed people, he told you that they were Mongoloids. No, they're called Moon. Oh, wait a minute, because I actually read the story, right? The Moon-eyed people are people who lived in the mounds under the ground. They couldn't see during the day well, so they came out at night. This is why they are called the Moon-eyed people. Also, because they had pale skin.
Checkmate. They were Siberians.
They weren't Siberians.
You're proving
there
my
are
point,
no
brother.
Siberians
Checkmate.
in North Carolina, sir.
Brother,
There
they
are no
migrated
Siberians
to North
in North
Carolina,
Carolina.
brother. They migrated to North Carolina,
No, they
brother.
didn't.
Checkmate.
Prove
brother,
it.
you just said it. They were pale skinned. The Aboriginal Americans
Yeah,
are
they
not
were
pale skinned.
pale-skinned Aboriginals.
Checkmate. You
They're
just said it.
called. They're called the Siun
Well, let's have the
Sumundi.
dialogue, brother. Let's have the dialogue.
They lived
Aboriginal.
underground.
Let's have the
They're not
dialogue, brother.
Mongoloids.
Can I respond to that, brother, without being cut off? The Aboriginal Americans are not a pale-skinned people. Checkmate. The Moon-eyed people are pale-skinned because they are Siberian migrants.
The Siberians aren't pale skins today.
Actually, many of them are. When you go to China, checkmate. Watch this. Watch this. When you go to
Siberians
China,
aren't white. Checkmate.
Let's have a dialogue. When you go to China, when you go to Korea, when you go to Russia,
that
that's
ain't
where
where
the
the Siberians
Mongoloids
are
are
from.
from.
Checkmate.
Let me say this. In real life, I've actually been to Mongolia. I studied abroad
And
in
they're
Mongolia.
not
Matter of fact,
white
let me
either.
shout the
Checkmate.
school out. Let me shout the school out because you're being emotional right now because I'm cooking you. Literally, I studied abroad at Inner Mongolia University, Harhot, Hohhot. When you go
And they're not
to
white.
Mongolia,
Checkmate.
when you go to Russia, when you go to China, many of these people are lighter than Europeans. Checkmate. They are Mongoloids.
But the Siberians aren't. Checkmate.
Actually, they are.
They aren't.
All right,
at all. Shout out to the Aleuts and the Inuits. They're browns, copper skin colored people too.
Yes, due to migration over centuries. Checkmate.
No, not due to migration. They're in the north,
cooking you up
brother.
right now, brother.
Listen,
really, I'm cooking you up. You had my. Let's have the dialogue.
Let's have the dialogue. With an Aleuit.
Let's have the dialogue.
Never turn into an American.
Let's have the dialogue. Bro. All right, go ahead, make your
point.
point.
Let's just have the dialogue, right? Because see, if a people from Siberia go and continually for thousands of years mix with a Siberian people in a closed off area, they never turn into anything else, nor do they lose their skin color like they haven't.
All right, now watch this.
Checkmate.
Are you denying, and this is how you're getting cooked right now, are you denying that there has not been migration to Siberia over the past thousands of years, brother?
Has there been
migrations
to Siberia?
I know I'm making you a shish kebab, brother. You're
to
a shish kebab
Siberia or from
Are you denying
Siberia?
that the modern I'm asking a simple question. The modern Siberian, are you denying that they are not the product of literally thousands of years of race mixing due to mass migration?
Yes, I'm
saying.
So
that's my point, brother.
Wait a minute. Let me body bag you. Let me body bag you.
The Siberians that the Aboriginal Cherokees.
Hold on, watch this. Watch this. He doesn't understand genetics.
Let me complete the sentence. I'm gonna pass the mic back to you, brother.
Let's have a talk.
I'm gonna pass the mic
back
to you. Let me complete
real quick. You ain't got to be triggered. All you got to do is have a conversation. Look,
I know. So stop cutting me off, brother.
This, right? The people who make up the Inuit stock today, right?
Y'all, I gotta step away for 2 seconds. Cosmo, I'm sorry, Cosmo. Can you hold me down? I gotta step away for 2 seconds.
Yeah, I got you.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, just to body bag your whole talking point. The modern Inuit stock comes from an older stock that is no longer viable or living in modern day Siberia.
Yes, but you're avoiding the question, brother.
Body bagged everything.
This is how you know you checkmated.
They never turned into white folks.
All right, go ahead.
Watch this. Let me body bag you again. Are Aleuts and Inuits white people?
All right, let me respond to that without being cut off. The Inuit of today, and this is the point that you're trying to avoid, but it's unavoidable because you know you're getting cooked right now. Look, let me answer the question. This is how you know you're getting cooked right now. The Inuit today, just like the Siberians of today, just like the Mongoloids of today, are the product of literally thousands of years of race mixing.
This is called
checkmate. That's checkmate right there, brother. There's no way around that. There's no way around that, brother.
Now,
so
I asked him, are the Aleuts and the
question.
Inuits white people? He filibustered and said, oh, they're part of race mixing. And who cares? I asked you, are they white? You And the talking about the answer is modern no. ones, correct? Body bag you, man. You Just talking get about the in the modern trunk. ones, correct? Just get Checkmate. in the trunk. You talking about the modern ones, right? Checkmate. They wouldn't they You would they talking about don't the modern hold ones, on. right? There is no difference There's no way between the you can modern and the avoid this, ancient. brother. You What's the cannot difference? avoid this. I'm asking, Prove are it. you referring to the modern Inuits? Are they white? All right, they are the product of literally thousands of years of race mixing with non-whites. Checkmate. So Are back they to the white? initial question. It's Back yes to or the no. initial question. Back Yes to or the no. initial question. And I answered Are your you going to question. duck Can you it? answer Are you mine? going to duck this question? I Yes or no? literally just answered your Are question. they white? It doesn't matter All if right, they're did admixed. you not hear the Are answer? they white?
You ain't hear the answer?
Are they? No, I didn't. What
All
are they
right,
white?
well, mute your goddamn mic so you can hear the answer, brother.
Are they white?
Answer is
I'm
this.
just
All
saying,
right, so
it's a
mute your
yes
mic.
or no
I'm about to answer
question,
the question.
and you keep beating around the bush.
I'm trying to answer
filibustering.
you. I answered it more than once.
You're
Checkmate.
gish galloping.
I answered the question more than once. Checkmate.
You're mealy mouthing.
You're gay.
Do you know
Let
what
me answer
mealy
the
mouth
question one more
means?
time, brother.
That means you're talking a lot,
I'm
but
gonna
you're
answer the
saying
question
nothing.
one more time, brother.
Are Aleuts white people?
All right, did you not hear the
Body
answer?
bag. That's a Hadouken.
Now you're getting
That's
cooked
a
right now,
Hadouken,
brother. That's
bro.
why you're still talking. The
That's a
answer
Hadouken.
is this: the modern Inuits today are the product of literally thousands of years of race mixing. So today,
And
no,
they are
they are not
not
white people.
white.
Checkmate. But the ones
Checkmate.
thousands of years
They are
ago
not
were
white.
white. Checkmate.
They're
Checkmate.
not. And nor
You
are
talking
they
about today,
labeled
right?
white. Nope.
All right,
Wrong.
so back to the focal point, and I answered your question. I bet you
The
won't answer mine.
whole point
I
was
bet you,
no. The whole point
oh
was
yeah,
you
yeah,
just
yeah,
got
yeah,
money
no,
back. You just
yeah. You
agreed
don't
with
like this headlock. You don't like this
agreed with me,
headlock.
bro.
You don't
Bro,
like this headlock.
it doesn't matter.
The
If
question
you
is
saying
this.
they're
The
admixed, you
question
just
is this,
agreed
brother.
with me.
I just answered your question. Can you answer mine?
So
I bet
you
you won't.
agreed with me,
I
right?
bet you're gonna run.
You
Checkmate.
agree with me?
I bet you're gonna run. The question is
Did
this.
you
I
just
answered your question.
you just agree with me,
I
man?
answered
Just
your question,
listen,
brother.
just
I
sit
bet you
down,
won't
don't
answer
touch the
mine.
radio no more.
I bet you won't answer mine. Are the Siberians not the product of thousands of years of race mixing? Yes or no?
No.
Checkmate. They actually are. And anyone listening, you can look it up and you see this is an old fool. So let's move forward. The Moonai people were the Siberian
Moonai people are not
migrants that
Siberian.
the Aboriginal American Cherokee encountered.
Hold on, watch
Checkmate.
this. Prove that the Moonai people are Siberian. I bet you can't.
Literally, they're migratory people.
Prove
you can
it.
literally look
Prove
it up,
it.
brother.
Prove it.
All right.
Prove
So
it.
you saying
Prove
come back
it.
with a source?
Prove it.
Checkmate.
Just
You
drop
saying
down,
come
go
back with a
grab the
source?
source. Prove that the Moonai people are Siberian. Go ahead.
It's part of the legend that they migrated from the north.
Go ahead.
Checkmate.
Go ahead.
They
No,
migrated from the
it don't
north.
say
Checkmate.
Siberian in the Cherokee
They
legend. You're lying.
migrated from the north. Checkmate.
How much you want to bet Siberian is not
migrated
in
from the
the
north.
Cherokee legend?
Checkmate.
I'm telling you
from
the
the
word
north. Checkmate.
Siberian is not even in the Cherokee legend.
Actually, it is. Checkmate. They migrated from the north. That's the legend.
Pull it
Checkmate.
up.
That's where they migrated from. That is the
North
legend.
Carolina
brother.
ain't north.
Say it again.
North Carolina ain't north.
They came from the north, you dumb nigga. You not listening?
No, it's
Checkmate.
south, nigga.
Exactly. They came from the north, you dumb
The
nigga.
Aleuts are not
they migrated
North
from the
Carolina,
north.
nor have they ever
They
been.
came from the north, brother.
They
Checkmate.
never
You're
been.
dumb.
No,
They
no.
came from the north,
come
brother.
from the
Checkmate.
north.
Oh,
Not
watch
the
this.
Aleuts. The Aleuts are
Checkmate.
still
That's
in the
checkmate
north
right there,
today.
brother. You're dumb. They came from the north. Checkmate.
No, they're still
Yes,
in the
they
north.
did. All right, brother. You're dumb. And you're done.
All you got to do is prove it. Prove I'm dumb.
Brother, it's already proven. You acknowledge the
No, the
myth.
Aleuts are
Checkmate.
still in the north. They never came
Exactly.
south.
Some of them migrated south.
They never did.
Yeah, all right, brother. How you
Prove
know?
it.
Was you there? Was you there?
Yeah,
Checkmate.
I was there,
Was
nigga.
you there?
Because I'm an
Checkmate.
Indian. Big Indian
Checkmate.
shit, nigga.
All right, watch this.
Yeah,
all right,
I was
watch
there,
this.
nigga.
Hold on, watch this. Then why is the Cherokee language a branch of the Haudenosaunee linguist group?
You can't even say it.
Checkmate.
I
literally
Haudenosaunee
just
is
said it, brother.
Iroquois. The Iroquois
Checkmate.
language.
That's
Hold
checkmate,
on. Be
brother.
quiet. Watch
That's
this.
checkmate.
Watch
Iroquois
me
is a
body
French
bagging.
name. Checkmate.
Watch me body bagging.
That's
Watch
checkmate
this.
right there.
Watch
Iroquois
this.
is a
No,
French name.
it's not
Checkmate.
checkmate because he just
That's
killed
checkmate
himself.
right there, brother.
He just
That's
killed
checkmate
himself.
right there, brother.
He just said
Where
the
are the Iroquois
Iroquois
located, brother?
language
Checkmate.
is based in Aleut.
Checkmate.
He is
Where
a
are the
fool. He is a
Iroquois
fool.
from? Checkmate.
He is a fool.
Where are the Iroquois from? Checkmate.
The Timay.
Checkmate. Where they from?
And I tell you about all that
Yeah,
goddamn checkmate.
OT
And that's how you beat him
Anyone
up.
listening.
Hey,
Let's
listen,
hold on.
y'all.
Let's have the dialogue, brother.
Man,
Let's have the
talk like a
dialogue.
man without all that checkmate shit.
This
Let's
is how
have
you
the
beat him up.
dialogue,
We
brother.
can't have a
I know
dialogue if you just
he
keep talking
come
over
save his
people.
life.
You
Come
dig what I'm
save him
saying?
because he
No, you
getting cooked.
can't. You're getting beat
Come
up.
save him because he getting
So
cooked.
listen, why
Come
can't you
save him.
show an Aluit
The
in North
simple
America
question is this,
today?
brother.
Show us an
Let me-
Aluit in the lower
The simple
48.
question is this: what
Show
is
us
the
the
origin of
Aluit
the
in the lower
Iroquois, brother?
48.
Checkmate.
I bet you can't do it.
What is the
Checkmate.
origin of the Iroquois?
Show us an
Checkmate.
Aluit in the lower
What is the
48 in North
origin?
Carolina.
Nah, you're not running.
The
You can't
origins
run.
of the origins of
You
the
can't run,
Iroquois is
brother. What
Algonquian.
is
They
the
came
origin
Yeah.
of the Iroquois?
out.
Yeah, they
Checkmate.
Do
don't
your
come from no
fucking homework,
Aluit.
bro.
Inuit. He capping.
Listen,
He
hey,
lying.
listen.
All right. What's
He's
the
lying.
origin of the
Hey,
He
chill out.
Iroquois?
Hey,
lying. Watch
Mulatto,
this.
Checkmate.
straight up, straight up.
Hold on.
No,
What
Mulatto.
he
no.
body
What is
bagging?
the
'Cause
origin?
Nobody
he
do
just
not.
said.
Nobody
He
don't
just
put
said.
Nah,
serious
you
with all
can't
that.
speed past that. This is a body bag. He getting cooked right now. What is the origin of the Iroquois? Did they not come from the north?
They come from no.
Checkmate.
They come no.
Checkmate.
Listen. They come from the Algonquins.
All right, brother. You're in denial, brother. The Iroquois
Yeah.
literally came from Siberia into Canada into the southern United States. Checkmate, brother.
They are part
You're
of the
cooked.
Timay.
You're
Listen,
cooked,
They are
brother.
not. Listen, you're
bro.
moving
You're
the
You are a
cooked, brother.
liar.
goalposts.
You are
The
a
All right,
liar.
Iroquois.
brother.
First of all,
Hold on,
the
Sharice.
Iroquois
Hold on,
are
Sharice.
not the
Sharice.
Moonite
Watch this.
people.
Let's
He
end.
don't
Let's
get
end.
that.
Let's end the
He
speculation.
don't get that.
Sharice.
The
Hold on,
Moonite people
Sharice.
and the Iroquois are not the same
Sharice,
people.
if I get a
Checkmate.
source, will you post it on the screen? I'm about to drop down and come back with a source. Will you post it on the screen
He
if I
don't
come
even
back
know that these
with the source?
Moonite peoples was
Check this checkmate,
albino.
brother. You're done.
I'm about
Sharice.
to body bag this nigga.
Yeah, I'm like,
Hey,
you're
Watch
cooked
this.
right
if
now.
you got a source, bring your source. OTK
Yeah, I'm
is
gonna
sure.
drop down and come right back. All right, peace.
If you want a shirt, shouldn't be no problem. Peace, y'all. Hey,
Oh,
OTK.
I would not let him back up here.
Wow, woo. What a hell of a battle.
I ain't heard what that name is. Ugh.
Man, shit. No shit. With all that checkmate, I hate that shit, man. Fuck.
That checkmate be woo. I'll be back, y'all.
You might be saying something good. You might be saying something that might have some kind of validity to it, but with all that checkmate shit, man, that shit there is childish. You know what I mean? Word.
I mean, he
Damn,
is
hi,
the
sis.
son of a
Hey,
colonizer.
sis, what's
So
up, bro? What's up, Copper God? It's my bag, man. Raw Will, man. Peace to y'all, man. Peace to the goddamn
Peace,
chat out there.
peace, my
Can't
brother.
get it, my sister out. You know what I'm talking about? Damn, I hate that shit, man.
He really
Can't
ain't
you-
even checkmate you for real. That's the
I mean,
problem.
he
Like,
He is
I see
on.
he really checkmating motherfuckers, but he ain't really checkmating nobody.
right, he moving the goalposts and getting beat up at the same time. Easy work.
That's wow. Now he was saying that the Iroquois came from the north. They came across the Siberian Bridge. I want him to show me a Iroquois tribe that say they came across the Siberian Bridge and
gotta
didn't have
see that.
nothing to do. I got to see that.
See that shit.
We don't see them until after we see the Algonquin, but I'm just saying, and we don't see them until they start mixing in with people, the American Indians in North America part outside of Canada. That's when I see them. I'm saying that's just my research. I don't know. That's when I see them. They was fighting against the Algonquin. They got their ass kicked out. You know what I mean? But I'm just saying, maybe I'm tripping, or maybe my research ain't that thorough. But you know what I mean? I like to leave that shit alone, but because I don't like to deal with other people in they shit. You know what I mean? Because when you start dealing with them, then you got to deal with all they shit that they did. Them is some dirty motherfuckers. I ain't saying all of them, but you know, that name carry a dirty fucking tag in history as far as along with other American Indians. But I'll leave that right there though.
Like, share, and subscribe. This is a bomb ass live.
I look at it like Indian.
bro.
Hey, if you want, if you can, share my screen real quick. Let me
Hey,
show
Chief
you, because he
Code,
don't know what he's talking about.
He said the Iroquois tribe were not made from the Algonquian tribe. They wasn't from the same language family or part of the same. They definitely wasn't part of the same phylum family, but they also was part of the same phylum family. They also part of the Siouan. You got some Siouan phylum family inside the Iroquois, brother, and some Oskee inside the language family and the language phylum. You know what I mean? But I'm just saying this my research. But Coulson, please direct me to the source you got, baby boy. I ain't saying that you wrong now. You know what I mean? You about to put me on some shit. You know
First of all, he
Like
tried to say
Canada. America trade.
Hold on, I want to show y'all this because I'm body bagging everything he say before he even get up here because I'm not gonna say nothing. Look at number 11. It says the Black Indians met by the Spaniards in Louisiana in 1543. See De Soto's invasion. Now look at number 12. Didn't he try to say the moon-eyed children or the moon-eyed people were Inuit Mongoloids?
No,
look
they
what
wasn't.
it says. It says the moon-eyed Negroes and the albinos. So the moon-eyed people were Negroes who were albinos, and albinos, still Negroidal, were destroyed by the Cherokees. Nigga, they not your friends. You killed these niggas. You killed aboriginals. You a fucking colonizer. The moon-eyed Negroes and the albinos were destroyed by the Cherokees and seen in Panama by Barton, right? You dig what I'm talking about? So I just wanted to kill everything that he had to say about the moon-eyed children because we know that they are Negroes. And mind you, so y'all can go pull this source yourself. This is from the Atlantic Journal and Friend of Knowledge by C.S. Raffinix, right? The Atlantic Journal and Friend of Knowledge. Y'all can go pull that by yourself.
And that source, I can tell with that source right there come from Internet Archive too.
Yeah.
That comes from archive too. Yeah.
Give
Tell
that
what
when I was born.
Yeah. Hey, Chief, I'm gonna goddamn check. I'm gonna definitely check more into that, Chief. Now, listen now, one thing about me. That's why I always say, from what my research has led me, and I always say that I'm always looking for more research to put shit together. Because maybe I might be missing a part of the story, and what you just told me might make the whole story complete. And now it might, oh, okay. So yeah, that's how we got to work together now. That's how we
ain't smoke.
We all study.
You ain't my baby.
Yeah.
I know I got that PDF somewhere. I'm gonna share it. I got the whole PDF somewhere. Let me look and see if I can find it. This is but just so y'all can have it, it's called the Atlantic. Y'all can because it's a free PDF. It's called the Atlantic Journal and Friend of Knowledge by C.S. Raffinix.
Yeah.
How you I spell it because I can't. It's Raffinesque. Raffinesque.
And it's crazy too, man, because when I asked somebody, did they know anything about the moon-eyed people? They was like, nah, we ain't never heard that. But these are some of the first people that these Siberians said saw too when they got here.
Yeah, when they got here.
They saw these people.
What year this document was published?
Come out, say they
I
only
think
come
this is from the 1700s, brother. End
All
of
right.
the 1700s.
Yeah,
All right.
1700s. You say, cause my bad,
Yeah,
my bad. Rob,
What's the title of the book again, Cosmont, please?
You know what my thing is. I ain't signing to the thing, but it's Atlantic Journal and Friend of Not. Hold on, I'm gonna pull it. Let me see. Right here, Atlantic Journal and Friend of Knowledge by C.S. Raffinesque.
And where was they located at? Like, what area in America was they like?
Well, if we
North
talking about
Carolina,
the yeah, the southeast. Yep.
Yeah, the Delta.
I don't even think they got that far, brother. No.
Yep. I don't even think they got that far at this time, dog. I think they this would be modern. Well, we know De Soto came into the fathers. He came inland into North America, what would be modern day Georgia, maybe parts of Alabama or Mississippi or whatever like that. That's the fathers he came up, and they ran his ass out there because you got stories of him meeting Tuscaloosa
and Black Panther.
Well, yeah, you know what I mean. And he kidnapped. They say he kidnapped Chief Kofacheki niece and had to hold her hostage so he could get the fuck on up out there until he made it back to the Gulf.
Facts.
Yeah,
So
they
they
got
was
stories
in Louisiana and Florida.
up in that area.
I think he started like
That's what
Florida,
we would call nowadays.
Alabama area.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what we would call that modern day.
He kind of went up and then turned his ass right back around and got in that boat.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, them niggas hey man, they got stories. They said they had big giant niggas on the shooting big ass boats as long as a man, shooting the arrow as long as a man. You know how big you gotta be to shoot one of them. You dig what I'm saying? And they shooting at the boat, just doom, 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 busting at this nigga, getting him up out of there.
Hey, Chief Colston, we have no evidence that anybody from over there came across it. Now they can say they found the arrow. They can say that the Nordic people, the Vikings, came up through Canada and they've been doing that. We don't know for sure. We heard these stories now, but everybody had a story after Christopher came out. Everybody now has a story that dates back. They trying to beat Christopher shit out, and everybody now has a story saying that they came over here.
Mm-hmm. Now we came over here with Eric the Red.
Yeah. It was like a race to claim land. You got to understand what was going on at this time. Now they was dividing, divvying the world up, as they saw it. So
and these people speak Welsh. Now, had they been here for a while, that's without a doubt.
Yeah.
You dig what I'm talking
We're
about?
taking over our industries because we already had international commerce with cotton, sugar, and tobacco. So they just like was coming over here taking where the source was actually at.
I think we had more.
If you look at old maps, old ancient maps from American Indians, where they show how they used to trade with other American Indians, and these trade routes, these fucking trade routes today are now our highways
and our rivers,
and our fucking rivers and our train tracks. These are all the same fucking routes. When
international commerce, Wall Street shit.
And you talking about from fucking Canada. Let's not leave Canada out. Canada, North America, Central America, to the islands, all the way to the goddamn, all the way to South America. We've been doing this shit. We've been doing it. We had a vast network of trading. In order for certain things to be found in certain places where they didn't come from, how did they get there? It's just simple. Simple, right?
We already had a burgeoning international trade. We didn't have you. First of all, if you're gonna trade, you gotta have something to trade that we want. You got to remember, this is the land of milk and honey, right? So you got to have something we would even want, right? I think a lot of our trade was in-house, to say the least. You dig what I'm saying? We know for a fact, the Mayans, right? Potbellies and the Zapotec Mayas and all them. You dig what I'm saying? They used copper from Michigan, from northern Michigan. And we found in mounds up here, but in mounds up here, Mayan hieroglyphs and pictographic structures, also Tikitlaputle has been found here in Michigan, southeastern Michigan. So
yeah, we invented the telegram too.
I think, bro, you know what? I'm gonna just go out and say 80% of the stuff that we see and modernly used niggas made, and the other 10% that we didn't made, they stole it and whipped it up and whipped it up and resold it back to us. I'm gonna say mostly 90% of the shit that's ever helped man do anything came from the hands of a good nigga. That's a good word, like my nigga OTK say.
That's called intellectual properties.
Come on, brother.
Good word.
Come on, bro.
Hey,
We see
sis.
it.
Sis. So this dude was writing from what DeSoto out of DeSoto journals. This is in one of DeSoto's books of what he saw once he started hitting North America. I ain't saying believe none of these motherfuckers who write, but you got to understand they're writing for their own people, not us.
Fact.
Not us. So we know that they're gonna be lying and putting shit in the story to try to make themselves bigger than what the fuck they really are. You know what I mean? So we always gotta watch that. We always gotta
Don't
watch
nobody
that.
want to write a story where they the bad guy, right? OTK.
Right. Ain't nobody won't write that shit, sis. So we watch every motherfucking body we research. You got to. You got to.
I don't trust none of this shit. You gotta look into it, man. Cross-reference, research, do all type of shit.
The first republic started in Alabama.
Hey, Rod Will, do you see that the moon-eyed Negroes and the albinos that were with the moon-eyed Negroes were destroyed by the Cherokees and later seen in Panama? Do we see that in number 12 on the screen in front of us, sir?
Yeah, I just try to see it in real life versus, I try to correlate it to right now. And so I'm looking at the Panama Canal and how the Asiatic man
Panama Canal was created.
Could that be a moon-eyed child, a moon-eyed person?
Facts.
White hair, white skin, negroidal, can't see good in the daytime. This is not a CGI picture, y'all. This is not like a computer-generated AI. This is not that. This is a real sister. White hair, white skin.
Green or blue eyes. Yes.
Blue eyes. Now, this is what I'm saying. The moon.
These are also some of these in some parts of stuff I study. I also see that they was there since the mound buildings.
They are the mound builders. Remember, the Cherokee said they came out of the ground, out the mounds.
They probably was a mutation of a civilization.
Or they the oldest people.
Or it could have been a climate. Or it could have been a climate.
This is how they get that blonde hair over there in the Solomon Islands.
We also could have had a major climate problem at the time. And if they're like that, we got to understand now. I truly believe that people adapt to their fucking surroundings over years. So if it's hot here and we got the sun beaming on us, our eyes will start to regulate with that after years and years. But you got somebody who's not used to that sun like that, or used to that on their skin or something like that, and they move here, they will probably get beat down.
You got to breathe in.
You know what I mean? So
you're gonna have to breathe in. You're gonna have to get brown.
Yeah, you're gonna have to do something. You're gonna have to adapt. You're gonna have to adapt to your surroundings. They call it fucking evolution. Fuck no. I call it adaptation.
Adaptation. And but this is where that strain come from. A blonde hair in Southeast Island, because we know that strain don't come from what we know as white people. Look, now a study of the people from the Solomon Islands and Melanesia shows that they evolved the striking blonde trait independently of people in Europe. This refutes the possibility that blonde hair was introduced by colonial Europeans, especially when we got niggas from day one who look just like this. Day one. Niggas come just like this. We make niggas look just like this every day.
Yeah, I have several aunties with blonde hair.
Smoke stupid. Nah, Smoke. We not calling them moon-eyed people. We saying that's what they call them.
That's what they call them.
I'm saying it was regular motherfucking American Indians. But that's the description that they called them, like moon-eyed people. Because they also got a story say that they didn't come out in the daytime too much.
They came out at night.
You know what I mean?
Because they didn't see good in the day. Well, that sounds like the stigmatism that comes with albinism. They don't see good during the day either.
Yeah, that's what I think. That's what I think it is. I think it's just albino.
It's albinism. Listen, that's why it was important.
Albino, yeah.
But that's why it was important when he called the moon-eyed people Negroes. And then he said albinos also. Look, we do this every day. We produce niggas like this every day.
But brother, where does it say the moon-eyed people were albinos? Check
Go ahead, go ahead, man. Shut up, man. Chill out real quick. Hey, Chief Coastin, go ahead, hit the link, bro. Come on, man. Let's go. Let's have a good build, man. I don't want the, you know what I mean? Let's just have a good build, man. You know, we start pulling up stuff now. Ain't no problem to pull up stuff now, you know.
Would you post the link I got in the back chat?
We show the work.
Can you show the work I got in the back chat?
All right, what was your question just now, multiracial?
He said, he made a statement. Brother. He didn't ask a question. He made a statement.
Me, brother.
He said the moon-eyed children are Mongoloidal Siberian types that came. He said they're Aleuts, and they came down to North Carolina. Aleuts in North Carolina. I'm
just post the link on the. Post the link in the back.
Hold on, wait a minute, wait. Hold on, I'm gonna let you go, bro. I'm gonna let you go. Don't be triggered. It's only gonna hurt a little bit.
He was talking.
It's only gonna hurt a little bit.
You're gay, brother. You're gay, brother.
It's only gonna hurt a little bit. Look, the moon-eyed Negroes, right, and the albinos were destroyed by the Cherokees. You're not part of them. You a colonizer, because you're not from here. The moon-eyed Negroes and the albinos that were with them got destroyed by you niggas in North Carolina and in Tennessee, right? So go ahead and show us that these moon-eyed Negroes, right, of North Carolina are somehow Aleuts from Siberia. Go ahead, sir.
All right, and this really gonna hurt. If you Aboriginal, why you let Latinos take over your land now? Checkmate.
Who land taking over?
I'm just trying to post the link on the screen.
Hey, mulatto, listen.
I'm trying to post the link on the screen. Can we do that?
Hey, listen, quit saying that, checkmate, dog. Even though you might be saying
brother,
something,
it's the truth, though, brother.
Hold on. Even though you might be saying something that might be true in some places, dog, that checkmate just make it sound gay.
All right, brother.
Yeah, man, because you know what I mean.
Yeah, and I think it's the opposite. I think you're getting clipped, brother.
You got getting beat up, but you talking about checkmate.
I think y'all getting beat up by Latinos in your own country. Checkmate.
Shout out to the Latinos.
I don't know what you're
talking about. Let's have a dialogue.
What's the Latino?
Whoa.
Let's have a dialogue.
You know we don't like it.
What's the Latino?
All right, but let's have the dialogue.
Let's have a dialogue. What's the Latino?
Whoa. What country you in?
So I got to argue with the whole country.
Where from?
They took your land.
Y'all ain't just what he said.
They ain't take none of mine.
He said y'all letting Latinos take over y'all country. So
and y'all not stopping it.
What country you in?
I got Hispanic ancestry. Checkmate.
No, what country are you in?
There's no way around me, brother. I'm trying to answer your question.
That wasn't a question.
Hold on.
Yeah, I'm trying to answer your question,
More
brother.
Spanish shit.
Yes. My cousin's coming to take over, brother.
Well,
hold on. Can y'all post the information I got in the back chat though?
So,
no.
You and your musty little cousin.
Hey, listen, you about to shut your fucking mouth right now because, dog, you started a fucking distraction too. I was wondering what it was about you, dog. You kept saying mulatto like you an American Indian, but now I see you a mulatto from another fucking state, another country, because you just said the Latinos coming over there and taking over y'all country. So when you say y'all, you're excluding yourself away from this country. So where are you?
I know it hurt, brother.
If you're
I know
not
it
from
hurt,
here,
brother.
then why?
I know it hurt, brother.
No, if you're not from America, then why the fuck are you around us?
I am though. Checkmate. I'm mixed race. You don't see my name mulatto? I'm mixed race, brother. Just like your family will be in the future.
What are you mixed race with, bro? What are you mixed with, man? Do you even know?
Can I answer? You gonna mute me? You answer me questions. Can I answer, brother?
Hey,
and let's get to the source though. Let's get to the source. I got in the back chat.
You didn't answer the first question. How did you hide your Latino accent? What you got, a voiceover? What you
I was
got?
born in the States, checkmate. I was born here, brother. I'm from Maryland.
You from Maryland? Okay,
Yes, brother.
okay. I thought I heard the brother saying, "Damn, you know me." When since a nigga from Maryland talk like he from Baltimore or some shit like
No,
that.
but I'm not from Baltimore though. No, I'm from Columbia,
Yeah,
Howard County, the mixed race
I
capital.
heard woke. Yeah, I heard woke talking about you.
Yeah,
But
I'm not from Baltimore.
what fucking country is Latinos taking over?
The U.S. to start with.
Where are they
There are
taking over,
states,
at, bro? Where
and I'm
where they
glad you
taking
asked
over?
that.
Is you looking
I'm
at
trying
the
to
news?
answer you.
You looking
Can
at
I
the
answer you,
news?
brother? There are
You looking
states
at
that are
the news?
majority Latino, brother,
Hold on,
already.
hold on. So are you looking at the news?
I'm trying to answer your question, brother. There are states in the U.S. that are already majority Latino. California, Nevada,
Whoa,
New
whoa, 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 whoa.
Mexico,
We talking about
Arizona.
hold on now.
I'm trying to
Now
answer
when
your
you
question,
talking
brother.
about California, when you talk about
Texas.
California, Texas,
Yep.
and all of them right there, dog,
Uh-huh.
some of those people got original blood before this shit got separated.
Exactly. They taking it
So
back.
they wasn't called Latino. Exactly.
Exactly. Florida.
They wasn't called no mulatto. They wasn't called no
Exactly.
Mexican.
They are
No,
though.
none of
It was
that
on the
shit. So
census,
shut
brother.
the fuck
No,
up.
they're
They
not.
was called
Mulatto was on the
Americans
Spanish
too, dog.
census. Checkmate.
Shut the fuck up. You're lying.
All right, bro.
You're lying.
All
You
right.
say what? When mulatto came up?
Mulatto was on the Spanish census, brother. You have to
When?
educate yourself.
What year? What year?
Multiple years, bro. Since
What year?
1492, bro. I'm trying to answer
Okay.
your question.
Since what? Since 14. So they had a census
At
in 14.
least.
You had a Spain in 1492?
Oh
Yeah,
shit.
brother.
Wow.
Oh shit. Boy, you better do some more research, dog. For real.
All
Before
right,
you come
brother.
around here and think you checkmating people with all, that's why I
Yeah,
keep telling you
yeah,
stop
yeah.
saying
They
that.
taking your
'Cause
country now, though, bro.
really, you need to checkmate your own fucking mouth.
Why y'all so triggered,
You
though?
need to
Can I
sit
ask
on your
that? Why y'all
face.
so
You need to
angry?
sit on your face sometimes. Straight the
You're
fuck up,
gay,
man.
brother. What's up with
Real.
all the gay references?
Word. No, sitting on your face. That
Y'all got
means
gay
shut your mouth up
fantasies.
because you're talking like shit.
Y'all got gay fantasies, brother.
Out. What the fuck is gay about that? Nigga sitting on your own face? What the fuck is gay about that? That
You
went
gay,
over
bro.
your,
You sit on
that
your
went
own
over your
face.
mulatto ass
Gay.
head. That went over your mulatto
Checkmate.
ass head.
You
Yeah,
sit
that
on
went
your
over
own
his
That's how we
face.
know
head.
you ain't us. That's how
That
we
went
know
over
you
his
ain't
head.
us.
You
That's
sit on
why
your
he
own
should
face.
sit on his. He should sit on his head because it went over his head.
OTK, you sit on Coasting face.
On
You sit on
Colson.
Coasting face. Let's talk about it.
Why is you bringing
What's his
out
name?
somebody
Cosman.
else?
You sit
That's
on
That's
okay,
gay,
Cosman
cool.
man.
face.
I don't even.
Yeah,
Now
I don't
you
even
see.
entertain that
Let's
gay stuff, bro. Keep all the
See,
gay stuff to
no
yourself.
more gay talk. No more gay talk.
Yeah, you
I
can't
don't
do
want
that.
no more gay talk. No more of that shit around me. Fuck that. You any nigga coming with that gay talk, dog? I don't want to hear that shit, man.
I can't do it.
Until my fucking sister come back, goddamn.
Hey, look.
You know what I
Hey,
mean?
look at this nigga's source.
Yeah, I'm about to pull it up right now because Dosey told me to pull it up. She want to see. I'm
Oh
gonna
my
pull it up. Now
God.
come on, explain this.
Pull that
Now come
information
on,
down,
explain
man. Let's get
Oh
to
my
the
Now
information.
come
God.
on, explain this.
Watch
Look at
this.
this.
This killed
Look,
y'all.
Look at your
This
ancestors,
killed
man.
y'all.
Look at
This
the
killed y'all.
Mongoloids. Look
You
at
know
the
it say Native
Mongoloids.
American. Indian ain't
Taking your
nowhere in
lane.
there. That ain't
They
say
taking your
American
lane.
Indian. That said
So
Native
they took your
American.
land? Oh, those are the people
What
that took
land
your
they
land.
took?
I get it.
What land did they took?
The Cherokee
What land?
land in North Carolina, South
No,
Carolina,
bro.
the
No, they didn't
Iroquois
take shit.
land,
Shut up,
the
nigga. They
Navajo
didn't take
land,
shit.
No,
They
you
took
ain't no
y'all land.
Oklahoma. They got
Iroquois.
land in
You
Oklahoma.
Not an
your bitch ass
Iroquois.
man.
They
Your
got
family
Not
Lakota
an
land.
land,
Iroquois at all.
Dakota.
Your
They
family
got land
probably
all
stole
throughout
that
the
land.
Look
U.S.
what his
Hey,
source
listen.
say. Hey, look what his source say. Scientists
Is
have
it federally
suspected for a
recognized
long
people
time
or are
that
they
Yep, the
Native
federally
Americans
recognized people.
are
immigrants
closely
is
related
piling
to
at the
peoples of the
through the
Altai.
gate right now?
Damn, so immigrants
The,
got more federal
the theory
recognition than
of the
you?
Altai peoples migrating from
Exactly,
Siberia
exactly,
across
exactly,
Dakota
They're not
Hey, look,
and
federally
exactly,
recognized though. They
exactly.
state
hey,
I
recognized.
concur with that
Yeah, they
yeah,
took your
you
land.
said
Municipally
Israel
recognized.
Yep,
itself.
they
Look,
took your land. Checkmate.
look,
they didn't take nothing, man.
since
They didn't
then,
take nothing.
we let them come here. They was starving.
Yeah, then y'all was dumb. Y'all just like y'all let the white man come
No,
in. Checkmate.
we was smart. Them the homies. Shout out
Checkmate.
to Aluids.
Y'all,
Them our
y'all let
homies.
the Mongoloids, the Latinos, and
Yeah,
the white
shout out
man
to
take your land.
Aluids. Them the homies. They niggas.
So y'all let
Why do they
y'all let the Latinos, the whites, and the Mongoloids take all your
We
land.
don't know
Y'all some
what they
dumb
are.
niggas. Checkmate.
You're a
Checkmate. You just
Mongoloid.
admitted it, brother. You
You a
just admitted it.
Mongoloid.
So you let the
What's a Latino?
Mongoloids,
Wasn't
the
no
whites,
Latinos here.
and the Latinos take your land.
Wasn't no Latinos here.
Checkmate.
Was it no last
Florida.
You
year?
see it when
They
they
here
went
now?
off their reservation, they got put in the federal
Checkmate.
penitentiary, right?
They here
Checkmate.
now. Checkmate. They here now. Checkmate. So I'm asking,
Yeah,
Hey,
why
when
y'all
you
let
say
all these
Rob,
foreigners come
Checkmate.
to your
hey
land?
Rob Will, what you say? When you
Why
say
y'all welcome all these foreigners into your land?
hold up, shut up. Rob Will, what you just
Checkmate.
say?
That's what the
Rob,
Mongoloid told you.
He
They
said
said,
his
shut up.
homie there was a mongoloid came off the reservation and the federal deputies or whatever
and there
arrested
was
him.
more niggas in there.
And he's
there was more niggas in there.
prisoner.
Checkmate.
That's not good. You're stupid. Checkmate.
Yeah.
It was more niggas in there. Checkmate.
It's not good to have
It
niggas
was
in jail
more
like
niggas
that,
locked up.
checkmate.
Checkmate.
Oh man.
I
Hey
thought he had
niggas,
a
don't you
deep
consider
Look,
hold on.
hey,
Hold on, y'all watch this.
Look at this,
Watch
OTK.
this real quick.
Oh,
Hey, listen,
man.
don't when you get
Go ahead.
around certain people, you will classify yourself as a nigga?
I'm a mulatto nigga. Checkmate.
Oh, so what? Whoa, what?
Whoa. You stumbling and
Listen,
fumbling, brother. Get it
Now
up.
y'all
mulatto
motherfuckers is
nigga.
causing division. Y'all motherfuckers is another problem.
What division
Y'all
am I
like another
causing?
thorn in
Hey,
the
look,
fucking
I'm about to put
for
his
real, dog.
whole.
I told you they misrepresent us. They
Listen, I'm about to put his
misrepresent us,
whole
the
talking
light
point
skinned
in
Represent
the body
yourselves,
bag.
brother.
Watch
Represent
this.
yourself.
Let me put his whole talking
It's
point in
niggas
the
like
body
him.
bag with his
It's
own
niggas like
source.
him.
See, pseudos.
It's niggas
Hold
like
on,
him.
pseudos all die by their own sources. Hey,
Right.
Sister
You
Sharice,
can't-
scroll down just a little bit.
Yeah, please scroll down.
And
Bad, Bubba.
right here. Hold
Bad.
on, right here. Hold on.
Read that.
Look, right here. Third paragraph. The current study confirms the theory that the Altai peoples are closely related to Native Americans. Said
Checkmate.
geneticist Valerie
Exactly.
Ilieski at the Ross
Exactly.
Institute. So guess what?
That
Your
proves the
so-called
Iroquois came from the
Native
north.
Americans-
Checkmate.
Your Native
That
Americans are
proves that the
Siberians.
Iroquois
They're
came from
not
the
even
north. Checkmate.
American. They're not
That
even
means the
American.
Iroquois
Checkmate.
came from the north.
They're
Checkmate.
not American.
That means the
That's a
Iroquois
brand
came
new
from the
social
north.
term that was
Checkmate.
That
created
mean
in
they
1960.
natives.
Checkmate.
That means that they came from the
They're
north. Checkmate.
Siberians. Checkmate.
Checkmate.
They're not Americans. Checkmate.
That's my point.
So
They came from the north.
weren't
Checkmate.
in. So
They
they weren't
came from
in
the
North
north.
Carolina.
Checkmate.
Checkmate.
They came from the north. Checkmate.
They didn't come from North
Yeah,
Carolina.
they did. You reading it right there,
Checkmate.
brother. You getting cooked, brother. The
Checkmate.
Iroquois came from the north. Checkmate.
We're not talking about the Iroquois.
Yeah, we is, brother. Checkmate.
The Iroquois came from Michigan.
The Iroquois came from the north. That's the north, you dumb nigga.
No,
Checkmate.
that's Michigan.
Michigan is the north, nigga. You're dumb.
No, Canada is the
Midwest.
north.
They came
Michigan is
from
the
the north
Midwest.
to North
You
Carolina,
dumb
brother.
fuck.
Checkmate.
That's
They
the
migrated
Midwest.
from the
You
north.
dumb
No, they
fuck.
came
They
from the
came from the
Northwest.
north. You're
I'm in the
dumb.
Midwest.
You're dumb,
Michigan is
brother.
the
They came from
Midwest.
the
That's
north,
the
bro.
Midwest to us,
Michigan
Yeah,
nigga.
you're
is the
dumb. They
Midwest.
came from the north. It's north of North Carolina. Checkmate. You're dumb. Yeah,
No, man.
you're dumb.
Midwest.
Michigan is north of North Carolina.
I
Checkmate.
am. I'm
Listen,
in South
I
Carolina.
checkmated
You
him
dumb
so
fuck.
bad. I
That's
I know
checkmated
you're
him so
dumb,
bad.
brother.
He
I know
started
you're
talking
dumb,
about
brother.
Cherokees when he's
You're
supposed to
dumb,
be
brother.
talking
They
about
came from the north, bro. Checkmate.
Moonite people and showing that
Yes,
they're
they came
Albion.
from the north. You see it. Checkmate.
What does that mean? So what?
They came
Algonquins
from
come
the
from the
north,
north.
brother. You reading the source?
Algonquins
Checkmate.
come from the north.
Read
We
that
whooped the
source.
Cherokee
Read that
ass and
paragraph.
made y'all go south.
Checkmate. Read that
We
third
whooped
paragraph
y'all
again,
whole
brother.
ass.
Checkmate.
Y'all niggas is hoes.
The
And we whooped
the
y'all ass
Latinos
and
taking over
pushed
your
y'all
country
south.
though, so you a hoe now.
We pushed
Checkmate.
y'all south. We
Latinos
made
pushed
you go
out
south.
the cities. Checkmate.
Hey,
We
you know what,
made you
mulatto?
go
Today.
You the type of nigga. Hey, for real, mulatto.
Yeah.
Listen, let me tell you, dog, what type
Why
of
y'all
nigga
can't
you
take
is.
it back? Y'all attacking
No,
me.
I'm gonna
Y'all
tell you
mad
what
when I
type of
strike
nigga
back?
you is, dog. Just the vibe I get from you.
Y'all
You
mad
the
when I
type of
strike
nigga
back? Y'all
that
hurt?
claim black when it's
No, I'm
necessary
a
to claim
mulatto,
black,
brother. I'm a
and you
mulatto.
claim
I'm a
white
mulatto.
when it's
No, I'm
necessary
a
to claim
mulatto.
white.
No,
You
I'm a
will be the
mulatto,
person
Be
brother.
that
an
was black
Indian
in
when it's
real
time to
life.
be
No,
Claim
I'm a
Indian.
what
He
you
a
mulatto,
is.
native.
brother. When
Yeah,
I
He
was
you
locked
he
get
was
up,
in
I
me.
was a
13
mulatto.
gangs. He was in whatever
I
gang
was
is
a
winning.
mulatto in jail.
That's
I was
Whatever
a
my
bunch of
gang
gang.
other
is winning,
mulattoes.
that's what gang
It
he
was
in.
me and like 3 other niggas, mulattoes, bro. I
Yeah,
rep mulattoes when I was
y'all
locked
niggas
up.
was hoes.
I was a
Yeah,
mulatto in
Right.
jail. Checkmate.
y'all got raped.
Look, let me say this.
Y'all
I was
probably
a
got raped,
mulatto.
man. Y'all
Hey,
I
sassy.
listen.
was
Ain't nobody putting it.
Hey, listen.
Ain't
The
no
thing
light
My
is
skin,
about
favorite record,
no fear
I'm
gonna
classified
get
as
you.
white.
yeah, on some real shit, man. This
Yeah, they ain't pumping
this
no
type of
fear in
shit
the
right here, though. This type of shit right here, though.
Them are
I want
immigrants.
y'all to know. He ain't
Migrants.
speaking.
immigrant.
He ain't speaking for all mulattoes, because all mulattoes don't feel this way. way.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean,
so
but
that's
but
that's what I'm saying though. This is the problem though, because
he
when you got
mulatto, but he's
mulatto,
100% colonizer.
he's
He may be
100% mutt.
50%
He got too
African,
much
50%
mulatto in him.
European, but
The
he's
more
100%
mulatto he got in him,
colonizer.
yeah, the more mulatto he's
100%
saying he got in him,
colonizer.
Cosmo, the more fucking European he's saying he got in him.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. That's all he's
The
saying.
more racist came out of him. The more,
yeah.
because he
He
named
ain't
4
saying that
people off top.
one time in his
He named,
generation. He said both of his parents are mulatto.
listen, he named 4 people off tops. Who his people was.
Off top.
None of them were from America.
Mm.
He said Spain, Portugal, Nigerian, and Cherokee. None of them from America. We just seen that the Native Americans are Siberians.
Hey, why y'all so
They not
hurt,
even
man?
American.
Yo,
The
look,
Native
y'all
Americans,
take shots
none
at
of
me, I
them
take
are
shots at y'all. Y'all
American.
get hurt.
Bro, you
All right,
down
before
at
I get into
quadroon or octoroon or some shit. You ain't no mulatto, nigga.
Yeah, you 100% colonizer. You ain't a colleague, you a colonizer.
You sound like a bitter ex. Checkmate. Really, really, you sound like a hurt woman, a scorned wife. But let's get back to the information, family. Can you read that third paragraph again, brother, for the listeners? Really, because they need to know that you claim to be Aboriginal American and you let Mongoloids take your goddamn land over.
Hey,
They ain't
listen,
take my land.
man. Hey, listen, man. You gonna stop doing that, though. Listen, man. You wouldn't do that in front of a nigga face in real life. Say what you say. Stop doing that behind the computer, bro. Listen, he took over your fucking land too.
That shit
Took
dry,
over your
bro. He
land
look like
too.
a girl. He looks stupid when he doing what he doing. Let him keep, no. Let him keep talking, OTK. He looks really
That's
dumb.
the menstrual cycle.
Look at the
That's the
chat.
menstrual
Look
stuff.
at the
That's the
chat.
menstrual
Yeah, look
stuff.
at the
He
chat.
getting beat the fuck up right
Yeah,
now.
look
Look at the chat.
Look at the
Let
chat
him
for
let him
validation.
talk that whole shit, bro. Let him
Look
do
at the
it.
chat. Look at the chat for validation. But the question is, you all as Aboriginal Americans, y'all stand on that. Why y'all let the Mongoloids, the Latinos, and the Europeans take your
From
land
sellout
over there?
mulattoes.
Why you allow it then?
Sellout mulattoes.
You couldn't be stronger and overcome the
Sellouts.
mulattoes?
No, they were sellouts.
You couldn't be
Your
stronger
whole
than the
your whole
mulattoes?
race is a sellout.
But why you couldn't
Your
overpower
mama's
us
a
though?
sellout.
Why you
The
couldn't
Spanish
overpower
are
us though?
sellouts. The
But why
English
you
are
couldn't
sellouts. Your
overpower us, brother?
Cherokees are sellouts.
But
The
why you couldn't
Cherokees are
overpower
sellouts
us though,
because
brother?
they turned their back on the Yamasees
But why you
when
couldn't
we was whooping the
overpower us though,
English.
bro?
We was
Why you
whooping the
couldn't?
English, and
Why y'all
y'all
stop whooping them then?
colonizers,
Checkmate.
you Cherokees,
Then why
you
did you
dig what I'm
stop
talking
whooping
about?
them then?
You colonizer Cherokees came down and
All right, brother.
you
But why
know,
did you
you were the
stop
very
whooping the
first
colonists
coon.
then?
You were the
All
very
right, but
first
why did you
sellout
bend
in
down?
America.
Why did you
The
bend over for the
Cherokee.
colonists?
The
Why
Cherokee,
did
the
you bend?
very first sellouts. The
Why
whole
did you bend
the
over for
whole
the
Iroquois.
colonists, brother?
Nothing but sellouts.
But why
Why
did
do
you
you
bend
think we
over for
call
the
y'all
colonists, brother?
barbarians Iraqi? Do you know what
Why did you
Iraqi
bend?
means?
Why did you
He
bend
don't
over
even
for the
know. He don't
colonists,
even.
brother?
He keeps saying Iroquois. It's Iraqi. Do you know what it
That's a
means?
French
It
word.
means raw
Checkmate.
meat eater
Checkmate.
because you're a
Why y'all got a French
barbarian
name then?
Siberian.
That's a French name.
Y'all
Checkmate.
eat? No, it's not.
Why y'all got European names? Checkmate.
It's not. It's Iraqi.
Yo, you're
It's
cooked, brother.
Algonquin.
You're done and you're dumb, brother. Why you got European names? Checkmate.
We don't have them. Prove it.
Brother, you speaking English right now. Checkmate.
English is Algonquin.
Let's hear the Aboriginal language.
Hold on, you want me to
Go
speak some Algonquin for you?
Yeah, go ahead.
Shut up, bitch.
You see nobody laugh.
Here go another one.
It's
Here go
pitiful,
another one.
brother.
Hold on. I hit him with hold on. Let me hit him with another one.
Let's hit some more.
How about
let's hit
this?
Some more
How about
Algonquin,
this?
brother.
For another Algonquin word. Get in the trunk, pump.
Fucking Native American is a race ship.
Nobody laughing, brother. Let's hit a Native American
Pretending
Aboriginal language,
is
brother.
a pejorative colloquialism.
Maniji. Let's hit an Aboriginal American language, brother.
Native American.
Why you couldn't
I'm
preserve
speaking
your
it right
language?
now.
You better be glad that you know it. That's why you can communicate with us because you learned our language.
We taught your mama. Your mama is our student.
Why y'all can't speak
Your
no
mama is at
Aboriginal
our
American
feet, boy.
language?
We taught her. When she came over here on the boat, we taught them.
All right, brother. But why you speaking English right now, brother? Let's talk
because
about
that's our language.
Situation
we taught the
was
Europeans
colonized,
English.
So you prove
We
my
taught
point.
the
You was
Europeans English.
colonized, brother.
You don't know that the Algonquin is written in modern English. He's just slow.
You're laughable, brother. You're delusional,
He's slow.
brother.
He doesn't know what an
All right,
omniglot
hold on.
is.
Can I address the host? Let me address the host. OTK, brother, or Sister Sharice. Y'all telling me that English is really Algonquin? English is not a European language. Really, y'all standing on that?
This boy.
English is our language, bro.
All right.
Yeah,
So
English is our language, bro.
So who taught the Australians and the Irish and the English people to speak English? Y'all did.
Oh,
the Americans.
The American dog. Listen, all right. Since he gotta laugh so much, since he won't laugh
you
so much.
niggas is dumb,
now
bro.
let me tell you why. This is
All right,
what
I'm
gonna
listening,
kill
King.
all of y'all shit right here.
All right, go
What
ahead.
language and what kind of writing are they writing in when they come across here?
All right, the English speak the English language and they're
No,
writing in the
no, no,
Phoenician.
no,
I'm trying to answer your question.
no, bro. What
They
language
writing
are
in the
they writing
Phoenician
in,
script.
bro? What language are
They
they
write
writing in, bro?
the Phoenician script. Checkmate.
Wrong.
Checkmate.
Wrong.
Literally, anyone
He
listen to
wrong.
Phoenician script is
the
American
They not
English.
writing in no
the Latin,
Phoenician
the
script.
alphabet.
You're lying.
Oh, that's
Show
American
that they're
English.
right. Prove that they're writing in the 1500s in the Phoenician
Yes,
script.
I'm trying to respond to that.
Prove it.
The Latin alphabet is based on the Phoenician alphabet.
All
Checkmate.
alphabets are based on Phoenician vowel sounds.
Checkmate. That's my
But
point.
that's
So why
just
you
the
don't say no
vowels.
Aboriginal American
He asked
language?
you what were they
Why you
writing
can't write in no
in?
Why you can't write in the
What were they
Aboriginal American
writing in?
language?
The
Checkmate.
writing is not Phoenician.
Exactly. So why you not writing it? So why you not writing in the Aboriginal American language?
I
Checkmate.
am. It's called modern English.
I put it on the screen.
Don't you know?
Post it on
Hold
the
on.
screen.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me
So
show
you
you.
can't
Let me
speak an Aboriginal language,
answer
but
this
you can write
question
in
because
one?
this will tell me
Checkmate.
how slow you are.
Checkmate.
Is Algonquin written in modern English?
Yes, because you're colonized by English. Checkmate.
No.
We colonized by the English.
No.
What the hell?
No.
Hey, hold on.
He
Hold on,
doesn't
you
even
dumb
know that.
fuck.
Hold on,
Hey,
watch
hold on,
this.
Cosmon.
Y'all use the
These
white
dumb
man alphabet,
fuck, man.
bro.
What is a colony, nigga? What is a
Y'all use the
colony?
white man.
Hold on, let
All
me.
right,
What is a colony, nigga?
Let me answer
What
that.
is a
Let me answer
colony?
that.
What
Let me
what
answer
is a
that.
colony?
A colony.
Answer it quick, nigga. And short.
I'm trying to answer, bro. A colony
No.
is a community that foreigners built on someone else's community, and they hold control over the government and the affairs.
You're
of that
lying. You're
community.
lying. You just added
Checkmate.
all that shit in, nigga. You just added
A
all that
state
shit.
All right.
managing
You's a
company,
lying
and
motherfucker.
settlers,
Who
the
sent this
state
nigga?
manager.
Man,
Oh,
whose
you
man's
lying,
is this?
dog.
But look,
Lying,
why y'all
yo.
don't?
That's
Why
why
y'all
I tell
can't
you.
speak
That's
no?
how we know. That's how we
Whose
know. You
man's
was
is
one
this,
of them
yo?
niggas. You was one of them
Real
niggas on
talk.
Why
that
y'all
cross
can't
next
speak no
Jesus.
Aboriginal
I'm
language?
just
You was
saying
one of
because we
them niggas
speaking
on
it
that
right
cross
now.
next
Speak an
Jesus,
Aboriginal
dog.
language though.
We
Getting
speaking it right
crucified
now.
right now,
Y'all
dog.
speaking English.
Getting
Checkmate.
crucified right now. Word. You
English
was on
is
that
from
cross.
America.
It's
Word.
laughable. All right, Sister Cerise,
Show
you
that
the only one with sense.
watch this. Watch this.
Sister
Show that
Cerise.
English comes from Brittany.
All right, Sister Cerise, are you saying that
That's
English
all he got to
comes
The
do.
from
Doug
the
International
Aboriginal?
All you
Comedy
got to
Game.
do is show
Hey,
it.
Please
God,
talk some sense
he
into
try
these
to run
brothers.
from that, God. So instead of me
Please,
starting
sister,
to prove this shit to
talk
these
some
niggas now,
sense into these
I'm going to just
brothers.
ask these niggas, shut up
Keep
one
it
time,
real.
man. Damn. I'm running your dick sucker so much. Fuck.
You're
Dang.
gay, bro.
They
Yeah, I
talking
swear
over
he
other
gay, bro.
people, man. Man, shut the fuck up. Anyway, but like I said, though, cause I'm through with showing these niggas. Because when you show them shit, they still don't want to believe it. So fuck it. We'll keep it for our people, showing our peoples. You know what I'm saying? So they can take it and go farther and study into it so it can have some validity to it and add on to it like we supposed to do. But when you got suckers like this, when you show them something, it don't make no sense. They really stealing your shit and then going back to somebody else and using it because they know you're not in that platform or they know
That's
y'all ain't
right.
in that environment. That's all they doing, y'all. I
That's
done caught
right.
a bunch of these niggas. Done took plenty of people out of this fucking environment information and then going back in a community where they think nobody don't know and dropping the same information. And they not us. It's a difference if it's one of us going to do that. That's what we supposed to do. Spread each other's information around. I don't give a fuck if I regurgitate what the fuck Bappo, Talk Cats, or Supreme Chief, or Dame Calloway, or fucking A1, or any one of them what they say over and over and over and over fuck again. It gon' hit home sooner or fucking later. You understand what I'm saying? That's what you call driving the fucking point home. You know what I mean? That's why Alabama, every time he come up, he stick to what he stick with. Trying to drive the point home until you get it. Because somebody always listening for the first time. You understand what I'm saying? But this shit is crazy. So, cause all we got to do now is ask them what language was they speaking and what language was they writing in when they first came here.
I'm a body bag. Let me body bag this nigga. Because I'm going to show him that Algonquin, anciently, 1600s, 1500s, 1400s, when it was first written, is written in modern English, and it has every vowel sound in it.
The American
every single one.
Language.
Diphthongs
Yes.
from every language, the k sound, everything. All already in Algonquin, finished over here in America, written in Algonquin. The script of Algonquin is modern English. And when people like John Eliot came over here to America and used the 26 Muskogee and Algonquin based languages to decipher and write the text, right? to write it down. He was speaking Welsh and Danish, and he wrote in Middle English. You can't even read Middle English.
And they
You can't
had
even
cotton
read it.
drawers and cotton trousers and cotton hats and smoking tobacco and drinking sugary drinks.
Let me show y'all this real quick. Share my screen for me real quick. Let me body bag this shit. Let me show you that Algonquin is modern day English. Let me blow this up. Let me kill all this talking points, right? 1660, John Eliot comes to America and writes a Bible. He writes a Bible in Algonquin, but the Algonquin is written in the modern English script. This is why you can read it. This says Anishinaabe or the original people. Look, Algonquin, written in modern English. Hold on, because he think the text ain't English. But look at the ancient text.
And
hold on.
sometimes
Not only do we got the A-E-I-O-U, but we also have the A-E-I-O. Right? We got the O sound, the A sound, the U sound, the E sound, the I sound, the O sound, the ow. These are called diphthongs. These aren't even in most languages, but they're in the Algonquin and they're written in modern English. Look, I ain't making this up, right? And then even the consonants, look, C written like an S, right? But we still got the hard C sound with the K and the H. That sound like Arabic, don't it? We got not only do we got the P sound, the P sound, we have the F sound, PH.
What language is the Quran translated in the book anyway?
Into Arabic.
From Arabic to what? English, right? Because I got a book, I got a Quran that got Arabic and it also has it written in English.
Facts.
Why is that? Why is everything converted into English, American English at that?
It's American English, and it's the oldest here with every single what he calls phonetic. Of course, they have phonetics because you have to speak vowels, right? The vowel sounds are the same irregardless of what language, except when you come to America. Everybody else says ah, eh, e, o, u. Right? Only in America, only with Algonquin, do you say A, E, I, O, U and ah, eh, e, o, u.
This the dagger though. Them niggas don't write with vowels.
Them niggas don't write with vowels at all. Hold on. Let me show y'all Middle English.
Them niggas spell Kemet K-M-T.
Yeah. Retarded ass niggas.
This shit is hilarious. But when they come over here, that shit is spelled K-E-M-E-T. You know, but over there, in they hieroglyph, that shit spelled K-M-T. They ain't even using no vowels. They might say the words, sound out the vowels, but they wasn't writing in it. So that let you know, did we even show them how to put vowels together in words? To express the sound? Because that's all we was doing. We was using vowels and writing shit to express out the sounds and the way that we said it. Different cultural languages around, different dialects. The way that they said it was the way they said it. Ain't no different than the way I say nigga, and then you hear Hawkeye up there, nigga, from New York. We still saying nigga. In fact, look at all them goddamn vowels. Look at all them goddamn vowels and shit inside our words, man. Come on, man. They didn't know how to pronounce that shit. So they had to start taking shit and writing it for them to understand. And they didn't write, and they wrote in cursive. We didn't write in cursive. All
Oh,
that.
can I read this
Then
quote
we
by
codified it in law too.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I was saying, Sharice, can I read this quote by Martin Luther King Jr. because it fits perfectly to what we're talking about.
You know you can do whatever you like to do, sweetie. I'm still mobile, so OTK is controlling my
Oh,
panel.
okay.
So, but feel
Okay, well,
free.
let me read it because it's not a very popular quote that we hear from him, but I find it very very solid in what he's saying. Our nation was born in genocide when it embraced the doctrine that the original American, the Indian, was an inferior race. Even today, we have not permitted ourselves to reject or feel remorse for this shameful episode. Our literature, our films, our drama, our folklore all exalt it.
I wanted to share this with y'all. This is
Yeah,
what
we're
John
talking
Elliott
about
writes.
international commerce.
This is called Middle English. Can anybody read that? This is what they was writing over there in Brittany, right? In England, Scotland, Ireland. It's called Middle English. Can anybody read one word? So when they try to tell y'all that the people from Brittany, from Britain, spoke English, they got to prove that because we know they are Norsemen and Saxons who speak Welsh and Danish. They might speak even the Irish or the Gaelic brogue, but they don't speak a lick of American English. Why? Because you got to be able to know Algonquin. Huh? See what the uninformed little tart doesn't know is that not only is a language spoken and a language written, but a language is also signed.
The first
Our
language.
signed trade language in the Americas. This is how a Mayan did a deal with the Itawa. This is how the Choctaw did a deal with the Okono in this is how the Miami did deals with the Calusa. And they didn't speak the same language. Why? Because everywhere in America we have a trade language, a signed language that is today called American Sign Language and only deciphered in English. Don't matter if you're a Chinese man speaking to a Chinese man. You are deciphering your language in English.
Right. And that's what kills the whole narrative that a Moor was on the ship. They might have been, but that a Moor was on the ship with Christopher or with them boys, whoever they was, that they was translators. What the fuck was they translating if De Soto had to take our sign language back to go teach his child, his deaf child? Once he taught his deaf child, now deaf kids became a part of their society and they can be treated as regular people. This the 1500s De Soto did this. After that, they started sign language school.
Mm-hmm. Sure did.
Shall we all in unison say checkmate?
Checkmate. Hey, but honest, I had to walk out, baby. But I hear somebody say I need that. Can you say that one more time? What you said, what Martin said, baby?
Oh,
please?
Absolutely.
Thank you, love.
No problem. Our nation was born in genocide when it embraced the doctrine that the original American, the Indian, was an inferior race. Even today, we have not permitted ourselves to reject or feel remorse for this shameful episode. Our literature, our films, our drama, our folklore, all exalt it.
Maritime lane.
Hey,
Checkmate.
boy, that shit sound like Norzil Hurston type writing too, boy, with that folklore stuff. Oh my God, man, Martin, boy, Martin. Hey, listen now, Martin never not once talk about the American Indian.
Right. Now, I have something that I have been like just being pressed in my spirit about, right?
Go ahead,
I
baby.
saw this documentary about when the Trump visited the Pope, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when he visited the Pope, he left, they exchanged gifts. And he left as a gift to the Pope 3 books written by Martin Luther King. And I just find that very peculiar that out of all the authors, he took books to the Pope by Martin Luther King Jr. And I just don't know why he did that. I just don't get it. What is that? Do y'all see that as something peculiar?
On some real shit, once you dig into Martin and dig into all the research on Martin was fucking confused. They pushed Martin. Martin family already was a target of assassination. We already know one of his family members got assassinated in the church trying to kill his daddy. So they was already a target of assassination before the civil rights shit. Before that. You see what I'm saying? So he was kind of confused, and I think they caught him in limbo mode, and they pushed him up front. The NAACP, SNCC, you know what I mean, and the other dude, they pushed him up front to be the forefront of civil rights because they didn't want to do it. You feel me? And because he was a great orator too. So, same thing that happened to Martin, I think it also took place with Malcolm. It's crazy how Martin started off one way, and then at the end of towards his death, he started turning in more of another way. Malcolm started out one way in the Nation of Islam, but after he made his trip to Mecca and came back, he turned out another way. That's when they both got killed. That's what we need to look at. Like, why all of a sudden now they got killed?
Yeah.
Crazy part is same time they was killing Malcolm over here in the theater in America, they was killing his liaison over there in Sudan, in the Sudan, in Nubia. They was killing him at the same exact time.
Same.
You dig what I'm talking about? Hey, but
Gregory said Malcolm called me. He said, man, Malcolm called me. He said, brother, I'm coming up to New York. I gotta do a speech. You gonna meet me there? He said, hell no, ain't no sense for both of us to get killed. Right. Gregory said that in the interview. He said he already had no. He said, hell no, ain't no sense for them to kill the both of us.
Hey, this for that what this is for the multi-generational mulatto. Hold on, you can take one more for the road. Yeah, punching on board. Hey, listen.
Hey, listen, I got a new saying now to Copper Goddess and all my beautiful American Indians, them out there. You know what I mean? I'm just trying to be a statue. That's it. I'm just trying to be your statue.
Oh my goodness, not that thing.
I heard that dumb shit the other day, bro.
Hey, God, man, that shit hard, man. Hey,
I heard that shit the other day, man. I was crying.
Oh shit.
Okay, Cosmon or OTK, why would the country of Turkey have a street named Malcolm X?
You want me to tell you why I think?
Yes, I've always found that peculiar as well.
Because King and his family are the last of the Stuarts. This is why they come. His family come over here, and before the FBI even existed as the FBI and were just a part of the War Council and the DOD, right? Before they were the FBI, they were watching King's family, watching not just King's daddy, who they tried to kill, they end up killing his mama, but they were watching King's daddy's father, his grandfather. Why?
They was just the
in
barrel
the
of
1860s,
investigation, right? They was just the BI back then, the barrel of investigations or some shit.
I don't even think they were that yet. I don't even think they were that. We talking 1860s, 70s.
I forgot about
they already watching King family. Why? Because y'all came over, and this is how they get the last name King. They came over here as the children and the last of the stewards, and probably also the last of the German line of Queen Charlotte, who had just died in 1818, who by the way, had 15 mixed kids. It is my theory, it's my theory that they come over to North Carolina, South Carolina region, you dig what I'm talking about, and become kings. And this is why the kings of Ireland, or Scotland, Ireland, and England, right? Once they get deposed, they start coming over here, right? They become your king family. And they have been watching these people forever. What would be your purpose to try to kill a pastor? And then a lot of people don't know the Hebrew Israelites. It's the Hebrew Israelites. First of all, his name is Michael, not Martin.
Michael,
right.
But Martin Luther King, the Hebrew Israelites killed his mama in the church.
Right in the church.
Right? Trying to kill his daddy. But why?
Or the grandmama. One of them, I know she was playing the piano or the organ. One of them.
It was his mama.
I thought it was his grandmama. It was his mama? Okay, his mama. I thought it was his grandma.
Yep, she was playing the piano.
I thought it was the grandma. Okay.
Yep. They was trying to kill their boys. You did what I'm talking about? But they was trying to kill the daddy. Why?
But they also got ties. They also got ties to whatever family that Kennedy was before they came across here.
They Irish, bro. This is why I keep telling you. Hold on. Hey, do you know that in the memoirs of John Mackey, have y'all read that? The memoirs of John Mackey, he is sent by he's sent by a duke to spy.
The police, wasn't he the police?
Yeah, sort of like that, but he was undercover in the court of King James, and he was undercover reporting who's who in the kingdom and describing them. Well, anyways, when these people who are called Jacobites, by the way, who fight on the side of King James, they end up losing and getting enslaved or indentured, whatever you want to call it, and they got moved to the Caribbean, Barbados, Antigua, and Jamaica, right? But the very first Kennedy in America comes on this trip of these Jacobites being shipped to America. His name is, guess what his name is? John F. Kennedy, but they describe him tall, dark skin, dark eyes. You dig what I'm talking about?
And that's crazy.
Irish man.
That's crazy because John Kennedy, them boy daddy, was a fucking a consulate or ambassador or something to a fucking foreign country.
Come on,
Benghazi.
How you do that?
How
you do that? Your people came over here as indentures. How you work it up that fast?
Yeah, you know what, man? That shit was crazy back then. Like how the president, them boy, you know what I mean? How they was dealing with them foreign countries, with Germany and all. You know what I mean? With the consulate and ambassador, man, that shit was crazy, man. When you look at these motherfuckers, man, like, man, that shit just was crazy, man. That shit was crazy, crazy as hell, man. Word. That shit was crazy, man. Damn, that shit was crazy.
I got to get back on. You know what? I'm gonna get back on mine.
Shouts out to all my all my American Indians out there who got a dresser that's waiting for OTK to be a statue on, you know. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Oh man. But shout out the dedication video, man. And shouts out to the brother, man. Man, the artwork and the AI with that, man, the creativity in that, man. Well, we some bad motherfuckers over here, y'all. We some bad motherfuckers, boy, to be sitting there giving our credit away to somebody else and not our own self first. We some bad motherfuckers. That's all I'm saying, man. Shouts out to the motherfucking American Indians, all the Aboriginals, all the indigenous. You know what I mean? Word. No, Nate, that supposed to be like look like Smokey singing, Smokey voice, but it looked like your boy Bruno Mars. It kind of reminded me of Bruno Mars.
I thought it was Kim Jong-un. I didn't know who that was. I knew it was Smokey singing.
Yeah. It kind of reminded me of Bruno Mars when he did that song with your boy them I'ma leave the door open.
That's my joint.
Did that song with the boys and they playing the drums and shit and
that's my joint. I like that joint. That's a joint right there.
That's a classic, man. That's a classic. Yeah, man.
And that thing be banging in the whip.
Damn, boy. I tell you, man, it's been hard for people the last couple of days, man. You know what I mean, to get that old weak ass information out now. That shit getting stopped at the door.
Yeah, man.
You know what I mean? Nigga might can sit on the porch and talk in the backyard or something, but you can't come in the house. Don't if you ain't bringing that infectious shit inside the house. No, you type of nigga to come in my house and don't wipe your foot off or take your shoes off.
Are we getting on code, y'all? Is this what we doing? I mean, kind of seem like some, you know what I mean? Some gang.
Yeah. Naturally, everybody started coming back.
Damn, it feels good to see people up on it.
You know what I mean? Got it. Word.
Yes, sir.
Word, man. You know. Once we realize that, we can still do the same things together and chill, like without your religion being involved, and we all still understand who we is, shit, dog, without anything else being involved. The main common ground is that we been here, we from here, and we ain't going nowhere.
That's right.
That's the common ground right there. Now, what you do outside of that, dog, hey, that shit work for you, man. Keep on doing it, man. Keep on doing it, man. Do it big, man. You know, for real. Do it as big as you can while you here, man. And make sure you leave something back for them kids. You know what I mean? For the family, them, man. You know what I mean? Generational wealth. You know, y'all got to understand, if y'all look at it from watching great grandmama, mama to now, or great granddaddy, daddy to daddy now. I don't want, if watching these things, you see the level of growth out of all of them, right? But we call it growth. But all I was seeing now, I'm starting to realize that it wasn't really growth. It was already in us. It's just that it took levels for it to start coming out of us. For us to start understanding like, oh, this already our shit. So now it's becoming natural, which means we are part of nature. You understand what I'm saying? It's starting to be natural. It's just natural. Go ahead, bro.
They say pressure bust pipe so it make diamonds.
That's a fact.
Mm-hmm.
That's a fact.
Well, you gonna do one or two things.
Yeah.
Like my grandma say, you go shit or get off the pot.
Yeah. I like that, Nate. Yeah, the alpha and the omega, the beginning and the end. God damn it. You know what I'm talking about? For real. and we the only one that can end it. Nobody else can end it. We can only be our own problem, our own downfall. So check it right now.
I think even beginning and ending are misunderstandings. I don't think it's no beginning. I don't think it's no end either, TK.
I feel you. I understand what I think I understand what Nate talking about.
You know,
like
I understand what he's saying,
but you absolutely correct. It's infinite. It's infinite.
Infinite.
It's infinite.
But if it's infinite on the low, got to be infinite on the high.
Facts. And infinite in betweens.
I'll take a little of that.
Good word.
Take a little of that. I'll take some in between right now. I ain't even mad at some in between.
Hey, so check it, Carl. Let me tell you.
Midgie Bowls for 300, nigga. We got Midgie Bowls for 300.
So I was on the phone with Alabama. Alabama reached out to me today. I was on the phone talking to him. I was with my uncle, taking my uncle to take care of some things and stuff like that. My older uncle. So one of my cousins was at the store. One of my OG cousins. OG, man, gangster motherfucker. You know what I'm talking about, like gangster nigga. So he was like, let me ask you this question, man, because them boys know I be on my shit with this. You know what I mean? He was like, yo, what's the difference between a black ant and a red ant? I said, I said, damn, boy, that's a good ass question. The difference between a red ant and a black ant. I said, what is it, cuz? He said the red ants stick together and build something. The black ants always want to fight each other. I said, holy shit. Now that I'm thinking about it, you very rarely see black ants in a fucking colony. But you would see these red ants building, constructing shit. So it didn't get, you know what I mean? And I'm like, damn, this, and it's a brother who didn't graduate from school, but one of the smartest brothers out there, ain't graduate from school, ain't finished no schooling at all. Fuck, he dropped out, badass. He was raised in the jail system, pretty much. Let's just say it like that. In and out of jail all his life. He was raised in the prison system. But for him to say that shit right there, he's not Muslim, not none of that, neither. None of that. For him to say that to me, it didn't click right then. But after he told me the end of the story, when I had to ask him why. And he was like, shit, because the red ones stick together and build something. And the black ones is the one who goddamn always want to fight. So I said, damn, cuz, is you telling me it's the difference between a nigga and American Indian? He said, there you go, bingo. I said, oh, shit. So the nigga is the one who coming to causing the disturbance. That look black, they are ant too. But they black, not saying black as a color-wise, but they the motherfuckers coming to disturb the red ant that's working together. It didn't make, man, when he broke that shit down, I said, God damn, I got to tell somebody this. You know what I mean? Word.
Be more careful.
Basic fucking common sense too, right there on the lowest level that we can see.
Now, okay, just so I'm understanding for everybody on the panel, right? The whole talking point of the mulatto ideology, that is dumb and stupid, right? Just so to try to make that whole differentiation, you dig what I'm talking about? That is silly, right? Or should we make that differentiation? Separate all these niggas up out of it and make them prove that shit, who they is with that genealogy.
That's what the tether debate is all about. How they take on to the Aboriginal in form and fashion.
That's what that POC shit is.
See, we're prisoners to this system that our grandparents created, so we ain't gonna get out of that. They coming to pillage us for our commodities and our securities. So take it how you want. That's the Revolutionary War. Then civil is how we gonna deal with it, and Reconstruction is how we go. The redemption part of it. But it's all in a trust fund. It's not in money, and you can't be subservient to illegal aliens or
What you think,
aliens.
Copper Goddess?
What you say?
I said, what you think?
Well, when you said that, I was like, But I just find that it's going to be hard to do anything like that because, like, I was trying to think of my own personal experience, like in my own family where I have some cousins that got babies by like mulattoes or white guys or Hispanic guys or I mean, which mulatto? Because the real definition of mulatto I thought was just American Indian and a white person over here. American white person.
That's why sis had brought that definition up first, and that was from the Native American Society. They said it, but that mulatto started getting lumped in later down the line. No different. It's like every other way that they could try to erase a motherfucker, they lump you on in. I told somebody the other day, dog, that was the greatest trick. They see they couldn't beat us hand-to-hand combat or get rid of us. So how did they get rid of us? On paper. But paper genocide, and how they did it is by that race shit. They started lumping us in. They started coming out with these laws, this, you know what I mean, and these
classifications and
locked us up, man. They locked us into different categories, man, and it separated us. It even separated family members.
No.
Social
like you
experiment.
Yeah. And you know, that was the only way they could have beat us. That was the only way. And they still ain't beat us because we still here fighting. They just up a couple. You know what I mean? They just up a couple.
What year was the mass migration to America?
Oh shit, which one?
Yeah. A couple of them.
The biggest one.
Shit, after the war. That would be Ellis Island. 12.5 million came, the same as the slave story.
1890s.
Them motherfuckers,
early 1900s.
$1 million a year, 10,000 a month, or some shit like that. I think they were saying 100,000 a month, 10,000 a week, or something was coming through Ellis Island. And that's when you see the white people start calling themselves Native American.
Yep.
Because they was trying to separate themselves from the motherfuckers that was coming after the war. So now this is where you see eugenics take place with the IQ. This is when they put that eugenics into place with their own people.
What year was that?
Oh, you talking about it started 1800s all the way and going into the 1900s? Yeah.
Also, they started in like 1870 and they got it kind of finalized in the 1920s or something.
Might have been like 1880, 1890 something. I have to go back and look definitely, man, with that shit.
Well, what are you asking for?
With that mass migration when I was talking about with the eugenics. We know the eugenics started 1800s over there.
Yeah.
They didn't really get its kickstart until they started testing on their own people over here.
1897. They started coming over here in mass, late 1890s.
1890s all the way up to fucking now.
But hold on, I can also throw two other times they came over here in the 1800s. 1860s during the American Civil War and 1844 they was bringing people over here for the American-Mexican War. Taking people from other countries, getting them to come fight these wars.
Yeah. In fact, we did a story over here. I think Cosmo was with me, man. We did a story where motherfucker, they started bringing people from over there in Africa, fucking over there in Middle East and all that, started bringing them over here to fight in the fucking war, and then classifying some as Indians, and then talking about they was gonna give them land and all that. Them bitch had land rights, head rights and shit after they fought in the war against the American Indian people.
Yep.
We got this documented.
They got granted in.
Yup. Some of them was Muslims. Well, this is another thing. Oh, Cosmo. I'm glad you asked that goddamn question too, boy, because you brought that up. Cosmo, check this out, right? As we study in this history and we looking at what's been going on over there with these wars and this holy war between Islam and Christianity or Catholicism over there, you know, Judaism, let's say Judaism, over there. We see that Islam spread throughout the whole damn part of Africa, damn near. And Christianity spread throughout the whole part of Africa.
Sure did.
So now, these motherfuckers was already coming across here indoctrinated.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't have to be taught no Christianity or no fucking Islam. They already came indoctrinated. They helped indoctrinate us. Now it's starting to make sense. How do you help somebody who? Yeah, word, dog.
This is what your Maury is. This is what your Converso is. This is what your Morisco is.
Right. So, cause that also will fuck up their slave narrative. Because remember, their slave narrative is when they was on the plantation, they learned how to read and write in the Bible and all that over here. But you already knew religion.
You already knew it.
Right.
So why would you need to be taught it again? You see? See, it's little shit like that we be missing right in front of our fucking foot. That boy, I caught that. I said, damn, everybody come across this bitch already. Even Kunta Kinte was a Muslim. If he was a real person.
Yeah.
So if he came
that
across
was
here,
Marcus Garvey and Hoover. That was they war about. That started the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Them niggas
Cause but Marcus Garvey was a full-fledged tether, and Hoover was had blood ties.
Yeah.
Man, y'all ever heard about that that woman that Marcus Garvey had murked down in Jacksonville, Florida?
No.
She was a woman in the UNIA. She was supposed to have been this. Let me find an article. I think her name was Mama Kofu.
That major war is that Marcus Garvey and Hoover war that we talking about on the federal level.
Marcus Garvey and Hoover.
Be right back.
J. Edgar Hoover and Marcus Garvey.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how they started like the investigation bureau, because they was over here stealing the identities of the Indians.
Where you get that from?
Theoretical.
I'm not saying that it's not real. I'm just saying I never heard that. That's new to me.
Dig into it. I'm damn sure about to dig into it. I ain't never heard of it, but I'm damn sure. Hey, sometimes, boy, you ain't never heard of something because you didn't know it happened or something like that, you know. But now, boy, you just gave me something to go look up, boy, Bubba. I appreciate that. All info is good info, even if the bitch is bad. There's some good in it. You know what I mean?
I never heard of it.
Yeah, her name was Laura.
Yeah, I believe I cracked the code, but I'm finna give it a theory. I'll put it in there and see if I can figure it out.
Well, both of y'all.
Hey y'all, peace and love.
Hey,
I made it back. My bad, y'all. I had to go and make some moves, make something shake real quick.
Hey, what is you? Because you got me interested now. What war? Like, what's the lay the timeline out for me so I can follow you. Lay it out a little bit, because that was some interesting shit to say.
Yeah, that would have to been World War I.
I'm saying
what Rod said. He got a source on it.
He's saying Garvey had the 1900s, early 1900s.
Yeah.
That would have to been the same war where they started playing 1920. Yeah, that would be the 1920 war. That would be World War I, because World War II kicked off when? 1933?
1936, I thought.
36 or something like that. I know. I sometimes I be bad as hell with my dates. I ain't gonna lie, because but I know I'm close to the damn time frame. How about that? But thank you, Carl. 1936. Okay. All right. So 1936.
World War I was 1914 to 1918.
1914, 1918, right? So that led into all of the immigrants. That led into all the immigrants coming in 1920 something through Ellis Island after that war. Yeah. Okay. All right. And that was that Eisenhower? Or was that was that Eisenhower or Woodridge? during that time? That was Eisenhower, right?
What you asking? Who was president?
Yeah, was that was Eisenhower at the time, right? I know one of them motherfuckers he been rocking with the Germans heavy. He was rocking with the Germans heavy. Whoever he fucking was, whatever president was, he was rocking with them Germans real heavy. He was rocking with them so heavy till he fuck around and help form a black.
Was it Woodrow Wilson? I think it was Woodrow Wilson. Was it Wilson?
It was Woodrow Wilson. He was president during World War One.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, Woodrow. So that had to be Eisenhower in World War II. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
When did World War II start?
That had
1939, 38.
38.
Okay, we was around there.
Yeah, we was around there.
Okay. Franklin Delano Roosevelt was president during World War II.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Roosevelt. Yep.
That's how he got them 2 terms like that.
Yeah, he did a lot of shit within his presidency too. That was interesting.
He's a dirtball.
I like.
And behind that war right there, it caused a black Nazi group to arise in the Americas. Y'all ever heard about the Black Nazi Party?
Yep.
Because of him, they had black people. These motherfuckers been working for the Nazi Party and didn't even know it. I got a story on them boys, man. Oh man, that's such a sad story about them boys, man. Like how they got duped like that. You know what I mean? And damn, what made it even crazy? Hitler himself had a all black, what we would call all black Nazi bodyguards.
Growing up in Nazi Germany probably was interesting though for like black people who was living in Germany at that time. Fucked up too, because I think out there at that time you had to have papers and stuff. So like even in the early 1940s and 30s and stuff back then, I would even say the 20s too, you would have to have certain paperwork. Because I saw a story about a white woman who had a child with a black man, but the child, everywhere she went, she had to show her paperwork and they wouldn't get up on her ass. But the one day that she didn't have it, they had ripped her paperwork or did something, and then the little girl ended up getting thrown in a camp.
Damn.
So that was going on over there in Germany. That joint was fucked up over there for our people too. Well, for black,
but Hitler was sitting down with black people.
Yeah, talking with them. I think they lied on him.
They got stories. They got stories of these black people writing. You know what I mean? Saying that they sat down with you know what I mean, with Hitler and talked with him and shit. Man, that shit crazy. That shit crazy, man.
We need to pull that out.
Henry Ford financed Hitler.
Mm-hmm. And see, that's another thing too, man.
Have something against Hitler though, because it's people who don't disagree with Hitler and his stance.
Well,
no. I don't agree with what he did to them fucking people. Now, if he did that to those people, I don't agree.
You can only imagine the stuff I've heard people say about this particular especially when it comes down to him. Because either way, I don't condone the mass genocide killing of nobody.
Right.
Fuck no.
You know what I'm saying? No. That's crazy.
Well, haven't we debunked that wasn't even plausible could have even happened?
Well, and they've been changing the number over the years. It's been going down by millions.
Mm-hmm. So look, Cosmin, that woman I was talking about, she lived in Detroit when she came here from off the boat. That's why I was like, I wonder if Cosmin will know who this lady is. Her name was Mama Kofi.
Kofi?
Kofi.
Kofi, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And that would tie his ass in, because they damn sure was in Detroit. Him, fucking Noble Drew Ali, a lot of Malachi, not Malachi York, your boy
all
Ford.
of them was here. Malachi Z. York was here too.
Yeah, Malachi was there.
Listen, y'all gotta understand. Malachi
Z. took over our automotive industry.
Chief Warhorse, Empress Verdiasi, what's the damn, I keep wanting to call him Pharaoh. His name ain't Pharaoh. His name is, come on, Cosmo, Ramesses. The brother Ramesses. They had bodyguards, and they was given land. This is how what's his name? Malachi Z. York and all that built the pyramids and all that stuff on that all that land he had out there. Where he get that land from?
Georgia.
Out there in Georgia. In Georgia.
Yeah. Yup.
Yeah.
Yeah, they didn't buy that land. They got it because they was able to prove their Aboriginal heritage. This is what was going on back in there, but they was getting greedy. And they start whooping on the system, using the system against itself. And that wasn't going to last but too long. Now, had they used it and then just paid it back, you dig what I'm talking about? Once you do the squatter right, go ahead, do the deal, right? And just get a mortgage, but pay it back. Right?
No, that's U.S. Moorish national versus U.S. national. They going under a religious church versus being a Aboriginal national to redeem the land. That's just my theory.
Yeah, and they start pushing that paperwork. They was whooping niggas. That pen was whooping niggas. That pen is mightier than the sword. I ain't gonna lie.
It sure is.
And
that is a mighty motherfucker.
That bitch is a bad motherfucker, boy. I swear to God. Ain't nothing better than that fucking pen now. Ain't nothing better than that pen now. I ain't now. Nothing better than the pen.
And that's why they always say if you don't write it down, it didn't happen.
It didn't
That's
happen.
why they say that shit, man. If you don't write it down, it ain't happen.
Yeah, so you gotta look into them will and probate records because it's already been written. It's your testimony. Your father's testicle
My father's
testimony.
Right.
Yeah, that's what testimony is, a living will of your grandfather.
A good place to start too. A good place to start after you do your genealogy. You find your people's name and find especially some of your people who fought in the wars and their wives. Right. Go to the BLM, to the Bureau of Land Management. Put the county and place where your people live and look for the names.
Yep.
I'm willing to bet just about 40% of the time you probably gonna have something on there.
Yeah, go to them churches. Them churches got history. Church too. Them bitch document everything, cuz.
The church got a lot of the history.
Church probably got more history about the community than the fucking town hall probably got.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, it's all on the National Archives, up, to the establishment of the states. So they got it up to like the 1860s. But then that's in some other records. But the federal government took over after 1865.
And that ain't shit. Everybody should be
That's
able to
the
get
NGO. Think about it. It's not even our government. It set itself up against the people.
I thought you was about to play that, sis, because I was going to tell you that, you know what? That's crazy as hell how quickly times change with these Germans, because we know Alexander Pushkin gave the Russians their language.
Yeah.
So, and he was a black man. So, well, I'm going to use black in this thing. And he's a black man. And now, man, this shit. See, that's what I said, man.
What about Daniel Webster? What about Daniel Webster, who wrote the Webster's Dictionary? This nigga blacker than shoe leather. I mean, he blue, black. He make OTK look like a mulatto. This nigga so goddamn black. And they show him as a white man.
That's my camera.
Mississippi, Alabama black.
That's my camera,
super black. And they got him pictured as a white man. His mama black is black. Daniel Webster, the nigga who wrote the Webster Dictionary, is a German. Descended from the ancient Boers. Not the Palatine Boers, but the Boers. These niggas was black. These the same people that go on to produce people like Charlotte, Queen Charlotte. German. You dig what I'm talking about? And same people who Hitler calls the Rhine bastards, the bastards of the Rhineland, mixed up niggas, light-skinned, dark-skinned niggas from Europe. They not from Africa. Right? And this is why Hitler told on them niggas. He said that the Ashkenazi and them, he showed a picture of them, he called them imposters. He showed a nigga and said, these are the real Jews.
And that's why they hate him to this day.
Yep.
And make
That's
a
why Putin had to come on clean. Open up that vault, baby.
Yep.
Open up that vault,
and
baby.
he also said when he was speaking to one of his deputies, or the guys who was writing his memoir at the end, they asked him, you know, what would you say for posterity of the future? He said that he is going to be the cause of World War III. He asked him why. He said, because the Negro of America is going to learn that he is the true Jew, the true jewel of God.
Believe it.
Understands that. He said that will be the cause of World War III.
Yeah, be the Civil War all over again.
Hey, it's no coincidence that 420 we blazing, smoking good, because we known to be the ones who stereotypically smoke the most weed, and that's Hitler's birthday.
Have y'all ever seen the movie Inglourious Bastards?
Oh yeah, the motherfuckers who was trying to kill fucking Hitler all that time.
Brad Pitt.
Yeah. Now they got a part in this movie. I wonder if I could show it, Sharice, because it hit different when you show it.
I would show it, but I ain't got time for YouTube and they bullshit.
Okay.
Yeah.
I gotta start getting on other forums, y'all, because they be bullshit.
But let me give y'all a breakdown on what happened. Now they got some undercover people, right? They in the they Americans, but they in this German bar, right? And this German SS guard come up and they get to drinking and get to playing charades, right? So in the game, you know, it get around to the time that that the German guy has to guess what's in his hat, the car, because you write what it is on your hat, and then you put it in your hat, and you can't look at it, and you got to guess it, right? But they got to ask you ask them questions, and they say if you're hotter or colder, or you dig what I'm talking about. So on his head, it said King Kong, right? So he's asking the people, he says, you know, do I come from a faraway place? It was like, yeah. He was like, and I went there willingly. They was like, no. He was like, so I was a slave? He was like, yeah. He was like, but now I'm the celebrity or something like that in the country or something like that. They was like, yeah. The nigga said, well, either I'm the American Negro. Oh, he said, either I'm the American Negro or I'm King Kong. Y'all see that part in the movie? So he was telling us that the whole story of us being from Africa and all that stuff, all that's made up. He was saying King Kong was from America, just like your nigga black ass is. And that was the whole story of King Kong. Civilizing.
My daughter pointed that out to me. Mm-hmm.
That's the whole story, civilizing the American Indian. This is why they call you a monkey, a gorilla.
Yeah, that's why LeBron James was sitting there with that white woman in his hand, like he got the trophy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I threw this up on the screen real quick because this is a census in particular that I found in connection with my family tree, and you see how it's all like both people highlighted in green is the same family. Mm-hmm. And what you see here is very interesting with all the M's, and then you get down here to Isabella and Enoch, and they have a B by their name.
Right.
I just, all of these mulattoes, even the daddy.
Who got Enoch in their family? You?
Yes, that's an ancestor name. Yeah.
We're playing girl mine too. What?
There's a cousin, or he might be an uncle, I believe. I have to connect it correctly, but yeah. Mm-hmm. So they got him as
from Virginia too, sis. So that's where my people from too. So we probably blood related. We gonna find out.
Where they from?
They from Virginia. Everybody in my line is from Virginia. Like that's my mother's side. My mother's side is what's
Oh, go ahead, sis. I'm about to say, you know what's crazy, man? It made it scary for you to show that shit. And when we was used to start showing that shit, we started connecting with people from other states. Like, damn, I got that in my family too. Now, because you got these old crazy lunatics out here. We got to be careful how we show shit now when we damn near can be doing ancestry.
That's why we know
what I mean?
We need to get on Discord or something.
But I just was showing that to show, like, when Mulatto Witchcom was up here saying all that shit, it's like you can't really, and like it was more so to Bad Saint's point that niggas been misappropriating the term mulatto. It's not just a mix. It's a mix that must include American Indian. What the fuck? Why the fuck do you think they stopped using it? To completely eliminate the Indian.
Come on, Bad Saint.
Bad Saint.
That my dog, Bad Saint.
That's why I because
arrow to the heart. Arrow to the heart.
And because they was labeling.
I'm sending out statues, Bad Saints. I'm sending out statues of OTK to sit on the dresser now, you know?
Hey, because think about this. Unmixed 100% American Indians were misnomered as mulatto and had no admixture whatsoever, just because they was light skinned.
Big old facts. Big old facts.
What up, bro?
Yeah, that's the fight. The governmental fight. Marcus Garvey and Jagger Hoover fight.
Yeah, Nate, that's what she was showing you, that everybody in her family was mulattoes, and then when it got down to the last two kids, which is like 10 years later, you see that they black now. Now these could have been full-blood American Indians now, first getting classified as mulattoes because of the area they in. Remember we read that court document? That damn judge and them the boys I was talking to the Senate, he didn't know what they was, but he said, I just know they American Indians. I know they've been here. But he said they call themselves mulattoes. So now I'm wondering if these American Indians classified themselves as mulattoes so they wouldn't be caught up in this fucking slave trade shit.
Hold up, and let's play this real quick one more time for them.
Doesn't matter with me. And so my parents instilled in me that who I am, who someone is on the inside, is the most important thing. In my family, especially my mother's side, because people were light-skinned for generations. They were free blacks in North Carolina as far back as I can go. And in North Carolina, they made people who owned property who were free blacks, they made them marry other free blacks or Indians who were off the reservation and classified as mulattoes. They made them marry within that group if they wanted to keep their property.
So we got to understand what was going on.
Will and probate records.
Yeah, and they didn't want their babies and their, the next generations to be persecuted. So they also had to be quiet to prevent murder.
Yes. And then we just heard, and I'm about to put the other story up here because we just heard this fascinating story about how this girl discovered all of her black ancestors through the Ancestry DNA 23andMe test.
Are also used to solve cold cases. We always open it up.
Name,
finding
her family secret to her grave.
and we just found out what it was. She passed back in 2002, and at the time we thought she was born in 1933. We knew her name, we knew that she was an orphan, and she was an only child, that we had no other family connections to her whatsoever, and that her family line lived and died with her. So find me confused when our family gets results back from a 23andMe test telling us that we are African American when my grandmother said that we were English. And I know looking at me, you're going to be very confused, because I am too. And currently my family is still figuring out all the details, so I don't have all the information. 23andMe matched my family up with a family in Virginia, which isn't too strange because my grandmother and my grandfather both met in Maryland and got married and ended up moving across the country. So when this family starts pulling out pictures of my grandmother and her 15 siblings,
15
safe to say
siblings.
we were a little shocked. It turns out that Millicent Vaughn was born Mammy Vaughn back in 1927, not 33. She was born to a family of 15 children, all African American, living in Virginia. While her parents did die when she was young, she was not an orphan and an only child like she said she was. She had people taking care of her, and she had a whole family. It turns out that she had decided to run away from her family and completely exorcise herself from her identity. She picked up a new name, she picked up a new race, and she completely erased who she was. So now I have a whole new family, and it's surreal and it's strange, and there's this part of me that doesn't really know who I am. And I think